Painkiller Already, Halloween edition, episode 515 with our guest BlameTruth. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by SmartMouth and Goat.com, who we'll learn more about a little later. So, what is everyone for Halloween? Kyle, you look to be a demon.
Yeah, I went with the devil, and one small oversight is that this is very echoey, and you can't hear me for shit, so this mask is going to come off very soon. And also carbon monoxide poisoning, because there is no ventilation.
Can you smell your own breath?
Yeah, but I use Smart Mouth, so it's just minty fresh. It's
That's right into that one.
It's delicious in there.
But the problem is it's all carbon dioxide, and I'm getting really dizzy.
Okay. And BlameTruth, you are, of course, a fish.
I am the hipster from the Black Lagoon.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. I get it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Woody appears to be gay.
You know, from Reno 911, Kyle, what's the dude's name?
Lieutenant Dangle.
Lieutenant Dangle. I've got the shorts on. Maybe I'll get up, get a coffee or something, and give you guys quite the treat. But they're tight shorts. Really tight.
I know. I like how when I asked before the show, I'm like, Woody, please, you did the shorts, and you were like, as though, yeah, of course. Like that's what began this idea, the shorts.
My chat kept leading me down these dangerous roads involving blackface, Adolf Hitler mustaches, and more. But
if you do blackface with a Hitler mustache, it's just a Jordan.
Who's Jordan?
Michael Jordan. He rocked the Hitler mustache for a bit.
Michael Jordan
Do
did.
you think? Okay.
Yeah. Looks a lot more palatable on a black guy, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot easier to get away with.
And Taylor, you are?
I am a squirrel.
You're a squirrel. Where is your tail in the shot?
No, it's hard to, but it's there.
Wow.
I like it.
This is a $90 squirrel costume. And it's one size fits all. My ass is falling apart already. It's gonna be a nice sweaty episode. So, and I can't read with these fucking teeth.
I want you to be like those women with the wedding dress. Like, if you think I paid all this money to wear it once, you're crazy. Hello, Walmart.
Oh, I'm absolutely going to stream in this tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. And then there's Saturday, right?
Yep. Drive it into the ground. This will smell horrible by Saturday. No, it'll be retired by then. So
this mustache appears to have like 15 minutes of stickiness in it, but I have 2 more. So we'll see how this works out.
So, Kyle, you also have a cloak.
Yeah, I was, hang on.
Yeah, that's just awful.
It's just awful.
See, now you're a Jedi. Easy peasy.
One sec.
What did you have wireless earbuds? Oh, he's probably fixing his audio now.
Yeah.
Changing the
I thought they looked wired to me. I've got a wired one.
Oh, okay.
I was going to go with the white cloak, but that's a completely different costume.
That is. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's also more palatable in black.
Yeah.
So,
Much more palatable in black.
Going as
so it's Halloween season. What's everybody doing? I know, BlameTruth, you're a huge horror fan.
Yes.
Right? You've got a whole room of your house just for horror movies, right?
Yes. I have an addiction, and this is the time of the year where I get to just fucking live that out, So, good
Indulge
shit.
it.
Yeah.
What are you starting with?
On Halloween day,
Yeah.
I'm going to try to do all the Hellraisers. Every single one of them. I hear they're fucking garbage after like 2, so I might check
they're
out.
not great, but it's a movie
never
about a guy with nails in his head. Yeah.
I haven't seen them. I've seen one. I've seen Hellraiser 1, and that's it. I stopped there because it's like supposedly the best. So
Yeah,
that's
it
surprising.
is the best. It is the best. Yeah, they get really crazy after the second one.
They do get absurd.
They don't really
It
make
sounds
any
like
sense
I'm
anymore.
yelling in a padded room because there's so much. It's so thick. It's so hot.
yeah, you look like you're gonna dehydrate by like hour 2.
No,
Honestly,
it's okay. I got mineral water to keep me going.
God, I love Woody's costume.
Thank you.
I know. I'm hoping he has to pee soon so I can see his tight little ass.
I feel like I can't smile or I'll lose the mustache, but we'll do our best.
Okay.
You draw it back on. That'll fix it.
Ooh,
I'm
genius.
sure she has some mascara.
Woody, can you grow a real mustache?
Yeah, it's pretty gray, but I grow a pretty
Okay.
solid beard.
Maybe next year you can just like, you know.
Takes
Go
a
the
lot
old
of planning,
route.
right? Like 3
Yeah.
4 weeks to grow a proper dangle mustache.
Oh yeah, at least.
Like,
No.
you think? I don't
3
know.
4 weeks, yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
2. Well, in 2 it'd be thick, but it wouldn't be long. Like
I don't even remember. I thought Lieutenant Dangle had a really thin, silly
I
mustache.
think it's just like
Maybe not.
this. I looked at it.
No.
I had 3 mustaches to choose from, and this is the closest. I googled it.
Google him. So, where did you go for the costume? Did you get Amazon?
Yeah, I picked it out on stream. I don't like we all agreed and we held a poll and we decided to go with the dangle costume, and it's pretty good. You got to see me waist down, but then they wanted me to go as 6'9", and I'm pretty sure that was just another blackface play with all the tattoos, and I'm trying to avoid bad decisions.
Yeah. I mean, to be clear, if you had shown up in blackface, we would have asked that you change before we started.
Well, Taylor would have.
Yeah,
Welcome to the final episode of PKA. To the last episode of, well, we have a Patreon. Yeah, we'll
We could
avoid
all
that.
wear blackface, and then it would be fine.
Would it
I don't
though?
think that
That's
it's
how that
like
works.
Oh, okay. The more the
dividing by
merrier.
0. Yeah, you just if everyone's in blackface, it's like it's an I Am Spartacus moment. Who will they cancel if we all wear black?
they can't get all 4 of us.
I mean, it's
too
not
many.
the craziest plan I've ever heard. In my life. You know, we can cancel. I of course won't do it. It'll mess with my makeup.
Yeah, I'll be going into orange face.
Yeah, going into orange face again.
So we hardly talked about politics this year. The election is in 5 days. Is that about right? 4 days, something like that. 5.
Yeah, we really did scoot past the season without talking about it much.
All right, and that's enough. Next.
Yeah, it's not as
That's
entertaining. Like the only politics talk I want to do is the fact that about how boring it's been this time around. Like it was so fun when it was Hillary.
There was supposed to be a season finale. Remember, we were all excited for a season finale, and it ended. 2020 ended like Game of Thrones.
Did you see
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson's report? It was pretty funny.
I
Yep.
did see some where he's like, I sent super secret documents in the mail and they got taken. It's like, that's ridiculous. Why would you do that?
He has this like, we don't have any copies, we don't have any photos. Dog ate my homework, but we totally nailed him. We have the magic documents. Now, UPS said they found him, so we'll see. Maybe the whole thing is true, but he looked silly for a day and the internet mocked him.
Yeah, but even if that is true, who would ship it like that, you know? I don't know what kind of evidence it is.
Without making a copy.
Can't you do like a Dropbox or something?
I mean, you could just take a photo with your phone, right, and have
yeah.
a second copy of the secret documents.
I feel like if I wanted to verify them as like a, I don't know, reliable, responsible, like a reputable is what I'm looking for. News agency, I might want the originals, but I would also want you to scan in some PDFs so I can see them now. What, I'm going to wait till tomorrow to see these things? Like that, it seemed a little fishy on the surface.
Of course, it didn't happen. There's no chance that happened.
Tucker Carlson was taken to court, and he successfully argued that no reasonable person would believe the things he says on his show, and won.
Kyle knows the mail, so I trust his judgment.
This
He knows what is and
You would
isn't
always
shit.
make a copy.
solid,
Copy.
solid
It's
comment.
so easy nowadays. There's no excuse. You can take a fucking Polaroid. I mean, shit. You can do it back in the day even. So, no
Yeah.
excuse.
I don't get it. Like, who's being fooled by that? Other than
people who
boomers
watch
who,
Tucker,
like, maybe
my
don't know how to
Facebook
use-
feed, it is buying it hook, line, and sinker.
My mom
They
bought
also
it. So.
mail documents like that or pertinent things. They don't just fax or email or Dropbox it or file share.
Yeah,
they know
they're all-
there's a lot of great options out there, right? Other than putting it in a box and mailing it.
They're all over the board, really. You know, like you would think the way that they express their political views that they're all like trailer park, you know, whatever. But they're not. A lot of them are really financially successful and love and life and the whole thing, and they're just diehard towards the right. But
Well, I mean, that seems almost like I think you're going to scoop up a lot of rich ones because of the nature of the hobby, you know? Like the
Sure.
trailer park kooks aren't going to find their way into paramotoring. Like they're going to buy extra ATVs or like a jet ski or a Sea-Doo way before they get far down the line enough of boredom and
Lottery
experience
tickets.
until they're like paramotor. You know,
Fair. Look, I tried to be unbiased when I talk about stuff, but I'm going to let it slip. You know what I really want this time? You know what I really want? You know that awful crying Democrat woman who couldn't believe Hillary lost?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
that's
meme?
pretty fun.
Yeah, she's the meme. She's horrible. I've been watching her for 4 years, like portrayed as the typical liberal. Please give me an overweight trailer park angry Trump supporter breaking maybe something of his own when he realizes that Trump lost. Like, can we get a counter meme for the next 4 years? Give me this. I've been taking
Maybe. I think part of what
Yeah.
set it up for that though is that at the time it was like everyone went into that night like foregone conclusion, Hillary's going to win, and so
Sure.
it hit a lot harder. Whereas this time, a lot of people I think are going into it. At least the three of us, I don't know about BlameTruth, anticipating Biden to win, and so it won't be as big a shock for people. Or I guess some people are probably thinking like 100%, 50. California's going red. Like there's probably some people.
That's the people in my universe. They're just all about Trump. You know, they're hitting me up with Trump's going to show them again and a good 1822 laughing emojis in a row next to it. It's like, come on. Like you're really rubbing it in for a guy who's 8 points behind, 11 points behind nationally, like something like that. But whatever. I've got a bunch of bets. I paid you, by the way, Taylor.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
is that no? That's not the biggest bet on the history of the show.
What's
You
the
guys have bet
biggest?
$100. You and
Oh, that'd be
Kyle.
a tie then. Yeah. I paid Kyle too. Jesus Christ.
All right.
But I
You
got
got five back. You got $5 back from me over.
I got a list of big bets on here that I've been writing down. If Biden wins, we're cleaning up. I should be in the black again.
Wait, are you bets between who?
Like paramotor idiots. Well, I hope they're idiots.
Oh.
It's quite, but so far it's been me. It's the idiot. So
How much is on the line total?
300, I think, which would.
Oh my goodness, you are
Now
going
I
to be
know
so
the
upset if Trump
funniest
wins.
option.
well, I mean, I
no.
do have $300, but we'll all keep eating. But
Yeah. Oh, I know that, but still, I know you don't like to lose.
Where I'm especially unhappy is when I'm really confident and I lose. Like we bet on fights and stuff, and it's like, you know, like I wasn't sure going into it. When I lost $100 to you, I think the bet was that Trump wouldn't be the candidate. That was the bet. And at the time, he was like getting impeached. They were like talking about the 25th Amendment and all. And I also had this idea that he's 74 years old and fat, that he would like, those were all the things I had. And I confidently exclaimed that Trump wasn't going to be running for re-election. That's what bothers me. Like, it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to be a dick about it. And that's where I think I landed. So I apologize and I paid. So
I mean, it made for great entertainment, so that it's worth every penny.
there it is.
But think about, like, this might be the last bit of political entertainment. 2024, what's it going to be? Like Ted Cruz
Paul
versus
Ryan.
Kamala.
That's my pick. Paul Ryan for Republican representative. He won't be. So here's my prediction. What do I know? But here it is. After Trump loses, he won't be viewed as favorably as he is now. Fox News will turn on him. People will say that he's this, not a great candidate, not a great guy. They won't love him like they do right now. And then Paul Ryan, on the other hand, is not smeared by Trump. He never really cozied up too much to him. He said, hey, we're not two peas in a pod, but we've got work to get done, and they passed tax cuts. He has a relatively clean slate, and he looks the part, and he's experienced enough. He was the leader of the House. He has what Pelosi's job is today.
Is he
And
very popular, though?
I'm sorry?
Is he very popular?
I thought he was. You don't think so?
I just haven't heard about that dude in forever.
Paul Ryan?
Yeah. I remember there's a cover of a magazine with him where he's like working out.
Yes, that's the dude. That's the dude. Yeah. He's good looking. He's young. He was a leader of the party at one point. I feel like he checks a lot of the boxes and he'll be a strong candidate.
Who's that Democratic candidate with the silly Bill Dauterive looking face and the huge arms who works out all the time?
He's a
The Rock?
Do you know who I'm talking about? Who is that guy?
You're not talking about Chris Cuomo, the reporter.
No, he was one of the.
Can you say his
Cuomo's
face
not-
again? Well,
He
when
looks
it
like
comes
Bill
to alphas,
Dupree.
the Democrats only have so many to pick from, Kyle. I'm doing my best. We're really the ectomorph party, it seems.
Chris come up with his fake weights.
True. But like we've talked about that before. They were so fake, I feel like they weren't meant to deceive.
I still can't fathom what Joe Rogan was thinking. He's since circled back and he's like, yeah, I talked to a couple of my powerlifting buddies, and they were like, yeah, those are probably fake, dude.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's like you had to call in professionals to figure that one out.
Dude, you could have called high school football players and they would have known. Like everybody would have known.
Well, never mind. I thought he was way bigger, but he still looks a little like Bill Dauterive to me in the episode where he gets a little into working out.
He has a Bill Dauterive head.
Yeah. Not the body.
No.
Much fitter than Bill Dauterive. I'll give him that.
That shirt's too tight nonetheless.
That's a good fitting shirt. When like you got pecs, you know, you can.
Might be too big on
Don't
his
you
belly.
think
If he
it's
went
a little too tight?
Yeah, it's pretty
I
tight
can
in the
determine. I can see the little
Nipples?
freckles on his areolas there.
That's a weather vane of too tight. If you can see
Yeah.
the sub, they call that the sub nipple.
I feel
Yeah.
like he could have worn a flattering shirt that was just backing off a touch.
Yeah, I can tell that shirt is so tight. I can tell that he has hairy nipples.
You know what he needs to do? Is
can't
just
see
go
through
to the for sale.
Oh, you're right.
He should just go to the Carhartt shirt listing on Amazon and buy 30 of them. They're very cheap. You can wear them every day.
Carhartt
That's a
shirts
smart
are
thing.
cheap enough to buy 30 of?
At the time,
Are they $1.50? Because that's
I
about.
bought a lot of them when there was literally a mistaken listing. Someone mistakenly listed it for way too much money, and I bought a lot of them, and it got
Wait.
fixed. But
Too much?
Too little.
too little money.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
I was like, oh, they're selling a $20 shirt for $35. Like, brag to your friends about how much money you waste. Like, God, this is hot. Oh,
Two of the other night we had a high stakes game of code names in the Discord.
my God.
Remember the two $50 patrons that were like screaming at each other in the hangout
Yeah, that was.
and insulting each other back and forth.
Was it Fish and Diem? Is that what we're talking? Or Dirty? And
No, it's Dirty and Dian. They
They were getting really mad, and it went on for a long time.
yeah.
Like, it was a lot angrier than I remembered when I'd hung out there before.
Wait.
Yeah, it's just
Are
those
we
two.
talking about the hangout or the
Yeah.
code name? Okay. Yeah, the hangout I was there for. And like we talked about it a little bit on PKA, and I forget if it was the lost part, but I couldn't tell how much of that was friends busting each other's balls and enemies being mean to each other.
They seemed to really genuinely dislike each other.
There's
They
a hint
genuinely seem to dislike each other. Yeah.
in the
They
hang-
were. I mean, I'm new to the whole situation, but I jumped in just to see what everyone was up to in like a public chat, and everyone. It was like people taking a vote with Kyle as the grand arbiter, deciding whether or not people could get together to cover his portion of someone's portion of the $50 to kick them off. And I was like, what is happening here? And Kyle has to come down and be like, guys, you can't. This isn't Survivor. You can't vote people out of the Discord. That's not how this works. What, did I give
Well,
anyone the
we
impression
kicked him
that you
off
could
last
vote
night. You should
we
know.
actually kicked him off last night. So it turned
Are you
out
serious?
it's just like Survivor.
Kyle went to
Wow.
me and he's like, Woody,
News to me.
these are they put together a court document and they listed all of his like offenses, things that he's done.
malfeasances.
And really, he was like ready to attack my family and leave in a blaze of fire. And I was like, well, I've heard enough. Also, Snufkin didn't like him. And I don't know. She's a mechatronics major. That her opinion weighs heavy with me somehow.
They literally had one of those letters that say like "We the undersigned," and it was like they had like laid out their case. I'm told that they have sent you the same court documents in triplicate. They went so far as like soak the envelope in like tea or something to make it look old timey, and then stamp it with one of those old timey
can't
stamps
wait.
where you melt
You
the
should
wax.
go in
and
the
then-
fireplace.
I assured them you'd frame it like a diploma. So
I got another thing in the mail. Hold on a second. Let me show you what I got.
Yes, get up.
Stand up.
oh, goodness. He's literally covering his cock so that this stays on the air.
I mean, the sacrifice you have to make to get monetized.
Yeah, seriously.
I love how that went down. You're like, I was like, guys, this is Survivor. You can't just vote each other off. And he's like, actually, we voted him off last night. The tribe has spoken.
That was all news to me. I didn't know that's the way it went. Okay.
Yeah, that happened in the. It was in the chat here. You know, they sent me those documents, and I was like, they were like, so just send these to Woody, see what he thinks. And I was like, all right, I'll pass them along.
And I gave him the Roman emperor like down thing.
Yeah, he sent me the Joaquin Phoenix like thumbs down from Gladiator.
And then Kyle did the same thing. I'm like, oh, I don't get credit for all the download. So it says, congratulations, you deserve it. And I was like, oh, like I wasn't expecting this. And then it says, eat a dick. And there was a chocolate dick, and I ate it. So it's not candy. It's not my proudest moment.
Was it like one of those Cadbury eggs? Was it cream filled?
I was hoping. My wife and I were talking about that. Like there'd be something. What? No, it wasn't solid chocolate though. There was like something minty maybe in it. It was good.
Ooh.
But
mint chocolate cock.
But yeah, I ate the dick. And then we didn't have any trail mix in the house.
We appreciate you covering your genitals getting up to make sure that this can stay on YouTube. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? If clips of Reno 911 could stay on YouTube, cock out, probably.
Woody may be more hung than the actual Lieutenant Dangle. I don't know. Those shorts are awfully small.
Yeah.
Mine are small.
That's what I'm referring to.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Dangles.
Particular. Oh no, his are nice and loose fitting compared to yours. Those bad boys are on there. I like that.
They're painted on. They're painted
one
on.
size fits all. They weren't prepared for a 47-year-old man who squats.
Well, I hope the fans appreciate my costume.
Speaking of which, BlameTruth, last time we talked to you, you were still hard in the paint, working out, getting buff and everything. Are you still grinding, working hard at that?
Yeah, not as much because it becomes like a fucking obsessive like time investment thing, you know. So, pretty much the same, just kind of maintaining at this point, you know, posting thirst trap pictures and getting single moms to hit me up, you know. So,
how's that going? Banged any single moms recently?
Not recently, no, not recently.
So where do you troll for single moms?
What's that?
Where do you? I said troll. I don't know. Just in a fishing sense, you drag your line through the water. Where do you troll? Where do you find single moms?
You guys aren't single, so you don't know. But if you are single, from October until mid-December, it's called cuffing season. You ever heard of that? Cuffing season. It's where single women or single people in general will like hit other people up on social media. So I just, on my Facebook, I don't really use it, but I just changed my picture to like thirst trap fucking, you know, thirst trap picture. Nice. And have you guys, well, I don't want to get you demonetized, so I won't show it. But I changed it to that picture, and you just wait, and then they add you, and then they never say anything. It's usually single moms or married women in some cases.
Can I see this picture? I want to see what a thirst trap picture is. I assume it's the best version of you.
It's pretty good. I don't know if you can see that.
Are you wearing like nothing but an apron?
Los Pollos Hermanos.
Is that just an apron?
Just an apron. Just an apron.
Nice. I do like the apron. It says, hey, I know how to have a laugh.
Yeah, exactly.
And I can make an omelet.
Yeah, I like cooking. I like cooking naked, and it's a health hazard to not wear an apron. So
that's awesome. Have you ever had any fuckery where the children were around? Because I'm imagining these aren't, 52-year-old women with adult children. I'm imagining they've, younger women about your age, young kids. How do you deal with that?
So I typically don't mess. I just like get attention from them. I don't actually see them if they're single moms. But back in the day, I did date a single mom once, and it didn't end too well because she would keep inviting me to hang out with her and her kid. I would always make up some excuse that I couldn't go. And the first excuse I always went for was like, I have diarrhea. So about the 8th time I had diarrhea, she broke up with me. So that was that. I would just be like, yeah, it was kind of believable because my mom cooked with expired food all the time. I always tell her like, hey, don't eat the food. My mom's crazy,
I wouldn't want to start raising a kid that had already had like the beginning. It's like starting
you're
a
rolling
book
the
from
dice on
somebody
that.
else's bookmark. I don't know what's happened earlier.
I've seen
boys.
Yeah.
So obviously, if your kid is like 6 weeks old, well, that might be too young. 12 weeks old, you can fuck in front of her, him, whatever. At what age does that stop?
Oh, definitely by like 10.
15.
At Woody's house, it was just never. No, but really, yeah. Like then.
I mean, realistically, I would say 2.
2.
No,
So they'd be walking
no.
around and you're still hitting it. Okay, I like your style.
I remember nothing from 2, but from
That's
3
true.
on.
That's true, but they
Yeah.
might try to participate.
No, I wouldn't do 2 because I remember that monkey birthday party, and I don't want my kid remembering me fucking as one of their first memories. That's all.
Their early
That can't be
memory is
good.
going to be mom being attacked by a polar bear. Like they'll fuck it up a little bit. Just
Yeah, I would say
beast.
by the time they're up and walking around, it's too late. You should probably stop
Yeah.
fucking in front. Because then they really rapidly start talking. Like a lot of my friends are having kids, and it's weird how they go from basically a lump of whatever to then 6 months later you show up and it's like, oh wow, fuck, you're like a little person now. You're like saying little phrases, parroting things, and you know, there's a lot of
That's when I start liking them.
yeah,
Yeah,
they're much more likable.
A lot of people, they love the little, like, I don't know, just like balls of fluid, and that's not my favorite kind of person. I like them when they start being people.
I like when I can accidentally teach kids to misbehave. I was at a Renaissance fair a couple weeks ago, and one of my friend's kids was there, and he's like 2.5, like just mimicking, and he was like joking around or like kicking dirt and kicked dirt at my shoe. And I was like, he didn't even realize he was doing it. I'm like, oh yeah? Well, I kicked dirt at you, joking around. And I kicked a little bit of dirt on his shoes. For the next, like, I caused his parents like 25 minutes of problems because he would just run ahead to people and go, I kicked dirt at you. And I was like, man, I'm glad I'm on this side of the fence right now, but I can imagine how annoying that is when the kid just won't let something go. But it was,
Oh yeah.
Taylor thinks that's funny. So a year from now, when he has kids, I'll get him like, I don't know, my first DJ starter kit.
oh, my first gong.
I like it. I like the way you
Oh, wait,
All
the
day.
mustache is down. Mustache is down.
It's got a little stick left, and there's 2 more.
It's okay. Don't burn through the other two too fast.
Yeah.
Man. Got hours to go. So you don't fuck the single moms. You just talk to them, because that
No,
seems like a waste of time.
No, I don't talk to them. They just, it's,
You just use them to feel better about yourself.
yeah, it's just an ego thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was actually a girl I had a crush on in high school, and she wouldn't give me like the time of day back then, and she hit me up like, I don't know, 6 months ago or something like that, and you know, was trying to like reconnect, and then I saw she had a kid, and I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, I have diarrhea. I have diarrhea still. So
You get to laugh last.
exactly.
Oh wait, but she's clearly single mom now.
Yeah, they're all. It's the North Carolina thing, man. I think we're like bottom. I think we're the fucking last ranked in what is it? STDs? Either STDs or like teen pregnancies or something like that. Like we have
Wait,
the
last
most.
ranked as in like
Are we
you're doing the
last
best?
ranked? As in we
No,
have
the worst. The worst.
Or
We're
do you mean the most?
like we have the most STDs and the most teen moms.
That's winning to me. I feel
Yeah.
like you're putting a negative spin on it. We have the
high
most.
score.
We are number 1 in STDs. And we are number 1 in teen pregnancies.
We're 48th in teacher pay, so that's cool. I know
Is that
that.
true? I looked up.
That's
We were
true.
32nd in teacher pay. I looked it up recently.
Did it go up? It was 48th last time. I checked.
My stats were from 2018.
I heard somewhere in the middle.
I don't know. I was just looking at it the last
I
night.
don't either. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's good for North Carolina because it'll be like COVID. Eventually, you guys will all just be immune to the normal STDs as long as you fuck it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Chlamydia will just pass you by.
We're
This
going to
is good
evolve here in
thinking.
North Carolina. Evolve
Yeah.
past the STD norm. It'd be great.
I wonder when. My Facebook feed. Sorry,
No,
they're
go
all
ahead.
like, "What are you guys going to do on November 4th when the pandemic's over?" Do you think there's any truth to that? Is there any is it been hyped at all? I feel like it's irresponsible to even ask that question, but
I'm interested to like. Have they started coming out with like what the flu numbers for this year are like compared to COVID or anything?
I don't know. I know the death numbers are way up. Like the amount of deaths.
I thought case numbers were up and death numbers were down.
I'm talking about deaths in general. Like we have something like 250,000 extra deaths in America this year, and the difference is COVID.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. I mean, then I would say no, it's definitely not going to end.
Wait, we have 250,000
additional death to whatever the normal
compared
is,
to what you'd think the schedule should be. Yeah, you know.
So that's
we got
weird to
50
me.
million of heart disease because we eat nothing but that, and then
No, so that's weird to me because like hear me out. So many people have been sheltered. That means that fewer people have been on the highways, right? Which is, I would think, responsible for a lot of the deaths we have. It seems like we would have saved a lot of people by keeping people like locked down.
that's like 50,000 a year in cars or something. Yeah,
Yeah, it seems like
a lot of people
I don't
think
know.
there are unaccounted for COVID deaths, that the numbers of deaths are higher than they say it is. So even though we're claiming like 220,000, something like that, the number is closer to 300. And that may be
I looked at your Facebook and they're quite sure that they have way blown that out of proportion. I heard there's like 8 to 10 deaths.
I've heard that too. Same source. Yeah, I don't know. But apparently deaths we got more deaths in America than we're supposed to have at this point. And it's because of COVID. And but I there's this thing, and I'm not immune to it. We're all kind of done with the pandemic, right? Isn't everyone a little done? I'm trying to figure out whether I should schedule a trip to Colombia. I was thinking about it hard today.
I'm going out to a bar on Halloween night, which might be the dumbest thing ever, but you know.
Right? But we're done with the pandemic, but the pandemic's not done with us.
Yeah.
Or how do we balance
everywhere's
this?
pretty much open. They just tell you the same stuff that restaurants do. Just like, hey, you got to wear your mask. You got to stay 6 feet apart.
Restaurants
use hand
in
sanitizer.
particular are hazardous, silly, call it what you will, right? Like I can wear a mask at like a gym. I can wear a mask in a lot of places and perhaps lower my risk. But at a restaurant, a mask there is just theater. You know, you're just pretending to take a health precaution because you're about to
wear
take
it in.
off.
Yeah, you wear it in and you take it off immediately. Like, what's the point? You know? So.
And I could say it another way. You wear it for 30 seconds and then you don't wear it for 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's like having sex with a condom for like the first few minutes and then taking it off for the last few. It's like, is that safe sex? Well, for a while it was.
Perfect. I love that. Yeah. So
then you put the condom back on after raw dogging.
Yes. Well, I always finish in the condom, of course.
Oh, well, then it's safe, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the parallel is there. Like I don't know. Maybe you're putting the condom back on for the drive home, perhaps.
Taking her back to her house and put the condom on.
But anyway, yeah. So like it's harder to shut down this time around. If you guys don't know, the case numbers are higher than they've ever been. We've been breaking records for like 3 out of the last 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
And but it's hard to like shut everything down. We tried shutting it down. You know, the economy can only take so much of a hit. The people are only willing to sacrifice so much, or I don't know. Maybe I wish I'd phrased that better, but take it as you will. So yeah, I don't know what happens with COVID next. I'm kind of curious about it. How bad is it going to be?
Probably keep going up since it's flu season now. But
yeah,
I mean, how many millions of people have it? How many million people need to get it until it's like, all right, you got the herd immunity now?
60%, 70%, 2/3.
Oh, well,
maybe
then
I heard.
that's going to take forever.
Yeah, you don't get herd immunity from like 400,000 people getting it when there's like 300 million of us.
Something
so
like
then this is.
I think we're about
All right, well,
8 million now, and 2/3 of 330 is incalculable now. So we need to go from 8 million to 220 million, roughly.
Yeah.
So we're not.
You're
All right,
saying
get out to the
close.
bars, boys. Let's go.
Yes, BlameTruth is doing a public service.
Open mouth sneezing onto
That is
light
open-
fixtures in public places.
I'll just go and
fuck all
start
that.
licking doorknobs at the bar, and we'll.
Yeah. I'm
look at
still
this
locked
over.
down. I haven't been to a restaurant. I don't remember the last time I was in a restaurant. I honestly have no idea when it was. I remember I went to a Red Lobster sometime last year. I don't fucking know
cute.
anymore.
So
a
you're-
terrible last memory.
Kyle locked down 4 months before the pandemic started.
Yeah, I really did. Like
Locked
it was-
down since February 18. except for a brief stint in the can, where I was also locked down.
Pretty much, yeah. It seemed kind of serious right from the beginning. I don't know.
Wait, that's not the Kyle I remember.
I ranked it a 1 out of 10 on my danger scale. 1 being the most dangerous.
I remember that eventually.
So false. You mocked me roundly for saying that it might be
how your danger scale works, but
all right, we can retcon that. That's okay. You've seen it from the beginning.
I've been wrong every step of the way. I thought it was going to go away because of summer. I didn't think it was going to be a big deal. I thought it was going to be as big a deal as Ebola was, right out of the gate. And then it became a bigger deal in March, and I was like, cool. Thankfully, though, summer's coming. The flu always ends. It kind of didn't. July was a peak. And now they say winter's coming, and I'm like, what the fuck? Does weather matter or not? You guys have just picked whatever's worse, it seems like, both times, and been right both times. I don't get it.
Doesn't seem to matter. I mean, I'm sure
remember
it'll be
those
worse
crowds
now.
on the beaches in Florida?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they're outside.
That only helps
Why
so
do you
much.
think that matters?
What do you mean? What? I mean, if they're making out and like laying 2 feet away from each other, yeah.
As they were. It's the beach in Florida. They're spitting in each other's eyes. Like all day. That's all they're
anywhere
doing.
in Florida. So
I think you can
Florida
pretty
had the
much
whole
find
spring break thing, and then they became like the epicenter of a global pandemic. And then Sturgis happened, and now North Dakota and South Dakota is the worst place around. We'll see where's next.
Per capita, but again, we've talked about that. That's a bit deceptive because there's only 8 people there.
There's like
6 of them have it.
800,000 in each state. So
800,000.
I know
we
that's
had
not
a North
big, but
Dakotan in the hangout, and somebody was like, "What is it, like 2-3 million people there?" He's like, "We're hoping to get to 1 million by 2030."
A million by 2030. Man,
but their numbers are
problem,
outrageous. Like their per capita is double what New York's ever was. I think something close to that.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know what it's gonna fucking do. I just don't care anymore. I when I say don't care, like I'm doing. It's like Starship Troopers. I'm doing my part, right? I'm locked the fuck down over here. I don't get to see anybody. I haven't been. My favorite things to do are like go to the movies, go out to restaurants, and I haven't done either of those things in almost a year. Like I'm doing my part. I got my goddamn hand sanitizer. I got like 8 fucking masks.
Why 8?
Because I'm always losing them, and every car needs one. And then I'll bring it in, and I'll leave it on the bathroom counter, and then I'll be out to like walk into a grocery store, and they're like, "Oh, where's your mask?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's at fucking home. It's at home."
Oh, it's at Fuddruckers.
Yeah,
I'm not going back. Do you have? We were talking about. Do you have the stylish or the more stylish masks?
Yeah,
I buy Kitty's masks. She makes them on her Etsy store on One Tree Lane.
Ooh,
and I buy, so I get the ones that she makes.
Are they masculine?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, they don't have like a big pink pussy in the middle or anything.
I'm not sure if that's masculine or feminine.
Yeah, it could be either one. Yeah.
There's not. Yeah.
I have a black one. I have a tan one. The plumber came over the other day, and Jackie's like, "Here, put this on." And it's like, there are bows on this. We're gonna have to change it up. That's not okay.
I'll just
Why are
all the corner of my mouth. You guys are putting fashion ahead of safety. I've got the box of surgical masks. Once you use one outside, you just toss it, just throw it away, pick a fresh one.
Oh, that's terrible for the environment.
That's terrible for fashion.
Yeah, it's terrible for both.
But it's better. No, you can't put me out of the Patreon.
That's true.
But no, they're better for keeping the little droplets in, right? Like at this point, yeah, I'll still go to restaurants and bars and stuff, but I abide by all the rules.
You think
really
cotton
just
beats
restaurants,
cloth?
not bars. Yeah. Those surgical masks are better than cloth over
I
your
think
mouth.
mine is
They're
the
better.
best. Mine's cloth, but it has an insert to put this like filter in front of it, and that's what you breathe through. Is that what you have also, Kyle?
No.
Oh, yeah.
But I like yours.
It might even be carbon in there. I don't know. Like it's the thing.
I mean, I like pretending to be a doctor. It's a different kind of stolen valor.
Doctor, squirrel, owl, doesn't matter.
We
Do
need
you
a
guys
doctor.
know Did you guys know that beards act as a natural filter for germs? Like
Is it a
beards?
filter or a germ collector, right? Like
That's
I
up
feel
for debate.
All they have to
but-
do is find a bunch of viruses on your mustache and act like it did a good thing. But I could argue the opposite.
That's true. That's
That
true.
virus would have scooted on by you if it hadn't been for that mustache just reaching out and grabbing it.
You're like an
Yeah.
air broom just collecting viruses. And
You're like a walking air
Bacteria.
filter. Yeah.
Yeah. Or it could be like a whale's teeth, you know, where the krill come in and they kind of get stuck.
They
Those are the little
lean.
bacteria and the virus. Yeah. Maybe.
But I'd rather it be in my beard than in my lungs. You know what I mean? Because you shower and you
Mhm.
wash your face and all that stuff. So
I have this thought though that like it doesn't do much. Like okay, I've heard that nose hairs perform that function too. That you inhale and it grabs all the viruses and bacteria and keeps them out of your lungs. And I'm like, the fuck? Like that's the worst filter in the world, my nose hairs. You can see past them. What kind of effective filtering can you get? Like, it can't be stopping air and viruses and things like that. Like, that's bullshit. I'm not buying
So,
it.
like the nose hair teams working in your nose. It's just happenstance. Like, oh, we got one. We stopped the virus.
Oh, there it goes. Never mind.
2 trillion other little bits got by.
Exactly.
That is true. God, why didn't I think of this? Was that just some biologist being like, well, there's got to be some reason there's hair in there? It's, a filter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like biologists are doing this all the time. They're constantly being like, oh, you see this thing with the long neck? It evolved that long neck to eat the trees. Oh, really? Or did it eat the trees because that's the only thing at head height? Like maybe that's not a perfect example, but there are tons of things. A better one is this. Hey, poisonous snakes are red and yellow. It tells all the other animals that this is a scary one. Non-poisonous snakes, well, they're also red and yellow because it wants all the other animals to think that it's poisonous. Get the fuck out of here. You're just making things up at this point. You're just pretending that you figured out why this thing's red and yellow.
Yeah.
Made you
Red and
anything to your
yellow, kill a fellow. Red and black. Don't
Venom
remember how to
lack.
finish the run.
It's venom lack.
Venom lack. Okay.
but I'm like,
Yeah.
No wonder.
Do you
That's
do
a
any-
terrible.
hey, what's the
crime.
what's the berry one? Is it red and sweet, good to eat? Something like that.
Just don't eat berries in the woods.
Don't eat berries in the fucking woods.
Don't berries in the woods. Yeah.
I
What's
have
that rhyme?
friends-
Don't eat berries in the woods.
I have friends that have full confidence they can find the mushrooms that get you high in the cow fields.
Sure, in the cow field, but you wouldn't want to go in the forest and like, oh yeah, that's a good one and that's a bad one. There's so many different kinds. You got to be a fucking expert to figure that shit out.
So that's what I was always taught growing up. Like, never eat a mushroom out of the ground. It takes a serious level of expertise. And even if it looks like the good mushroom, there are other mushrooms that are bad that look like it too, and you just don't know. Stay away. Stay away. And then I have friends who are like, oh no, the ones growing out of cow patties, they get you high. And apparently they do it. I didn't see it, but I've been told the stories that they're successfully getting free mushrooms.
Yeah, that's where I got my mushrooms. The person who sold them to me, that's where he got them.
See, he's a job creator, right? He's
Of
out
course,
there
I did
taking
have a
raw
horrific
materials.
reaction to them, so maybe he picked the wrong mushrooms.
Wait,
It wasn't
he
get
gave
you
you
high,
a-
though?
You had a bad reaction.
I
What
mean, look, to call what happened to me getting high, it's like calling a car accident fun. Yeah, it was exciting, but I don't want to do it again.
When I've almost a 0% hit rate on asking what was high like, but like, were you sick a lot? Did you throw up? Did you get?
I
see things that weren't
first
there?
I had a panic attack and I passed out and hit my head on a one of those things you hang sunglasses on in Walmart.
Rough
Oh, I remember
start?
this story now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Oh.
you faked it until you
Then
made it out.
then there was like 45 minutes of what I call terror, where I was just sitting at a Sonny's barbecue with no appetite, just basically hiding until the terror went away and my pupils stopped being the size of like my whole eyeball, and I stopped sweating so much. And then I'll tell you this, it was the happiest day of my entire life, though, not because of what the mushrooms did to me, but just because of how happy we were when we made it back to my house unscathed. Like we literally sat there in bed and hugged each other like, it's over. It's over. Like
the end of a movie.
Yeah, literally like the end of the movie. Like we were both like teary-eyed hugging each other. So happy to be safe now, to be back home and away from the outside world. I don't know what we were thinking going on a trip eating mushrooms.
It does
So
sound
you're not
like they were the
gonna roll
right
those
kind of mushrooms, though.
Yeah, it sounds like.
I know
What were they
it
called?
wasn't
Amazons
pleasant.
or something?
I wouldn't know, but
No,
I don't know.
I'm talking about like I think they were called Amazons or something.
Did they rinse all the poo off?
Yeah, of course they rinsed them.
That's actually a good
No,
question, Taylor.
you got to eat the poo too. That's part of it.
You know, I think
Yes.
we've talked about this on the show before, but I don't know the answer. If I smell poo, what's in my nose exactly? Are there
Little
part-
particles of poo, right?
Couldn't it just be methane gas?
Yeah, gas. Like you smell poop, so you don't like. It's like a warning thing. Like it's such a strong stench because there's so much bacteria and shit.
But what is the gas?
when you hit the
consist
toilet? Isn't
little
fecal?
poo
Methane.
particles that are further apart, right? Little methane and poo bits.
Does it have to be poo bits? Couldn't it just be methane gas?
It could.
I
Be.
mean, what's transferring the smell of poo?
The methane gas.
Yeah.
But then why do not all farts just smell the same then if it's all just the methane? There's little bits of poo in there,
Why
depending
don't
on
all
what
farts
you're
smell
having.
the same? This is science we're doing here.
That's a
Well, now you're
good point.
comparing farts to the smell of poo.
Yeah. That's what you
Okay,
did when
well,
we-
let's
that's
go
what we
there.
did.
When I smell somebody's fart, have I inhaled some amount of their poo?
Little bits of poo you've inhaled, yes.
Yeah, little tiny particles.
Not happy.
Because
about
otherwise you
this.
couldn't smell the poo.
This is also why I have a beard.
Yeah, it's trap it. Keep it for
to
later.
collect, you say, so you get to keep it.
Those fat bastards. I love the smell of my own brand. I sure hope my wire team is ready.
It says here that if they fart closely enough to your nose, then you could indeed inhale bacteria-laden droplets of poo.
Hmm?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I infer from that, like, let's say I'm in the same room as Taylor, and it has passed through a layer of underwear, a layer of pants, and gone 6 feet to me. There's no poo in there, I think.
No,
I
I
agree.
think you have a filter. Yeah, if you're like naked and just lighting farts on fire, and then he smells it, there's a good chance. You know, he's actually getting burnt poo probably at that point.
You don't have to be naked to light farts on fire. You should.
That's true. That's true.
Those shorts you're wearing are plenty tight.
Those shorts might not be enough of a filter.
These shorts might be flammable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, and they'd be hard to get off.
Oh, they just turn into burning plastic.
Your fart's going to sound like a drum roll in those tight little underwear. Yeah,
Do you
well,
do anything- we
I
were talking nose
maintain.
hair. Do you do anything to your nose hair?
Me? Who?
Any of you?
I trim it. I don't like it. Mine. I'm pretty hairy, and mine comes out and like becomes one with my mustache, and I think it
Yeah.
looks gross. So I trim it.
I don't get a ton of nose hair, surprisingly. Every once in a while, I'll feel one that's like, oh, that one's getting long. I'll pull that, but like, it doesn't really stick out. It doesn't connect to my mustache. Which
I imagine
just more evidence it's a terrible
I
fit.
imagine just one long like Rapunzel hair is coming out of your fucking nose, and you're just like, psh.
Have you ever got one of those where it's like hanging out of your nose
yeah.
a tiny bit and you're like, oh, let's see that. And you pull it and you're like, oh, was that attached up here?
Yeah.
Was that attached near the inside of my eye? And it's just so much
He's missing one eyebrow.
Yeah, they're so long. They're like an inch and a half long or something. Yeah,
Your
I
nose
pluck
hairs
them.
are an inch and a half long?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mine are a
big
half
guys.
inch at the longest. And I sometimes trim them with scissors, but I should invest in one of those circular nose hair trimmer things. Yeah.
I plug those things.
That's what I use. It's worth it. It's like $15. Best $15 I've ever spent.
Rechargeable.
You can get this this nose waxing kit where there's like a thing that you put the wax on and put it in your nose, and then you get it all with one pull.
That
Why?
sounds
Why?
awful.
That sounds awful. Yeah.
That'll wake you up in the morning.
Yeah.
Have you ever done that?
Oh yeah.
Why would
yeah.
you do this to yourself?
You
Just
can
trim
breathe.
it.
You can breathe infinitely better. Like
Okay.
it's like if you've ever had a cold for like 2 weeks or something, and then finally like you decongest, and you're like, oh wow, that's what it's like to get a full breath of air. That's what it's like when you get all of that hair out of your nose.
But then your nose hair can't catch like the
Bacteria?
1/1,000,000th of a bacteria.
I've survived thus far.
Okay.
That's how I know Woody's absolutely right about the nose hair catching bacteria. I'm still alive.
Have you ever used those things that you like wrap onto your nose? It's like a
Breathers
pore
strips.
cleansing strip.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, and you like rip that off. You're like, oh man, my nose just feels clean and tidy. Like I don't know how to describe it. Like you just all your pores perfectly clean. I like that. I never
feel like
do
I
that.
looked
need to do
even
that.
worse. Like right now, all the pores on my nose, they're not that visible because they're pretty much spackled, right? Like a damaged drywall. And then you pull them all out. Now your nose is like empty craters in it. And you're like, oh,
it looks like SpongeBob after I do it. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
Oh
Really?
God.
Depends how big your pores are on your nose, I guess.
pretty big.
SpongeBob would be pretty shocking.
Yeah.
That would be like that. I was going to say fetish, but I guess the opposite of that, a phobia. The people who don't like holes in things, which I'm convinced it sounds a little made up. Have you heard of that one? It's like a big one on Reddit where it's like, oh, I hate seeing pictures of things with holes in them. What the fuck is that called?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about,
That's
Kyle.
a made up phobia, if you ask me. I'm sorry. I'm not aware of that one.
Everything has your own face has several holes in it.
Yeah.
Trapopophobia.
Everything has holes in it.
Let's see.
Everything good.
More holes the better.
Everything good has holes in it.
There have to be good things without holes.
Yeah.
Like what?
Ice cream.
See, now some of the things on here are gross, but I'm not scared of them.
Ice cream doesn't have holes in it.
If you go to top all time on here,
Triphobia?
Tripopopophobia.
Trypophobia.
Like the top all time, it's like, yeah, this is really gross, popping worms out of a animal, but it's like I'm not afraid of that.
Yeah.
I would be afraid if I had worms in me. I would hate that.
Oh God.
Oh my goodness.
Have you guys
Is this
heard
somebody's
of
leg? No. What am I looking at? A dog?
Yeah,
I'm
the
not gonna
dog.
look at this anymore.
This is a rough one. Boy, oh boy.
Wait. Can we post OnlyUseMeBlade's legs on this subreddit?
Oh, we've taken a gander at those. We watched a whole bunch of videos from his recent stuff last week.
Yeah.
Have you seen him? The guy peeing on him?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he's like laying on the couch, like kind of passed out.
He has a
but-
blanket over his head, so the guy pees
Yeah.
kind of on the blanket. But
Oh.
I'm not sure Blade is fully aware of what's happening because he's
and
like,
then
he's like, dude,
and,
what the
you know-
fuck? And he Blade does a real good job of making you feel like you're the dick socially, which I guess in this case wouldn't be a real hard trick. He's getting peed on. And then after the guy stops peeing or runs out of pee, really, he covers the blanket up and continues to use it. And I don't know if Blade is fully aware of what's happening.
then they
No,
stole his
definitely
teeth.
Wait, he lost his teeth?
He had them
so-
stolen from him. He had his fake teeth stolen. He lost his teeth many moon ago.
Okay, yeah.
So like he's passed out, and first of all, they've already painted his face blue, like bright blue, and but they like wedge his mouth open, and one guy reaches in and takes his teeth out, steals them, and then holds them up like triumphantly, like got 'em.
Like Zelda music plays or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know about this. So his legs have gotten worse.
I think the legs are fine as
Oh,
far
really?
as I know. But
It's not that. It's that that other issues have taken center stage.
Mm.
You know, the legs are
Perhaps.
still waiting in the wing for next season or whatever happens.
His,
So-
last I heard, last I saw, his toe was about to fall off.
Hmm.
That's where he was at the last time we talked to him.
he poured
Okay.
some Jaeger on that, and it straightened it right out.
Wow. Okay.
The caramelized sugar and alcohol.
I joke believe there's a video of them pouring Jaeger on his like rotten like wounds.
I remember you showed me.
That
They're
can't
like,
be
"This'll
good for
fix
it. Like maybe try hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah, that could work too. Cheaper.
Probably is cheaper too.
And that ship has sailed.
No, I think his leg and his toe have actually improved, but his teeth are on the decline. And when he was on this show, he had been sober for like 10 days, that he said. And he was, pretty with it. He was the Blade, Blade from back in the day. Like he was great. But he was also saying stuff like, I'm just taking a little brief time off from drinking. I'll be back at it. And that wasn't encouraging, and getting back at it, bad.
what I don't understand is, and I see this all the time on Twitch. I mean, I get that he likes to drink,
Right.
and I get that that's his thing that he does for money at this point. But couldn't you just fake it? Like people do that all the time on Twitch, especially, like female streamers and stuff. Like I'm not gonna name names, but I know people who do drinking streams that it's not real. It's not real alcohol. Like, couldn't he just?
Well, it seems like, I mean, he told us, he's like, well, it's more of a streaming thing than a drinking thing. But I think the reality is it's more of a drinking thing.
Yeah, that must be it.
He uses the streams as a way to almost, enable and facilitate it to be like, well, if I don't get blackout drunk again, how am I going to stream? How am I going to make money? I have to. Well, if I wasn't streaming, I wouldn't be doing this, but I am. So here we go. That would be my guess.
Like I think I'm an amateur drinker. I know I'm an amateur drinker. But Taylor, like, how many times in your life have you gotten as drunk as it seems that Blade gets, like almost on a nightly basis? Like how many times have you gotten just fall into a pile, go piss in a closet drunk?
Jesus Christ. I've never pissed in a closet.
I know. I'm just using that as like a reference.
Not in a very long time. Like when I was younger, and even now, I made it to bed and fell asleep at PKA 140 just fine. Nothing happened. I can't really remember the last time I got so drunk I was falling down. I can't recall the time I've been so drunk I would not know and react with fury if someone began pissing on me.
Yes,
that would snap anyone right back to sobriety. Like, you're pissing on me right now. Like the animal brain gets going and it ticks or something. Like,
well, I feel almost obligated to fight at this point. You can't pee on me. Like, you
can't pee on me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess let's give this a go. Here we are.
Yeah, I think Blade could take. I don't know. Blade's bigger, but he just doesn't look like he has any muscle.
Right?
Yeah,
but
well, he doesn't need any protein. Doesn't look like.
I haven't won every fight.
Calories.
Like sometimes you lose, but you can't just get peed on.
No, you can't. Then they keep doing it. Then you get shit on.
Then they keep doing it.
They keep doing it.
Next they shit on you.
They're going to amp it up until you wake up, man. But yeah, he was a level of drunk in that where it's like if someone is around, like, and they're that drunk, you start worrying. With Blade it'd be different because it's like, okay, he gets this drunk every night for the most part. This is what he does. But like Kyle, let's say you're throwing a little party, a little shindig, and there's someone there. It's 11:15. You're ready for everything to go. Someone's that wasted. You're annoyed, but part of you is also thinking, I hope he's okay, and like, I hope he doesn't die on my couch. He doesn't vomit and choke on my nice couch.
Or add even more, like, I don't know, potential culpability to it and make it a girl, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like there's a girl at your house who is so fall down drunk that she hasn't noticed that I've peed on her. I'm worried for her now,
Now I'm concerned. Yeah, there was this happened a few years ago. At this point, probably almost 5 years ago, and I was hanging out with a few buddies of mine, and this is when I lived near the city, and the stairs to get up to my place in my loft were incredibly steep, not safe to be carrying a person, we'll say. And they came back to my place end of the night, and everybody was wasted, and so I was like, all right, everybody just pick a couch and fall asleep. And my buddy, he's like, dude, I don't want to put my sister to bed yet. She will vomit. Like, I know we're all tired, but we kind of have to be vigilant a little bit. That turned into me sitting and like kind of paying attention to her while they were more falling asleep. And she started, like, while laying on the side of my couch, started doing like in her sleep, like, I was like, boys, awake. But before like I could fix anything, she vomited all over my fucking couch.
Fuck that.
It was like 3 a.m, and these two buddies of mine who were also stumbling around drunk were like, it's okay, we'll carry her down the stairs, get her home in an Uber. And like they got her, like, not a light girl, to the top of the stairs, and they were about to walk down a 45-degree angle of stairs, and I had to tell them, like, guys, you're gonna drop her and she's gonna die. And there's going to be a dead person at the bottom of this stairwell.
My stairwell.
And then, my stairwell. The next morning, one of them was like, Taylor, did we try and walk Stephanie out of here? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, oh. Woo! Like they would have absolutely slipped and she could have died. But
Yeah.
it is all that to say it's fucking annoying when someone vomits on your couch.
Did she vomit? What kind of material is this couch? Is this leather or microfiber?
It was microfiber.
Oh fuck! What did you do?
I had to go on YouTube and come up with and watch different videos of like club soda mixed with other stuff until I eventually scrubbed enough to get it out.
It didn't work, did it? There was still a smell.
It was never back to 100%, and that couch has been thrown away. Yeah, and it sucks because it was a nice one. It was one of those couches where like and it was like a love seat, where in the middle they have the two cup holders and the little thing where you can put stuff. She was more like just curled up on one side of it and vomited onto that side of the armrest.
I would have walked
down
behind
in between the cushion and the armrest.
I'd have immediately jumped up, ran behind the couch, grabbed it, and
flipped.
Dumped her out of it. Just dumped her out of it on the fucking floor. Like if there's no way if you are prone to vomiting in your sleep, then you can't sleep on my couch.
I didn't know at the time.
They told you. They told you she's going to vomit.
Late. It was too late. Like, what am I supposed to do? Well, I probably should have just put her on the floor, honestly.
What you actually do if someone is going to sleep and there's someone who's prone to vomiting in your sleep, you definitely put them on their side, and then you take a garbage bag and you put it over their head and you secure it like a rubber band around the neck.
Well, it comes with the drawstring.
Yeah.
You can use the drawstring, but sometimes that slips off. Sometimes they're able to claw at it.
It should be watertight or airtight.
Definitely watertight. Mm-hmm. Definitely watertight.
Yeah, I see what you're heading.
Now you've got an even bigger mess to clean in the morning.
Well,
now
someone
you've got a
does.
whole body to saw apart.
This is all apart.
What else are you gonna do? Do you guys ever think about that? Where you're like, all right, I'll just imagine like, okay, a body in my house. How do I get rid of it?
Oh.
I can't think of anything that's not
All
like
the time.
hack it up and slowly over months throw it away in like a public Taco Bell dumpster.
Have you seen Breaking Bad? You can dissolve it in acid and flush.
I don't know how.
Where
I'll
do you get the
fantasize.
acid?
I'll fantasize about that and be like, well, I just figure out the acid part. There's no way I'm going to be Google. I'd be too paranoid to Google how to make
bathtub
acids.
and they fell out the bottom.
Exactly.
Jesse fucked it up, but you can use
Well,
plastic.
oh right, I'm a much better scientist than Jesse.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
see,
I'm not.
I think I go full.
and
You got to go
patience.
Dexter. You got to do it like Dexter did it. You got to cut that body into like arms, legs, torso, head.
Throw it in the Gulf Stream, was it? Some kind of.
It was the Gulf Stream after they found his
Collection.
original stash. Yeah.
Yeah, but for those of us in the Midwest, just bury them randomly around.
The Ozarks, man. The Ozarks. You know that nothing. If you were to throw it in the Ozarks, the alligators and the critters would eat that thing up in 2 days.
That's true. That's a couple hours for me though. That's a good amount of drive time with bodies. That'd be a very stressful drive.
I think that's why I keep the Tacoma around, right? Because my Ford gets tracked. There's like satellites and GPSs and crap built into it. My phone does. But if I go phone free in the Tacoma, I'm pretty sure I can transport a body without being tracked.
My other plan, because I was like, man,
tolls.
how long would it take Teddy and Fozzie, my 12 and 15 pound dogs, to eat a person? To slowly eat
Years.
I was like, this would take, literally years. And so I'm like, all right, I would need a couple of big dogs.
Eat a big pig.
Yeah, or a pit. Well, that's harder to explain. I can go rescue 3 pit bulls. And
true.
After they're done eating them, I'll just take care of that problem too.
Yep.
Yeah.
What are you gonna feed the pit bulls to?
Each other slowly, save money.
Until there's one pit bull.
I feel like if you work it really well, you can.
To Fozzie and Teddy slowly.
And that last pit bull is looking at you like,
It's just terrifying.
No.
I'll be good.
Kyle, you haven't optimized this because I feel like you could get down to about 2/3 of a pit bull before he stops being an effective eater.
He's just sitting there with no arms and legs, like, fuck.
It's like that shit. Have you seen the clip of what the Russians did to that dog in like the 50s? It's one of the saddest things I've ever seen where they're like, how about we take dog head, hook it up to tube, see if it can bark. And like they do that. And it's like a dog head still alive, like licking and moving its little eyes. Oh. And it's just a head. And it's like, dude, every scientist in that room should be executed.
How can it be alive if it's just a head?
They're pumping oxygenated blood through the arteries.
Okay.
It was an experiment to see if like a head could just survive, without.
I was correct. I don't have a soul. Mission accomplished. God does not exist.
Taylor mentioned that it was a really nice couch, with cup holders and everything. So I'm torn on that. Are cup holders and a couch a really nice, comfortable, high-end couch, or a little bit NASCAR?
No, let me show you the couch I want, and you can tell me if it's NASCAR or not. I don't care what you think. I think it's the coolest couch ever. It's going to take me a moment to pull up.
I haven't had a normal couch too, but I liked that love seat with like the uber comfortable view.
If you don't have the cup holders, you're going to spill shit on the couch because you don't have cup holders.
True. Where am I going to put my pap?
Yeah. You put your stuff on their coffee tables in front of the couch.
No, but then I have to put down my leg rest and then reach forward.
You have a reclining couch too?
It's a reclining couch. Yeah, a reclining love seat. Let's see. I think Kyle's probably getting something similar.
I've been thinking about getting one of these for a couple of years.
This is a home
cool.
theater. Oh, it says home theater.
Oh, yeah. I think a buddy of mine just got one of these, and it's like got LED lighting and shit.
Does this have blue lighting under it, Kyle?
It does. So you can do a row of 2, a row of 3, and you can like if you look right, just to the right of the image, you can do like 5, a row of 5.
Damn.
Yeah, row of 5, love seat right. A paltry $5,000.
It looks like it's $1,000 a seat.
Yeah. I mean, my current couch is like $2,000, although it is like a sectional. Yeah. But like,
our couch
how often do I have 8 people on my fucking couch? You know what I mean? Like,
we have
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Some of the rooms in this house are really big, so we have to have the couch custom made. It's like 170 inches wide or something like that. Like it's just really big. And I don't know what I like in a couch. I tell you this, here's what I don't like. I don't like it when it has the pillows in the back that can just fall off the back and get like pulled down into some
total agreement there. Those are the worst.
No, it needs to be built into the back somehow so that when the dogs and the people like pull it down, it resists.
You had to hire like a blacksmith to make your couch?
No, you can call a couch company and have one custom made. It just takes a while.
The way that you're talking about, Woody, is the way like most of them are that I've seen. Like, you know what I'm talking about, or what Woody's talking about, Kyle. And
where like the bottom cushion can be pulled off and the back cushion can be pulled off.
Yeah, who wants that? It's just slippage.
It's slippage.
Yeah.
I have one of those and I don't really sit on it.
The only benefit to that is fort building.
Oh, yeah. You can build quite the fort.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's not as fun to build a fort in your own house.
Have you seen my fort?
I don't think so. Can you point the camera at it?
No, it's in the living room.
Well, you pointed your finger at it. It implied that maybe it was.
No, I'm pointing through a wall.
Okay.
So,
what are the features of your fort?
Well, I got some chairs and some sheets. Made myself a little living room fort.
Nice.
Why do you have a living room fort?
It's Fort Kyle Tonderoga.
Well, that explains everything. Never mind. Why did I ask?
Kyle Tonderoga. It makes me feel safe at night.
Yeah.
I build it every morning and I take it down with respect every evening. Salute it like a flag.
I like the. So, Kyle, you don't lay sideways? That's not a big use case of your couch, I guess?
No, it is. I don't have this couch. I'm saying I want this couch.
Right. But I look at it and I'm like, man, I really like aspects of it, but I lay sideways on my couch a lot. I'm not sure that I would want this.
So what I do, I've got like I said, I've got a sectional, so big L, and the like part of the L that points toward the television. I'm kind of sitting in that, so I've got like my back against in the corner of the L, like here, and then my feet are going that way. So I'm kind of like sitting up, pointed toward the television when I'm on the couch. But I don't like lay down sideways. I don't like that. So you
sit in the corner and you have that sounds nice too.
There are so many
all by yourself.
Possibilities.
Yeah,
it's a universal sitting platform. But yeah, I like this because it reclines and it's got. I like the cup holders and it's got this little like tray table. I could imagine like all my weed paraphernalia on. Like those cup holders look big. Like you could maybe even put a whole bong in there if you pulled that insert out.
What if you could get this in brown leather for like the Colorado ski shanty kind of look?
You can. I just there it is. The Octane Seating Turbo XL 700 home theater seating brown leather power recliner.
Whoa. Other than drugs and freedom and couches, what else are you looking forward to? Like filling the house with out in Colorado? Just that.
Just the drugs and the freedom. That's
just that, and then a little minor excitement for the couches.
Need somewhere to sit while you're doing the drugs and enjoying the freedom. But yeah.
My couch doesn't have any USB connectivity. Jesus.
That's a thing too. I really would like USB connectivity on my couch because sometimes you know my phone's dead and I've got this janky fucking extension cord because my couch is in the center of the room. It's not like against a wall or anything, and so I'm running like an extension cord from the wall like to the couch so I can charge my phone up when I'm sitting there.
My sectional downstairs has the like USB charging in the little console thing, and I've found that I think I've used it twice ever.
I'm living in the 1800s with this couch of mine.
Yeah, bullshit couch. Upgrade time.
I bought my couch just to fuck on, so no USBs. It's a little, it's a floor couch. It's like a 2-person love seat that you sit on the floor.
Futon?
Yeah, it's like a futon. Like, so when it's like bang time, you just go and it like folds out into a bed immediately.
True story. I went to his house. I sat on the couch. I got pregnant.
Oh, they love it because before there would be a transition period from the couch to my room, but I have this like red lighting in my room and it was making women nervous. So I was
very
like,
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah. Like, I need to just cut out the middleman and get a couch that I can just.
Oh yeah, fuck me on the hard metal area between the seating and the backrest.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Feel the metal strut.
Hit me on the metal strut. Oh yeah, scratch your hardwood floor. With
How to be softer because this kind of hurts in the back.
It's way more practical. Hold on, I'll link it if you guys want to look at it. I don't think you can buy it anymore, but so hopefully it doesn't break. But no, it's like not really much metal. It's like really padded.
Oh, okay. This looks like what a homeless man would sleep on if he were very well off for a homeless man.
Yeah,
you would have the nicest futon under the whole bridge.
It's like a homeless guy who read Better Homes and Gardens. No, this does look pretty comfy though.
It's nice. It's nice.
But you bought this, and women will go on it with you.
Currently unavailable. It says currently unavailable. Until BlameTruth wants another one. He's literally the only person who's ever bought the velvet steel futon couch.
Did you leave a review?
I did not, but I need to go and give it 5 stars. It's held up.
6 ratings.
This guy says extremely uncomfort. I'm return.
Is he Swedish?
I don't know. He's not. This isn't his first language.
Oh.
So you.
Smaller than expected and not as comfortable as it would seem.
It's not a dog bed, but I mean, my dog likes it.
Yeah.
Extremely uncomfortable. I'm return it.
These people must be paid off because it's very comfortable. It's very, very nice.
There's also a lot of really realistic financing options.
Yeah.
I bought this for my kid's playroom. It's too small for an apartment, let alone a house, but it's perfect for my 2-year-old. If I lay it out like a bed, it's barely enough room for me at 5'1". I'm giving it 5 stars because it's exactly what we were looking for. It's comfortable.
Okay, I must have got some magic one because all this stuff is not
That's
true.
the most likely explanation, yes.
Like, it's
you got a magic couch.
It's not the one good one.
All this stuff is totally not true. It's big enough to hold 2 people.
Catalina gives it 1 star. She says, because you can fold this. So is bumpy. So it make it uncomfortable to sleep.
All right.
It's real.
I'm gonna hold off on this for now.
Okay.
I'm gonna add it to the wish list.
Add it to the wish list.
Yeah, the long list.
Long list.
Do you guys have like a long wish list of like stuff that you were like, maybe I'll get that. Nah, maybe someday. I'll save it for then.
I'll usually add something on there and then forget about it. And then weeks later, when I go to add something else, I'll see it and be like, that was really dumb. I'm glad I didn't buy it. And I'll delete all of it off there generally.
Okay.
I have a couple of big purchases I'm excited about. I bought a phone. It's still coming in, but I got the new iPhone because my phone's broken. And I look forward to having a non-broken phone.
I'm getting the 12 Pro Max, I think it is, in a few days. Yeah.
I'm getting the 12 Pro, which is similar to yours except smaller, and I think you might have a better camera on the.
It's got a better camera. I was going to use it for YouTube stuff. Yeah.
So a new iPhone. I'm excited to have a phone that works again. That'll be cool. Gaming PC. There has been, a great new thing 3 weeks away for a couple of months now. Whether first it was the NVIDIA cards and now it's the new AMD CPUs. But I think in November I'll order it. And
didn't AMD just drop a GPU?
Mm-hmm, they did.
They announced it. I don't know availability on it. Do you guys know?
No.
Off the top of my head.
There's no independent reviews. YouTubers don't have their hands on it. They just did the PowerPoint thing. And but I'm kind of an NVIDIA fanboy. I think that's the way I'm going to go. I've had both, and I've been so much happier with the green ones. So
AMD processor, NVIDIA graphics card, usually the way to go nowadays.
That's my plan. And the CPUs, I think, become available on the 5th of November or something. And I don't want to play the whole game where I hard scope Best Buy and build it myself. I think I'm just going to order it. And when it comes, it comes. And I'll be set. And then a paragliding wing. But
ooh.
Yeah, it's exciting for me. But maybe
is it a fancy one? Does it do acrobatic things?
It is. So as you get better at acro, you go into the same thing but smaller wings, and they're a little faster, and they shoot harder. And I think I'm ready for the next size down.
Cool.
Nice. Rolling the dice again.
Hey, that's true.
Do you get like that?
You're not one to throw stones about rolling dice, Mr. Pullout method.
That's true. I'm living in a glass house there.
Trust me, I would so much rather trust a reserve parachute with my life every day than roll the dice that Taylor rolls on the fucking daily.
You think having unprotected sex while taking our proprietary load stack is a bad idea?
I think it's the worst idea you've ever had.
That's a feat.
She's gonna get pregnant through her belly button.
Maybe it'll just burn right through.
I mean, it's a hole's a hole.
Yeah.
If the girl has a bush, it acts as a filter, and
I like that theory.
No, I can't get pregnant. I have my pussy filter. My single mother was much lower in the 70s.
Well, for anyone who's curious, Derek has the formula. It is in his hands now. So as soon as he can, get the product formulated, sourced, and on the website, lock and load will be for sale for you people.
I'm so excited. This is going to be great. So you got to be ready, BlameTruth. You're going to have to get in on this.
And what is it?
And take the PKA load stack, lock and load, nut stack, and it will make you nut way more.
We're going to triple the size of your ejaculate.
You're going to be painting women on that weird little pillow you bought.
The single moms won't know what hit them.
If I can ejaculate my first name, I'll be satisfied. Like pee in the snow.
I'd be pretty impressed if I could get a W out. I mean, Jesus.
I don't know how you'll have that much control. Not is going to be the problem for you, my friend. You'll have enough to get it done. You just won't have the wherewithal to do it.
Okay.
It's going to make your cums better. Everything's going to be better.
I'm still cracking up. That dude Dirty in our PKA hangout with the spicy semen. That he's burning his girl.
Dirty, I didn't bring it up. You saw that he organically did this.
Yeah. Oh, is it a secret topic that we're not?
It's not a secret topic. He gets real salty about it.
Well, maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's salt that is the issue all this time, and it's just pouring in her eye or something.
It's not her eyes that it burns.
It's her pussy.
Yeah, it's her vagina.
I just feel like this is unfortunate. And what could it be? Does he need to hydrate more?
He says that all he drinks is Diet Pepsi.
That's it. It's acid, fucking acid, acidic.
Really?
I guarantee it. I'm no doctor, but I guarantee it.
How much Diet Pepsi is he actually drinking?
Well, when he was sitting there, he did have 4 bottles of it within arm's reach.
Did he? So he's not memeing when he's like, "Oh, I just drink Diet Pepsi." He probably doesn't drink much water. He probably is just guzzling Diet Pepsi.
I don't think he drinks any water whatsoever. I think he is. I think he only drinks Diet Pepsi.
1 part hydro homie, 2 part lock and load. we can get this guy shooting.
We can't have lock and load. That's weaponizing the man.
That's a mass destruction.
Yeah, WMD.
We're one step short of a super villain. You give him lock and load.
That's chemical warfare. That goes against the Geneva.
He walks into the bank like fucking edging it. Stay back! Give me all the money.
Oh, give me
all
the
the money in the
money.
drawer. I'll burn your face off, you.
He's there with his girlfriend. She's like one of the Muslim acid victims.
Nobody says.
Just burning. Oh, well,
it's all melted
that's
already.
an easy fucking fix. Just drink water.
Drink
Boom.
water. Yeah.
Hydrate with water for a few days and see what difference that makes. I'm curious.
I guarantee you.
I think he just rather wear a condom than give up his diet Pepsi.
Well,
Drink water? Oh, man. Condoms are terrible. Condoms are so much worse than water.
Condoms are awful. Just go water.
Is there a male birth control pill?
I don't think so. Otherwise, we'd know. And I still probably wouldn't take it.
If there is, I want it.
Why don't you just get a vasectomy? You never want kids.
Because I feel like it's painful.
what?
There's a chance it can't hurt.
There's a male
buddy.
birth control pill, shot, and gel.
Yeah.
Is this like a test thing or is this out there?
I just searched male birth control options, condoms, outer course, withdrawal, the pull-out method, male birth control pill. Oh, availability's in development. I'm sorry. Now that I go into the article, same with the shot, in development.
Well, the pull-out method has been in development and in use for thousands of years.
And look how many of us are here.
Well, they weren't good
What
at
is a non-surgical vasectomy?
Oh,
it. You just try not to come.
it's a big rubber band.
Right? Like they do with sheep or something? Like it.
That's castration. Yeah, that's how my dad. I've seen them castrate bulls before, and they have this. It looks like a big set of pliers, and when you squeeze it, there are like 4 prongs that begin really close to one another. But when you squeeze it, the 4 prongs kind of go out and away from each other in every direction, and you loop a really tiny rubber band around those 4 prongs when they're together in the relaxed position. So when you squeeze, obviously the rubber band is expanded, and you put that over the bull's testicles, and then you release.
And they don't care for it.
They hate it. But the thing is, like, over the course of, the next couple of days, obviously the blood supply has now been cut off from the testicles. I guess they go numb pretty quickly, and then they just fall off.
Mm-hmm.
Non-surgical vasectomy. It's basically a normal vasectomy with a better surgical method. They use what's like a thick needle and operate through that.
Laparoscopic.
Yes. Is it lapo, endo? I don't know my words that well.
I thought it was laparoscopic when
You're probably
they just
right.
go in through like one little hole and do all the
Yeah. So this article calls that non-surgical, but obviously it's just better surgical.
better surgery.
Um,
Should I
and,
do it?
It's still a big
there's
needle.
another option. When Chael Sonnen wanted to have a kid, he had to get off the steroids. So rock that.
That'll do it.
If you do get it, don't bring it up ever. Women don't like it. Apparently, they it's some weird lizard brain shit.
Really?
So just lie. Well,
I mean,
that's
I don't know. Just from what I've
nothing
heard.
new.
Yeah, just from what I've heard. I mean, I don't know.
You think I care what women think?
Do men like it? BlameTruth.
They're already tied up. The documents are
Hey, what do
signed.
you think? I got a vasectomy. Yeah, that's what they all say.
Yeah, I'm excited about it too. Puts the lotion in.
I want to ask women about that. Is there an AskWomen subreddit?
It's probably
There's
a bunch
gotta
of
be
men.
an AskWomen subreddit.
Yeah. I would almost guarantee more would not like it than do, from what I've researched.
I've talked to girls, about the birth control thing who didn't want to use the pill, and they were like, "Why don't you just get the vasectomy? You don't want kids anyway." And my answer is because it'll hurt.
Yeah.
I don't want them to cut my balls because I think it'll hurt.
You don't want to risk the giant needled injection right into the middle of your scrotum.
Jesus.
You're gonna have like a dimple there forever.
Another one?
Yeah, a second scrotal dimp.
There'd be a third. I have matching scrotal dimps.
Well, then it's going to throw your whole feng shui of your nutsack off. You don't want that.
Shit.
Women hate it.
Women hate those scrotal dimps. I'd like to see on the Ask Women subreddit what they think about a man who has a vasectomy.
Yeah, let's go ask men pretending to be women what they think. Oh, man, I need advice. I'm going to go to reddit.com. Can you imagine?
Yeah,
Yes.
imagine that.
I think it's where Woody and I go when we need, like, I don't know, advice in a very specific, like,
if it's specific,
nuanced
if
field.
it's like woodworking, I bet you go on there and some guy's like, yep, they just call me the carpenter. I've been a member of this community for 12 years, and what you're gonna need is XYZ 1, 2, 3. You're gonna
or
put it
automotive
together.
stuff. Like if you've got, like, there are very specific automotive subreddits. Like if the ABS light comes on your 2012 Durango, there's a bunch of Durango dudes over there on our Durango dudes. And they'll be like, yo, your ABS too, bro? Oh, no problem.
Well, then probably the more specific the forum gets, the better it is in answering. But like, I think I'm biased against it because of all the relationship advice stuff we've read on this show, where it's clearly just not true or made up.
It's like
so
Disney bullshit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do verified women listen to this show?
Yeah.
Keyword there's verified. You could ask them.
Yeah.
Like a PKA female.
Very few.
Like 3.
In my circle of friends, there is my girlfriend.
Okay.
I met the girl who cut my hair the other day. She listens.
Okay.
Because she was like, hey, and I was like, never again. We're like, come here.
Really? You're like, all right, well, that's my last visit here.
Yeah, that's my last haircut from you. You know, first of all, she did a terrible job. Like the haircut's fine. She managed to get it done without making me look like a Nazi. And but when she was doing like the clippers on the side, I had the tiniest bit of like product in my hair to like hold it together when I got there. And instead of like spritzing it with enough water so that then she could like run the clippers through it, she just like ran them through it. She's like, what? Like pulling the hair out of my head. That gel's really in there, huh? And I remember back to that barber story from Woody where like the guy's like, does that hurt? And he's like, yes, it really does. He's like, why aren't you saying anything? And I was sitting there thinking like, why am I not saying anything?
Right. I just assume they have customer after customer enduring this pain without mention. And like I'm being a big sissy or something, but you're hurting me a lot. You know,
I think it's like men don't like to complain in a public thing about like pain. Like we could break our fucking leg and be like, it's good, you know, pour Jaeger on it and go about our day.
Yeah.
I don't
know why I didn't want to tell her that it was really hurting what she was doing to me.
Yeah,
you know,
I get it.
I've never.
I really didn't want to be rude and I didn't want her to be like, oh, well, all right, well, do it the hard way. Then now she's gonna like do a bad job and like gap me up in the back or something. I'm gonna look like, you know, when Jackie cut your hair or something.
That was pretty rough.
That happened.
It looks really good from the front.
So bad from the back. I didn't even know. Because it was live stream, so I get to see what was on camera like 5 seconds ago, and I saw the back of my head, and oh god, that happened.
What did she do? What happened?
I just
spoiled it. It
was like a bowl cut or something. Like the front wasn't too bad, but around the back, that like where she transitioned from clippers to scissors, it's like she'd never done it before. It was as bad as it can be done.
You ever see Tropic Thunder? You know,
yeah.
Remember when they had the flashbacks to Ben Stiller's movie Simple Jack?
Yeah, and he has the bowl cut, and yeah.
There you go.
So just the back looked like that.
It looked terrible. Yeah.
It was as though Woody had slighted her. And she was on a covert mission to fuck with his hair.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a spite haircut.
I've never experienced any pain whatsoever at the barber.
That's shocking.
Yeah, that's shocking. I had a barber that would trim it really, close around the ears, and she would fucking nick my like ear, like at the top here. Yeah, like nick it every fucking time, and I would bleed.
Oh shit.
So
Yeah, I mean that should be a real embarrassment for her. Right?
she didn't notice. So yeah.
If there's blood coming out of my head because of your haircut, there's tangible evidence here that you're doing this poorly.
And it wasn't like pouring, but it was like a little scratch every single time. It'd be like blood.
There's no acceptable amount of haircut bleeding.
No, the amount is 0. Do they shave your neck ever? Like do they always just do like? I'm not talking about just with the like the no guard
straight razor. Yeah.
They ever use a straight razor?
I've
warm shaving cream. It's my favorite part. And when I get back from the barber,
my favorite part. That's how I know I've got a good barber when he pulls out the straight razor and he starts fucking like. I went to this stropping. Yeah. So I went to this place. It had it was like a men's barber shop. I don't know. It had one of those trendy names. I can't think of it. It was like maybe it's called Roosters or something like that. Anyway, and this guy did such a fantastic job. It was a black guy, but I couldn't remember his name the next time I wanted to go there. He had done the stropping of the razor and it felt really good. He was so good.
You just walk in. Is there a Dion here?
See, that's what happened. So I called to make my appointment, 8 weeks later. And I'm like, hey, I'd like to get the guy that cut my hair last time to do it again. But I don't remember his name. And I don't want to say the black. Is the black there? I didn't want to do that. So I don't know why I felt uncomfortable doing that. Again, when somebody's cutting your hair, you don't want to piss them off. Yeah, they could really fuck you up for the next couple months. I've had an embarrassing haircut before, and it was like, oh man, there's no wearing a hat out of this. Like I can't wear a hat at work.
Your day, Dion, but
Taylor's got an outfit for you.
He noticed you were black.
So did you ask their names? I would have been
I could tell the girl on the phone was also black.
Maybe if you, I was going with the whole, if you said his name, I might remember it. Well, there's Michael, Jacob, and Tyrone.
That's what happened. That's what happened. So she says, well, what do you look like? And I'm like, younger guy, athletic,
maybe basketball.
Looks speedy. Like he could really lay some tracks. I was like, well, what are their names? She's like, well, we've got Christopher, Brendan, and DeAndre. And I'm like, DeAndre. It was DeAndre. I remember now. I get there, and she's like, she's like, oh, you're here for DeAndre? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, have a seat. He'll be right over. And I see my dude over there. He's like, hey, Kyle. He remembers my name. And it's been 2 months. And I'm just like, man, I love this guy. And then this big fat black guy walks over and goes, yo, Kyle, let's go. And I'm just like, the fuck? And I the dude's name is Brendan or some shit. This fucking like cool black dude's name is Brendan. He was doing he was working on the set of The Walking Dead doing hair in his spare time. He had cool stories. We both knew people who worked on The Walking Dead and like
The Walking Dead guy. That one
we had had a whole conversation about my legal troubles and he was like, I smoke weed every day. I'm high now. It was just a cool fucking guy. DeAndre gets me over there, fucks my shit up, and then when it comes time to shave the back of my hair, he pulls out a Bic razor. He pulls out one of those cheap plastic Bic razors and gives me a razor burn on the back of my fucking neck.
DeAndre is an idiot.
It was the worst.
2 thumbs down.
When he led me past my dude's chair and the dude was just, hey, Kyle. I was just like, no. No, it's just, fuck.
You were supposed to be DeAndre.
You were supposed to be. You were so a DeAndre. You're not a Brendan. That dude moved to Florida. I can't get him to cut my hair anymore.
Damn.
So you had to find.
Shame.
So
you probably could. You just have to go to Florida.
So now you can't go to this place.
Oh, I didn't think that.
They do have medical marijuana in Florida, so that's all.
Yeah. You got.
My barber's cool, but it's been a year.
I got PTSD. I got things. I can get medical marijuana.
Sometimes nauseous.
Always nauseous. Feeling a little sick to my stomach right now.
I have to wonder if it just seems like the perfect anti-chemo drug, right? Chemotherapy patients have problems with nausea. and pain,
weight loss,
appetite. Yeah, you know, like
they're all kind of the same, but
right. But that, oh yeah. Anyway, it just seems like a good thing to do all the time,
regardless of your situation.
My mother-in-law didn't want it. I would have tried to make it happen.
Why not? Why didn't she?
Probably just old-fashioned,
right? Yeah, she'd be 78 now. She was like 75, 6 at the time, and just not a pothead.
If I'm living my last few weeks, I want some medicinal heroin. I want some medical fucking meth. I want some whatever, anything. Give me some cot if you think that'll
take medical meth and absolutely rob a bank.
What is a pain management doctor called? Do you guys know the name of them?
Drug dealer.
There is a term for it, and I've forgotten it. But maybe they have stuff that's way better than pot.
I mean, they do. That's way better. Like, I mean, opioids do a lot better job of getting rid of the pain, but there's also a lot more problems associated with that than
osteopath. Yeah. The problem. It seems like it seems like almost all of the pain killers, except for the ones that are like for like migraines. I think there's some really specific stuff that's for migraines that's not opiates. But it seems like anytime you're in like just a ton of pain, that opiates are almost always the stronger option.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Which again, like if you're on borrowed time, if you've got weeks, maybe a couple months left, who cares if you're addicted to opiates?
Right? Yeah. Get totally addicted to opiates. Have a ball.
What's morphine? Is that an opiate?
Yes.
Morphine is. Yes.
That's what she was using.
That's some good shit.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan.
I'm a huge fan too, man. I like they gave me morphine in an IV for when they scrubbed all the all the skin off my hand. One of the best days of my life,
dude. Yeah, I've had it for a couple of surgeries. I don't even remember which, but then they give you a button like, "Hey, if you're in a lot of pain, press this button. It'll deliver some morphine." Liar. Pants on fire. This button doesn't do a goddamn thing. I'd have noticed. I don't have a huge morphine tolerance.
It gives you a drop every 30 minutes or something.
I think it was a placebo.
Yeah, probably.
If you watch enough House, you'll know how to open the cover on that fucking machine over there and do a little adjusting.
Yes, but you will, unlike House, go to jail.
House went to jail, actually.
Yeah, but didn't he get out pretty quick? Because they're like, oh, someone's got not lupus again. You don't want to figure it out. So, all right, well, you escape on the TNT loophole because we need more episodes.
Yeah, I would definitely get on some morphine or something. They gave me ketamine, which is for my when I had the eye surgery recently. I had I don't know if you know BlameTruth. I had this little mole on my eyelid that was like just unsightly. I didn't like it. These guys had never noticed it on camera. Like you just couldn't see it, but it was gross in real life. Like if I looked in the mirror, I was like, every time I looked at myself in the mirror, I was like, "Argh!" It was like the Austin Powers thing where he's like, mole. And and I just thought it was a mole. So I went to the doctor and they're like, yeah, we'll take that right off. No big deal. We'll just shave it off even with your eyelid. I'm an expert at that. It is what I do. And, this guy does eyeball surgery all day. So like cutting a mole off is no big deal. So he cuts the mole off, tests it. It's cancer. And so then he's like, well, we got to go back in. We've got to cut a wedge out of your eyelid. So they cut this like pizza slice shaped wedge out of like my eyelid and then like made another cut over here so that they could reattach my eyelid so they'd have enough slack to like stretch the eyelid back together.
Yeah.
And it was a fucking nightmare. It was a fucking nightmare. That might be like the second worst place possible, maybe third worst place possible to have any kind of small surgery. Maybe like I'm thinking like maybe like your asshole and the tip of your penis might be worse.
Yeah, asshole surgery. Imagine if they had to cut a wedge out of your asshole.
A wedge out of your asshole.
It would just you'd never be the same.
It'd never be the same again.
Your O-ring just damaged. No, not. It's got a little bit of slack in it.
I remember that happening. Didn't you say they stitched your eyelid up and you had like stitches fucking grinding your eyeball? Yeah.
Yeah. Every time I blinked, stitches rubbed across my eyeball
Oh God.
for a week. For a
But
week.
the looked pretty cool.
Yeah. I just remember when she was taking those stitches out, I was sitting in the chair and she's like, "Let me know if this hurts." I'm like, "Lady, there's no way in hell I'm gonna tell you anything hurts. Just get them out. Just get them out. Nothing hurts as much as this has been hurting for the last week. When I sleep, I have shooting pains in my eyeball. Please get them out."
Were you worried the whole time? Like, oh, this pain in my eye, I'm gonna go blind. It's gonna cause even more damage than before. I just know my mind would be running wild with silliness like that.
Like, the weird part was, like, I would lie down to go to bed and I'd close my eyes, and literally every 2 minutes or so, I would have what felt like an electrical jolt in this eye. I don't know why, but it would be so painful that I would, like, if you've ever been electrocuted, like, suddenly, and you go, like, it was that. I would do that, like, throughout the night until I just got so exhausted that I just, like, couldn't stay awake anymore.
Did you ever throw the covers off in anger? Like, I can't sleep. Just storm up and go.
Yeah, just get up, just come in here and sit down and, like, put numbing eye drops in my eye and, like, sit here for another hour or two or watch fucking YouTube or something and then lay back down again. That was awful. And the worst part is I didn't know if they had gotten clean margins for, like, several days. If they didn't get clean margins, they got to go back in and cut more of my eyelid out.
You lucked out there. One and done.
Yeah.
Yeah, one and done. He took enough the first time, thank God. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
I posted to the AskWomen subreddit, and instantly I was like, this subreddit is bullshit. They have to approve it first, and you can't just post there. A mod has to like your post. All right, bitches.
Lame.
Exactly. My submission's been removed. Graceless generalizations are not permitted. This is what I wrote. Describe women's thoughts on vasectomies. I was talking to a couple of friends, and one of them clearly never wants children. Another mentioned if you get a vasectomy, don't mention it to potential girlfriends. He says there's a lizard brain part of them that doesn't like vasectomies. Do you agree? Do women dislike vasectomies? I expected to get some different opinions on the topic. People are not a hive mind. Only speak for yourself. Do not generalize across all people of a gender. Do not ask for mind reading. Do not ask us to defend
women on this subreddit.
Jesus.
Turns out it's all women on the AskWomen subreddit.
It's like ask a cunt, and then if you ask any questions, they don't answer.
All right, boys, you know what to do. Go over there and troll the fuck out of those cunts over at AskWomen, because that's absurd. We literally had a question that we wanted to ask women. There were 4 men here wanting to be informed and educated by a woman's opinion.
That's true.
On a genuine issue that's important to us and potentially our 500,000 listeners out there, right? Like I genuinely want to know. Wow. When BlameTruth said that, I was like, I bet there are women who would kind of be turned off. Like, oh, you're not fertile, eh? Like maybe that's a thing. Mm-hmm. I'd like to know from women. That's why I want to ask women.
How you could be mad at the phrasing of that question. That was totally reasonable.
Yeah,
the way you asked.
I put the question on the screen. If all of our listeners went to AskWomen and reposted the same question, maybe one gets through the filter, hypothetically.
I don't know.
Or just call them cunts.
Well, see, since they didn't take our question, I'm going to assume that all women don't like vasectomies now. That's on them.
Yep.
They answered
They made a stereotype because of their.
We're just going to have to handle this the RSK way. That's all there is to it.
That is
I'm
ridiculous.
a little upset that happened because, like, I can't think of there's never been a more genuinely like we weren't trying to troll. We were trying to be dicks. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the place to go. We'll go to Ask Women, where like some women will tell us what.
There's 1.8 million subscribers. We would get maybe a couple hundred replies if it was successful, and get a range of opinions. I
genuinely want to know because I'm considering a vasectomy. I don't want children. I'm 100% don't. I really don't. I'm not going to change my mind about that. I would get the vasectomy. The 2 things that hold me back are, 1, the discomfort. I'm a little worried there might be some sort of complication. Maybe something goes wrong and my balls get infected. Like, what if something crazy happened and I don't know, lose my balls? I don't know. I know that's not going to happen. I know. But look, we're taking some risk taking some risk as they have to perform an operation on my testicles. But then, you know,
risks though was like that sometimes they couldn't reverse it. And so like the warning was like,
no.
I'm saying it for you, that wouldn't apply. Like if they were telling, like, let's say that you were like, you know what, I'm not 100% sold. Maybe I do want kids in the future. The warning sign they'd give you would be, hey, you know what? Usually we can reverse this. Sometimes we can't, you know, but that doesn't enter into the equation for you at all.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
If you got fake balls, I mean, you could get upgrades.
Yes, you could get nudicles.
Right?
Have you seen those?
I don't want to
but what
insult
about my
your balls
sex
now,
drive?
but they are merely stock. There have to be aftermarket balls out there.
But
There are.
Oh, there are. They're squishy,
nudicles.
like they're nudicles that they make for dogs.
No,
Yeah.
you would get horse nuts.
If you had my Great Dane's balls, you'd be an impressive specimen.
Yeah, I think I'm more of a Labrador. I think I'm more of a Labrador kind of guy.
I mean, currently maybe, but think about the possibilities.
Upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
What if I got like schnauzer balls, like super tiny ones, just for the lulz? Or if I got three? Just because I thought it looked better.
Ooh, right. Go Total Recall on it.
No, it's actually cheaper to just use ping pong.
We got 3-star Stigas in there.
Light and airy nutsack.
The one on the left.
What if
someone pressed their thumb on it real hard? Now it's got
what if they were like squeaky toys? Like that would be such a great party trick. If you could just like,
dude,
like
you
fucking
could make
squeak-
YouTube videos for the rest of your life, just going to the park and fucking squeaking your balls at dogs walking by
in kids.
and like freaking the fuck out.
So here's a question. Maybe this is an Ask Men. I bet. Hey, if you feel if you feel up to it, I know it's a little bit of a hassle. I bet if you post that same question over on Ask Men, it gets right fucking through, and we get some like informed answers. Let's do a little experiment, a little social experiment here.
Oh, I love social experiments. There's no parameters.
Look, the parameters are simple.
Experiment.
You copy and pasted the same thing over on Ask Men and Ask Women. Over on Ask Women, you got some like woman-splaining done to you.
Mhm.
And over on Ask Men, I bet we get, oh yeah, I had that with my ex-wife, blah, 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 blah. Yes, my friend Billy did the same thing. His girlfriend was totally turned off. Weird, huh? Because she didn't want kids either. We'll get a whole thing.
Or they might tell us to
Ridiculous.
go to Ask Women.
Yeah, they might.
Which
Yeah, I bet a bunch of men will tell us to go ask a bunch of women what they think. That ain't gonna happen.
Oh, damn. That's a pretty good point.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, we will probably get a friendly response on the Ask Men one. I can't believe that they shut that down and people said nasty things. Woody asked it in a very nice way.
In a very nice way.
They didn't even just shut him down. They shut him down and then gave him like
What
all
the
these fucking rules.
They woman-splained him.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I must have done something wrong.
You have been banned from Reddit.
From
Ask
Reddit.
Men already moderated my post through an automated thing.
What? They have some sort of dark alliance?
I think they do.
This post has been removed by the moderators of our Ask Men. Moderators have removed posts from feeds for a variety of reasons, including keeping communities safe, civil, and true to their purpose.
All right, we're making a new Reddit called Ask Men Who Aren't Losers.
What the fuck? See, this is why like Reddit is slowly becoming just a real shithole. I don't slowly, but
Yeah, what year are you living in?
I don't get it. Like we literally want information. This would be like you go on the Durango dudes and you ask about rack and pinion steering, and nobody's gonna auto moderate your shit. They're just gonna send you to fucking Pet Boys and straighten you right out.
Yeah. Well, I, for one, am blown away at their lack of respect for our good and honest question, trying to expand our minds.
Yeah.
What is that Reddit for, if not what we did?
Right.
Asking.
Well, actually,
Pandering.
Like, we didn't start with, like, sup, horse? You know, like, we were nice. Well, I guess it is probably for pandering. That's how a lot of stuff.
Our first
for
post should have been, why are women so great?
Yeah. Top 100 things about women. Top least favorite things about men.
Jackie wants me to keep this suit on.
Ah.
All right.
Did it come with handcuffs?
No.
Oh, I wish you were wearing a
I
real
like
gun
the way
now.
you're thinking. Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't even think I do have real guns around.
Yeah.
I could have grabbed something.
Just be playing with it.
I don't think that any of those threads are going to get through.
It didn't come with a mustache or sunglasses. I'm glad I ordered in time to realize that.
You fucking nailed it. I love it. The only thing that would make it like more perfect is if your hair were blonde, but I'm not being picky. You nailed it. It's great.
We can do mustache number 3.
No, that one's hanging in there pretty well. Maybe on your end, you don't think it looks like it's hanging in there, but it looks fine to me.
Just going for variety. This is number 2. I don't know.
Oh, they're different.
The swap.
Just itchy.
Hold on, I have to take off the sticky backing. We can go a little bigger.
Nice.
I hope it's a Wyatt Earp.
Or a Fu Manchu. There we go.
Yep.
Oh, it kind of glued my mouth together. All right. It goes past the bottom lip.
Not quite as wide as your mouth.
Well, it's
and so you look like an action figure with biting action.
Dude. He's a cop vampire now. It's a double costume. Look at that.
Press Lieutenant Dangle's back and he opens his mouth.
Kind of like a nutcracker. Like a little bit.
A marionette puppet.
I always wanted weird fucking toys as a kid. Like I always had these odd requests. And one year, for some reason, I wanted a nutcracker.
Why?
I don't know why. I think I saw it in like some sort of like Christmas program. They had like one of those real nutcrackers, you know, the wooden doll that you put the nut in its mouth and you fucking crack it. Didn't get it.
Bastards. What did you get?
Disappointment. I don't remember. Probably a fucking rifle or a pistol or something like that. I was 11.
I remember my mom forced me and my brother to get each other presents once when we were young. And I got him. I just was walking around, didn't want to have to go buy him something. And so I just went, we were at Pier 1, me and my mom. And I was like, oh, that little fucking clock. Perfect. He'll love it. She's like, really? Are you just saying that because you want to get it here and not have to go shopping for him? Or are you saying it because you really think he'll love the clock? And I'm like, he's going to love it. So I'm like 8. And, so and he opens it up on Christmas and he's like, thanks for a standing clock that you would put up on a mantle that like, it looks kind of nice. But no use for, he was what, 6 at the time?
Yeah. I can't tell time.
There's no way he got something worse than that for me. He got me sticky tack.
He's like, thanks. I guess I won't be late for.
What's sticky tack? Like
sticky tack is what you use. You tear off a little piece to put bulletins on a wall.
It's so like a replacement of a thumbtack.
Yep, it's a replacement for a thumbtack. And he got me a big block of silly putty, and that ended up being a way better gift than the clock. Because at least you can fuck around with that and like stick things places you're not supposed to.
Silly putty's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Remember, what was it, GAC?
GAC.
Oh, I remember GAC. That's where you had a little tub of it and you could push down and it would
fart. Yeah.
Oh,
GAC. Great.
You get the Nickelodeon branded GAC. Remember the Nickelodeon branded alarm clock that looked all kooky and crazy with the tubes and everything? Anybody else have that one?
I've seen them, but I didn't have one.
Yeah, I had one. Turns out, not a great alarm clock. When it does go off, it made silly sounds and went like straight to like Nick radio. But but then again, when you're 7, you don't have anywhere to be.
Nick had a radio station? Wait. Nick had radio?
Or whatever the Radio Disney or whatever the kids' radio was at the time. I don't remember.
I was like, holy shit. I did not know that was a thing if it was.
I'm just now realizing that probably wasn't Nickelodeon radio. It's probably just whatever the kids' station was. I'm pre-played by my mom or dad on there. All right. So I guess I was not listening to Nickelodeon radio.
I'm almost positive that it wasn't Nickelodeon radio because that's not a thing.
Nickelodeon radio talks about the Cardinals a lot. God, shut up about Mark McGuire. I want to hear about our guy.
Ren Stimpy, yeah.
I went to Ask Women. I'm like, what is this fucking subreddit about? If it's not about like, what do women think about vasectomies? And like one of the top ones right now is, what is your favorite podcast? What podcast do you listen to? And I said, Painkiller Eddie. It's super funny. I love these guys. And I linked my own goddamn channel.
They're gonna click it and it's here is trashing them.
I wish I could timestamp this podcast.
I mean, now your account's going to get banned. You could have been.
Oh no, gone from Ask Women forever.
God, I hate them.
I couldn't care less about access to Ask Women. They've proven to be worthless.
From Nature's Metal and Nature's fucking Lit, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
With my Reddit use.
Yeah,
And
I like those a lot. I don't know. Sometimes it's like a fucking lion pulling a fetus out of a gazelle, though, and I don't need to see that.
It's a water buffalo, and it's pretty cool.
I don't need to see fetuses being pulled out of animals. By other animals. I don't need that in my life.
You don't like any of it? You don't think the like two adult animals, one running, one being like attacking and catching it? Like
no, that's cool. Like
That's
I
cool,
like,
man.
you know, it'll be like a picture of two rams like hitting heads like super hard, or you know, a crocodile and a lion facing off or something. I saw that the other day. That was fucking cool. Like the lion is like growling at a crocodile, and the crocodile is like growling back, and the finally backs off. It was cool. I just don't like it when it's just like the animal's getting its asshole eaten while it's alive, and it's just laying there like and the lion is just like, I love eating assholes.
I'm with you. I like to see a good fight. You know, give me a chimp versus a brown.
Toddler.
You know, a brown bear maybe. You know, give me a tiger versus a polar bear. Give me a nice giraffe versus a cheetah. Like, you know, like you don't know who's gonna win. Maybe that one.
I know who's gonna win.
Really? I picked cheetahs because they weigh like 70 pounds.
Nah, giraffes like swing those heads, and they've got those prongs, and then they get a lot of like bat swing on that long head.
Talking about animal clips, there's
I didn't
one
listen
really cool.
carefully enough. You both picked giraffe.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, I might pick
I would
giraffe
pick a
too.
cheetah. I'd probably pick the cheetah because the
cheetahs are
giraffes.
very fragile.
Really?
Right. Yeah,
That's like a fiberglass sports car.
You can see a clip of a giraffe fucking up lionesses, and it's probably on one of those subreddits where the giraffe is running and the lioness is trying to jump up onto like the front haunch or the front right leg or whatever. Can't quite like get a latch on, and so like the giraffe, as the lion's now falling down, lifts its foot up and like with its pointy giraffe foot stabs down and like jumps off of the lion. And the lion's like borderline dead,
it's
like
called
can hardly
a
walk.
hoof.
It's hooves.
And what was I gonna say? Oh, I think I like it when the aggressor loses. Almost anything, right? If a crocodile's going after a chimp and the chimp somehow wins, I like that.
But then there's other times where it's like, oh, I'm glad the buffalo made it safe. But then you see like, it looks like the hyena pups will be having no dinner tonight. Like, and then it's like, oh, well, fuck. Like now other little kids aren't getting it.
Those hyena pups were just gonna grow into hyena assholes.
Yeah, but you're gonna have too many gazelles. Then what? We need hunters out there.
No such thing as too many gazelles. They're lovely.
No, they're gonna. Well, you know what? I don't know what the consequence of too many gazelles is.
It seems like
Probably-
just really good nature shots of them
Probably
jumping.
happy predators.
Yeah, right.
that's what you actually.
Then you get cheetahs that aren't that good at hunting, but they can.
That's
find...
what like mountain lions out in the woods are thinking. They're like, God damn it! Everything we could eat gets shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you
Mountain lions-
laughing at?
I'm just looking for giraffes versus cheetahs right now.
Giraffe vs. Lions is out there. I've never seen giraffe vs. cheetah.
Yeah, there's one here where there's a newly born giraffe and the cheetahs are trying to get it, but the mom is fighting them off. But it's nothing fun to watch.
All right, go on Ask Women and ask giraffe versus cheetah.
That's not bad, actually.
As if they would know.
Just don't even no context. Just go giraffe or cheetah.
No, you would get auto banned. You have to have a who, whom, why, describe in the question.
Oh my God! Is the goal to make it so boring to read the rules that you? Let's see. What's even happening over here? Ask women.
Oh, you're going to it. He's doing it. I'm gonna go too.
Now let's try and spell it right.
Ask women. You trying to spell that right?
I accidentally tapped an extra A.
I was like, was it ask or women that was the sticking point?
What do you recommend all couples do before getting married? Fuck.
Yeah.
You know what we did that was really cool? It was called Engagement Encounter. Oh, I just realized no one else is married on this. I can't exchange stories, but it was neat. It was a church thing, and I'm not a church guy, but we wanted to get married in a church, and it was mandatory. So we're like, all right. And we spent a weekend living at this church separately. And I guess the boys live with the boys and the girls live with the girls. And then the priest was like guiding the couples through these discussions. And Jackie and I had a lot of them before. We were already on the same page with like money and kids and this and that. But there was some other one, like argument resolutions. And it was a really, I don't know, they just made us better at living with people. Engagement encounter. If you get forced to do it, it's not terrible.
Yeah, that sounds positive, actually.
Yeah, it was a pretty good thing. There were some things I didn't like they all got together and decided that God will take care of your finances for you. And someone had an example where they were down to their last dollar. Someone broke their window and they found money in a coat. Proof that God, and I'm like, your finances are fucked. If a broken window's laying you out, then, maybe you should not let God handle your finances anymore. Maybe you should be in a spot where you can fix a window all the time if it needs be. They were also big on the pull-out method.
I pulled over in the church one time to take a piss, and I found $5. So there might be something to that theory. I don't know. Dude,
go to church every weekend. Like, you think it's a pain in the ass, but they hand you this big plate of money midway through. Make your money hand over fist.
Dude, don't mind if I do. Well,
social experiment.
Thanks so much.
Feeling the love. Thank you all.
Thank you, Lord.
The plate gets passed to you, and you just go, praise Jesus. And
the next plate comes around, you're like, oh no, wow.
Some of you motherfuckers putting checks in this.
Just tearing the checks up.
All right, I'll figure out how to cash that later. All right.
You know what? I'll go back to church.
It's dope.
I'm coming back every week. I'm going to quit my job and just, that's why you guys work here. All right.
Kyle, you were right about how silly the questions on this forum are, where I just went to like top, what is it, this month or something. Yeah. And it was like pandering the way I almost assumed you were saying, or someone posting, what are some signs that you're burnt out? What are some signs that you're burnt out? And every comment is like they Googled burnt out and they just say it. And then everyone says, oh, I am feeling that. Like, here's like the comments, like loss of interest, don't really care, apathetic. All of those mean the same thing. Tired all the time, irritable, foggy headed. This so much. Also getting mad all the time. Ha, just like me. Next comment. Irritable, apathy, lack of interest. It's the same. It's just every answer.
Apparently menstruating is a sign of burning out. All these women are, yeah, that's me. That's me. That's me.
Dude, and this is, you can tell.
That last one wasn't actually a woman.
Trans, it still identifies.
Oh, okay.
Low sense of personal accomplishment. Oh, Lord, I have every warning sign. Come on. Like, people get tired.
Yeah, people get burnt out in general.
Feeling overwhelmed. Damn, that's definitely unique.
It's sort of like Facebook. I see all these memes all the time. It's just like a gorilla in a dress, and some girl's like, me. And I'm like, okay. What makes it relatable is they're wearing a dress. Like, you know what I mean? I don't understand it. It's like anything minorly relatable gets fucking like, oh my God, it's so true.
Yeah.
Speaking of monkeys, Costco pulling products that were allegedly made with forced monkey labor.
There's nothing wrong with monkey slavery. They don't even know what they're doing.
Monkey unemployment is going to be a big problem now.
It's true.
Apparently,
the chained monkeys can pick around 400 coconuts a day, and then they are stuffed in cages until their next shift. Okay, I don't like that.
It's like I always say.
There's video of the chained monkeys picking coconuts, and it's so sad.
You can't raise the minimum wage because, like it or not, you're competing with automation, overseas labor, and monkeys.
Yeah, seriously.
Look at how many fucking coconuts they're getting, though.
Oh, he's in the cage, shaking the whole cage.
At the same point, like 27 seconds in, he's just in the back of a pickup, hating it. His little fingers. Look, this one's. Oh, I thought he was beating off, but he's just toiling in sadness.
Oh, why are they biting themselves? They're so upset.
I don't like this at all.
Wait, I'm looking at this monkey in the tree taking a coconut down, and it seems fine. This is what monkeys are for.
Keep watching. The monkeys
What they're
look more.
for?
Yeah, this is what monkeys are built for, getting coconuts out of trees.
I don't think so.
If they had their own free will and weren't like leashed up and chained up and shit.
All right,
then-
this one apparently is in its little home gym in the back of a pickup truck.
This guy says, do they work better if they're fangless? And the farmer says, yes. If they're fangless, they'll work until they die.
Oh, and now look, they got the monkeys in the back of the pickup truck just getting rained on. Or actually, they probably don't mind being rained on. They are monkeys.
If you see any Thai coconut products, please leave them on the shelf, this says, because they were probably picked by slave monkeys.
All of my Thai coconut products in the bin.
If they are fangless, we can use them until they die. Oh, good gosh. You know, the rain-wing monkey bothers me more than most of the other monkey shots, but Taylor's the opposite.
Well, the one where the monkey's like angrily chewing on his own leg and then sprinting away, and then he gets yanked back by the cord. To me, the best
sad part of their day is when they climb the trees and get the coconuts down. That looks great.
I mean, compared to the rest of their day, I'm sure it is the best part because they're living in a cage, getting rained on and chained to posts. They should try and escape, or I guess they can't escape. They're also there's no escape for these monkeys.
Mm-mm.
No, but there's all the coconuts you want.
All the coconuts you want. What do they want? They can't do anything with those coconuts. They have no use for coconuts.
They could bite them and get
Well,
the
they
milk.
take the fangs away.
Well, that's so that we can work them until they die, Kyle.
What are all these coconuts for?
Yeah,
For our coconut products.
piggy banks and things.
Coconut products? Like what?
Yeah. Coconut oil, coconut milk, almond
Oh.
joys.
Wait, Pete is trying to claim that I need to throw away my coconut oil because a monkey probably
Only
picked
if it came from Thailand.
Yeah. Oh,
I like
Throwing
that
it
as soon as he found out PETA was involved, he was pro-monkey labor. Like, you know what? I'm on the opposite side of every PETA issue.
nope. No, I stand with them on monkeys.
Oh, you would. Yeah.
Chickens, no. Pigs, no. Cows, no. Dogs, yes. But doesn't PETA think like you shouldn't be able to own dogs or something like that?
Surely they don't think that.
So
That they should be in the wild or something. I'm probably
Dogs
making
can't live in the wild. That's because they're dogs.
it wrong.
Yeah, they're like domesticated, you know.
I mean,
they could
I'm
live
not.
in the wild. It's just a question of how long.
I don't believe they could.
I guess anything can live in the wild. It's just a question of how long. I mean,
I had a domesticated rabbit that lived in the wild for like 3.5
Hours.
minutes. No, I saw it.
You saw it die.
Here, let me pro tip out there. Take it from me, and please do actually take this advice. Don't get a rabbit as a pet. That advice becomes double true if you have a dog. Like, the dogs just look at the rabbit freaks out. He never is that nice, gentle little floppy rabbit that you wish he was. He's just an angry, stressed out attack rabbit. So you spend your life caring for this rabbit who hates you and everything around him. Why? Because your dog's staring at him. Dog is just like an outgoing, happy animal that doesn't mean any harm, but the rabbit's stressed out and it's a terrible life. All right. I'm a bad rabbit owner. This is going to come clear. There's no getting around that. But anyway, I'm caring for this rabbit for years. You know, we're cleaning its poop out, cleaning its pee out, giving him the food and the water and this and that. And the rabbit hates me. It hates me. All it wants to do is scratch and bite me. I have to remove the rabbit from the cage every so often to clean it. And, you know, it would attack me. And it's like a mad cat or something. You just get scratches up and down your arm instantly. It's rough. And one time it attacked me, and I'm like, that is it. Fuck you. You are going outside. So I take the rabbit, and I put him outside in the woods. And I don't know. I half had a mind that I might break down and bring him back into the safety of our home and water bottles and food and stuff. But that decision was made for me. As some other, like, I don't know, outland critter pounces on our like floppy-eared fat rabbit and Done. No, that's really where the story ends.
You saw something take it?
Yeah, it was in bushes and such. Like, I don't know what it was, but yeah, that rabbit was good. You know, like
the rabbit like hops into a bush and the bush just starts shaking violently.
Yeah. You know when they I saw the shadow of it pounce towards the bush. It had maybe been observing this whole release process. Yeah. And then there's like a brief little struggle, and then that's that. And I'm like, well, problem
Circle
solved.
of life.
I told Jackie about it. It was really her rabbit. And yeah, she was like, oh, good. That rabbit's horrible. That was the worst rabbit ever. Yeah, now we don't have to care for that rabbit anymore.
Hey, what was the rabbit's name?
Shit. I could text her. What was the rabbit's name?
I'm sorry. I'm just very curious. Because for some reason, I just know it's going to make me chuckle.
Hold on. I'll ask her.
While you're getting that name, we're going to hear from a couple wonderful sponsors, starting with Smart Mouth. Everyone hates talking to someone with bad breath. That humid, awful smell keeps you from focusing on anything other than finding an excuse to leave. Now just think about all the times you were the gross smelling one and how the other person was thinking about trying to get away. You probably can't think of any examples. That's because we don't have an accurate read on our own breath odor. In other words, you could be walking around with trash mouth, not even realize you're grossing everyone out. That's why Smart Mouth was invented. Smart Mouth's clinically proven 2-liquid formula combines to instantly eliminate bad breath and prevent bad breath from coming back all day. Rinse once in the morning for all-day clean breath and once before bed to prevent morning breath. Just 2 rinses a day and you'll never have bad breath, guaranteed. Whether the boardroom or the bedroom, having confidence in your breath spells success. Go to smartmouth.com/PKA for a free coupon. You can find Smart Mouth products in the oral health aisle at Walgreens, CVS, Target, Rite Aid, Amazon, Walmart, or wherever you shop. Once again, that is smartmouth.com/PKA for your coupon. So get some of that. You're probably going to some Halloween parties or something this weekend. You're going to need some good breath to bang the skimpy dressed ladies. This episode is also brought to you by GOAT. If you're buying sneakers online, there's a good chance that the shoe you're looking at is fake. How can you be sure it's real? Well, GOAT.com is the safest way to buy and sell authentic sneakers online. They're the largest marketplace in the world for authentic Yeezys, Jordans, and over 600,000 sneaker listings. They've made the whole process frictionless and trustworthy. They do this by only accepting sellers with the best reputation and by verifying all sneakers to ensure their authenticity for buyers. Every single detail is inspected, from the stitching and color to the size and weight. GOAT certifies that every pair of sneakers on their site matches exact factory specifications. With over 500,000 sneakers on the platform and 10 million users, you will not find a better place for verified 100% authentic sneakers anywhere else. Find the perfect 100% authentic sneaker at goat.com/PKA. That's goat.com/PKA. Plus, you'll also be supporting the show, but you've got to go right now before the sneakers you want are gone. When you go to goat.com/PKA, spelled GOAT.com/PKA for your 100% authentic sneakers. So check them out.
Check them out. The rabbit's name was Dusty.
Oh, okay.
Aw.
Dusty the Dead.
Dusty the rabbit.
Dusty the Dead.
Dusty the Dead. Yeah. I love wireless headphones because I can like go urinate. I still got all those ads, and that's like awesome. I don't know. I'm not gonna plug wireless headphones. Astro A50s, I think they are. Yeah.
That's old school. Most of the guys have moved away from Astros, it seems.
Yeah, they had I had some A40s and they were cool except for the wire. So I just got rid of the wire.
I like my A40s. Somewhere along the way they had like a mute and it cut off the first half of every syllable when you first started talking.
Oh yeah.
But they probably fixed that through software.
Yeah, I just use like a, what do you call it? Fucking boom mic. A boom mic, not a headset mic. And so I never really had that problem. The headset just sits here on top of my head, but it's great audio. I
always liked Astros. I always liked them. The PC snobs said they weren't the good ones, but seemed okay.
I mean, I used those Astros until they broke. I think they're actually, they're still sitting on the floor over there.
Yeah, my old pair still works, and I can with these I can take a dump and listen to horror movie, women screaming and shit, and it's great. Like,
sure, that's a horror movie.
I mean, Reddit, AskWomen Reddit, horror movie.
Yeah,
same thing.
I'm not doing anything for Halloween. I'm going to turn all the lights off outside. I don't want anyone fucking coming to my door. I don't. You're not going
to leave like a bowl of candy outside?
No, absolutely not. No. I don't want anyone. I'm in a neighborhood too, but I don't want anyone coming to my home. if I had candy, I wouldn't give it to you, but I don't have candy. like, get out of here. Children wanting candy coming to your house. I hate the whole premise of Halloween.
I like it. I like the kids. I like the happy little kids stopping by. I like making them happy by giving them candy, but I don't get that. You can't have it. The first couple of years, look, we have a long driveway, and if you stand in our driveway, our house looks nice. So I'm like, we can't have bad candy. We have to give out full size bars. But I was prepared to be that house. There's the house that's a lot of work, but you get good shit. Hell, I don't know, 2 full size bars, like whatever, like cool. And no one came. No one came for years. 2-3 years, nobody came.
But he had so many Snickers bars laying around,
dude. So many, and like I said, full size. Like we were ready to make it worth it. We were like, we need to develop a reputation as that house that gives dope candy out. And now we just turn the lights off. Look, I'm not going to buy like $40 worth of candy for 0 people to show up.
Did this happen in the past few years, or was this when you first moved?
We moved here like 5 years ago. We gave up 2 years ago.
I would get I live in a neighborhood, and I would get I don't know, I think 6 or 7, 8 groups of trick-or-treaters, every Halloween. And last year I went all out. I got the fucking foam tombstones and shit, 2 pumpkins, 2 jack-o'-lanterns, skulls, all kinds of shit. Got the best candy. I dressed up as fucking Jason.
I'm liking it.
I'm like 5'8", so it's like, midget Jason, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready, and no one came last year. Not a single fucking kid, and I have no idea why. No clue why. So this year it's extra depressing because even if COVID wasn't a thing, they wouldn't probably come. So I think it's just dying out. I don't know. It feels like it is, at least.
If people are taking their children out trick-or-treating this year, they are just wildly irresponsible. Can you imagine taking your child out to trick-or-treat this year and he's not wearing a biohazard mask?
Yeah.
That's the move. You go in full bio gear.
Kyle, I feel like I don't want to go back to every Trump supporter thinks you're wrong. It seems nearly everyone is like, this whole thing is a hoax. Why wouldn't I take my kid? What, I'm going to not do Halloween?
Correct. I mean, let's get back to what Halloween's supposed to be about anyway.
Socialism.
We're not going out tonight, kids, because guess what? There's a deadly virus out there. And you know what'll happen if you get it? You'll give it to grandma, and grandma will die. Grandma will die, and grandpa will die. And you know what else? Auntie Jane with the asthma, who gives you all the best Christmas gifts, she's going to die too. Everyone you love might die. Daddy's got a heart problem. He'll probably die too. What if, and who knows? Then you're just left with me. And you know how this world is. You know how it is. Maybe I die and you get adopted by a family that molests you. Is that what you want? You want to get fucked? And they're sobbing at this point. They don't.
Also, they could have candy.
They don't candy anymore. Then you make them some candy apples, right? And everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Taylor, if you had kids, would you take them out for Halloween this year?
Yeah.
See?
Big awkward pause is the best part. Yes.
Just put them in a scream mask. It's fine.
You want to know how you can get right on the AskWomen subreddit? My husband thinks it's appropriate to take our kids out trick-or-treating this year. I'm so afraid for them and their futures. And I just don't even know how to express how it makes me feel. I feel so frustrated. It's like he's talking down to me when he tells me their kids that they should be able to go out for Halloween. I'm thinking about their futures.
Post with the most callbacks and references to the show that makes it through.
Oh man, that's
that
really
ass bitches subreddit is going to rue the day.
You take young children door to door in groups to take candy from strangers.
It's like Johnny Appleseed, but with viruses.
Yeah.
No, but to keep them safe, I'd eat all the candy, obviously.
Science.
But you take children trick or treating?
I mean, it depends how big the groups are. I don't know. The going up someone's door probably isn't a good idea. Yeah.
And digging and reaching into a basket of candy that every other child has reached into.
It's very germy. Yeah.
Mm. Oh, trick or treating was so much fun as a kid.
Counterpoint.
Yeah. What's your answer to that argument?
My answer to that is that I would just go buy a bunch of candy for my kids, and we'd have like an Easter kind of thing where I just hid the candy around the house, and they'd go look for it, and they'd like
Candy
that so
hunt.
much more.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you want to go outside with the other kids in all your costumes together and then fuck around and play games and
All right.
you know?
If I had kids, I would just put candy in a field and just release them into the field. And
I would fire gobstoppers at them, slingshot.
For Easter, Jackie makes me put baby powder on my feet, and I leave rabbit trails around.
Oh,
Yeah, it explains how
Oh, you don't
candy.
need little spherical shits.
Right. And we take raisinets and scatter them around.
Trail mix all over the floor.
you're rolling up little round turds. God, I hope the kids appreciate this when they're older.
You know, honey,
Little milk duds of poop everywhere.
one turd from Ender gets me like 130 rabbit turds.
Oh.
Yeah, but the kids are going to remember which house actually smelled like a rabbit cage. Enjoy that.
I don't know where the idea of the Easter Bunny even came from. That's got to be like a candy company's invention, right?
Makes no sense, right? I mean, like this idea that a
Wait, the other
bunny,
thing?
these chocolate bunnies that you can eat and candy,
And
and it
eggs.
lays a rabbit that lays eggs, and the whole thing doesn't make any sense.
And it sounds like a fucking Led Zeppelin song.
I gotta
from the
Google.
60s.
I gotta Google. I gotta know where this came from.
Ask
just
women.
Yeah,
There is no way those bitches have any idea the history of Easter. Why we celebrate with delicious seasonal Reese's eggs, which are just late, repackaged Reese's trees that are a
Yeah.
little malformed. But those are great.
they just
All right.
reshape them. Yeah.
All right, I was wrong. According to some sources, the Easter Bunny first arrived in America in the 1700s with German immigrants who settled in Pennsylvania and transported their tradition of an egg-laying hare called Osterhaus or Osterhaus. Their children would make nests in which this creature could lay its colored eggs.
I mean, that sounds pretty fun. Yeah.
I like it,
I know
but I wonder how it
that
got
is-
to chocolate.
Yeah.
Well, hard-boiled eggs weren't quite the treat that they once were.
Oh my
And,
goodness, it's time for Ostenhouse to give us boiled eggs again. Time of year where I get 3 boiled eggs for supper because of Ostenhouse. And
Wait,
I
you get three
imagine
what for
I
supper?
imagine I imagine where it came out.
Children, or he will visit you in the night and take your sons.
I imagine it like Santa Claus, where they're just like waiting by the fireplace and fucking boiled eggs just start coming down the chimney and splattering.
It smells like shit.
Yeah.
You smell that, children? Osterhausen was here last night. We want eggs. They have a Osterhausen song? I'm sure they do.
I'm gonna Google traditional Easter song.
Yeah,
German Easter song.
Osterhaus, whatever the fuck you said, because otherwise it'll come up with like church hymns and shit. Well, I guess not hymns. Hymns predate the Osterhaus and the eggs, I suppose.
No idea.
Do you think Jesus would have been like, fuck this, if he saw what happened?
Yeah,
He's like,
probably.
Yeah, what happened
Really?
on Easter?
I'm
Did he
playing-
come back to life?
He came back to life, yeah.
he's playing second fiddle.
To the fucking chocolate bunny.
I mean, that's where he missed out. If the church would have made it a lot, if they would have made the Jesus side of it more chocolatey, they would have cornered that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I don't think those people knew what chocolate was at the time. That was
No, I'm saying that so basically the Germans get here and they're like, oh, you do this what? Well, we do Osterhausen and we do chocolate eggs. Like the Christians should, if they're smart, like boom, immediately we're making chocolate crucifixes, we're making chocolate Jesuses, we're making chocolate Moseses. Like we're going to get on the chocolate bandwagon. We're not going to let them steal our market share of Easter because they've lost that battle roundly. When I think of Easter at this point, or you walk into a CVS or whatever, you don't see Jesus, you see eggs,
Yeah.
you know?
They gotta get that market share back.
Also, I bet it's easier to make a mold of a chocolate egg than a chocolate Christ on the crucifix.
so much easier.
Yeah,
I wanna
because
go
I'm
in-
not eating like a lazy Jesus, I need to be able to see lat definition, chest stripe. Like, he's dehydrated at the end there, so he's looking phenomenal.
Yeah,
I want to see those gaunt cheekbones in my chocolate.
Yes.
Yeah, he's all ripped up.
Mm-hmm.
I know he died for my sins.
I thought to myself, if I was on the Dick Masterson show, you know how they do, like, you do a rant, right? Yeah. I haven't heard any of the other rants, so I don't really know how the format works, but what if I did 5 or 6 paragraphs on what a bitch Jesus was? How like, dude, what do you Jesus had a bad weekend at worst, right? What do you have, holes in his palms? In my lifetime, I have had a complete hemorrhoidectomy and torsion testicle surgery. I would trade either one of them for some nails in the palms, right? Nails in the palms is bitch-made death, dude. That's easy. That's easy peasy. Guy had a bad weekend. My mother-in-law died of cancer over the course of 2 years. You think she wouldn't trade that for Jesus weekend? Jesus weekend's easy. What?
It's hell. It was like,
well, the thing is, I didn't know that. And that's
part
of the rip.
There was also that beating with the cat's nine tails thing.
That's horseshit.
Cat of nine tails.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a typical Woody spilled milk again type thing. Or
I think they break bones.
No way.
Hold on, I'm gonna Google it.
Yeah, no,
I think they break bones. I think got like
this,
little bits of bone tied into it, so it shreds you.
Yeah, it's like
they
it
pierced his
digs in
side
and-
with. They pierced his ribs with the lance.
I swear to God, if Jesus was hit with a collection of snow scrapers, they would have made at least a big a deal out of that, right? If Jesus was beaten with a high-heeled shoe, they'd have said, "Oh, Jesus had it rough," like don't stop crying me.
For those of you who aren't getting
Jesus.
these references, those are some of the beatings that Woody took from his mother.
Right?
He was beaten with a high-heeled shoe once, and again with an ice scraper.
Yeah.
Woody's mom took 5 ice scrapers and made them 5,000.
they were rubber band together, and I think it was 12. Anyway, so yeah, like I don't see fucking Woody's rise from childhood as a holiday people get off for, but it should be.
It was the crown of thorns as well.
A crown of thorns. That's a big deal.
That's the least
And when he was
bad one.
thirsty, they offered him vinegar.
Yeah.
Oh, he got something.
They suck on this sponge with vinegar on it. Oh, yum.
Yeah. I, on the other hand, wasn't allowed inside anymore. So, anyway, I think that's much ado about nothing. Jesus had it easy, and that would be my rant on the Dick Show, but more
It's a
prepared.
hot take.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know how well that rant would. I did really well ranting about how stupid pumpkin patches are and how only women like them. That was really good on board for a while. I've done his show twice.
2 hangouts ago, we had a guy, Choco Thunder. His name's Dan, and he got pulled out of the hangout by his girlfriend to go apple picking, and he's like, "Black people don't go apple picking. This isn't a black people thing." Then he went and he loved apple picking. It was fucking awesome. There was like little old ladies who didn't have the vertical leap to get the apples off the top of the trees. Motherfuckers got pictures of him like skying apples out of the middle of the tree and stuff.
He's like in the Jordan pose. He's like flying through the air,
just grabbing apples
out of
from
trees.
mid-tree. I think he enjoyed apple picking, and I enjoyed the story.
Well, Woody, you can go on Dick's show and do a rage anytime. It's open invite for all of us. I just noticed fucking John MacAfee bumped me down a spot in the co-host rank. He puts a poll out there, and he has an all-time rank list of everyone who's ever done his show. And so you can like see the top, like the Mr. Medicare's way up at the top, and then you can go to the bottom, and it's like hundreds of people. So by the time you get to the bottom that people absolutely hated them. I don't even know who some of these people at the bottom are.
What was your rank? I bet it was high.
I was 7, and then that bastard John MacAfee just bumped me down to 8. I got to do Dick's show again. I got to get more votes.
I wonder how McAfee did on Dick's show, or how Dick did with McAfee. He's a hard interview, right? He's not much of a listener. It's not all back and forth.
I hated McAfee.
Did you? I knew. I kind of enjoyed him. I'm glad he was only 45 minutes. I don't think 4 hours of him would have been great, but you just kind of steer him and get something cool out of it. And I knew it'd be love or hate.
He was just insane. He was just
I did steer him. I had him tell the story of his murder. I had him tell the story of his escape from Bolivia. I knew his background a little bit and had him. You know,
I thought he was good.
He's in an attic pissing himself and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
It was like steering a downhill skier or something. He would just
okay,
go.
well, downhill skiers actually ski.
Yeah.
They steer quite well. but I get it, right?
One
Like,
that doesn't have skis.
an arrow with no feathers or
down
something. Yeah, you know, an out of control firecracker.
Yeah, he just I would just get so stressed out and frustrated with him. His just like he just go and go and go, and it was just like, what are you even fucking talking about at this point?
One of my favorite moments was he was giving us a hard time about not smoking heroin. And Taylor's like, people call me a square. And somehow that was just the perfect response.
He called me a bitch. Remember? Yeah, I think he called me a bitch for not having tried heroin.
Yeah, he did.
I wasn't going to say it, but.
And also, he has been arrested, right?
What?
He was recently arrested.
Yeah.
Going to jail now.
Is it taxes? What did he get arrested for recently?
I think it's taxes.
The fact that he was, if I recall, openly bragging about fucking with taxes on our show. Like, and I know he's done that in the past. Like, he's not like a tax cheat. It doesn't seem, at least, where, you know, he stays covert. He seems like and I'm not going to pay it again. Like a tax guy.
I never have, never will.
He could be president.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. He's pretty neat.
Come on.
Boo.
When he was like, when there were like 14 world-class doctors caring for him, did you see pictures of the suite at Walter Reed?
Yeah.
Oh,
Looks nice.
Yeah,
that's what we do for our president. I got no, like, you know.
Dude, someday I want to be successful enough that when I'm ill, I get to hang out there.
It's amazing.
Then become the president.
I couldn't help but think, like,
that's not going to happen.
this guy got a really good return on investment for $750 worth of taxes.
Good God.
That was some outstanding government health care here and there.
The man wrote off a few things. Okay. As business owners do.
Yeah, he lost a lot of business money, like bad just business ventures. But I mean, it's, you know.
I can never tell if he's all here. People be like, he's using his office to get more money. And then like, he's not even a billionaire. It's like, well, what's happening? Which one is it?
Both.
It's hard to know for sure. That happens to liberals too. We are simultaneously like, I don't know, sissy, candy ass, skinny liberals and the most violent, scary thugs that you'll run into. It's like, I don't know. How do I dress?
Have you seen, it's near your stomping grounds. Philly's been having some crazy riots the last week. Have you seen that?
I haven't. Was it?
Did you see that girl fall off the top of the car?
Black Lives Matter, Eagles suck. What are we rioting about?
No, it was like BLM and Antifa, I think.
Okay.
And it was kind of a madhouse over there.
Well, the Eagles thing wasn't a bad guess. They are having.
Yeah.
No.
The Eagles are 2-4 and first place in the NFC East.
After the election, I'm sure this will just seamlessly transition into Eagles riots.
I've got a new.
They'll all be wearing your outfit.
BLM, and they're like, I hate the birds this year. Like, they pass like ships in the night.
Do you guys remember that baby shower thing, that gender reveal thing that set
the fire?
Like a forest fire? I thought, I swear to God, I thought when they were celebrating the fucking Dodgers, they were going to start another fire. Ooh. I would have bet money. I don't know the
geography. Is it in a fire-prone area where they were doing it?
I think California is just a fire-prone state.
It's been kind of a rough time lately for Georgia sports. You know, the Braves blew a 3-1 lead, 3-1 series lead. Didn't go to the World Series, where they almost certainly would have won the World Series against a Tampa Bay team that just wasn't that good. The Dodgers beat them quite handily. And then, you know, the Falcons, I think, are like 7-1 or something like that. Yeah. Excuse me. 1-7. 1-7. You got that backwards. You're like, damn. All right. No, 1 win and like 7 or maybe even 8 losses. But and then, of course, the University of Georgia lost to Alabama. So it's been a rough time. So I've started to try to find, you know, ways to look at it and be happy. And if the Falcons keep losing, we'll get the #1 draft pick.
That's good news.
Yeah. If we keep losing, then we'll get the number 1 draft pick. And I think that like the Ohio State QB, this Justin Fields guy, is going to be available this year. And so that'd be a great one to go across to grab. Woody has a spike banner. Look at that tight ass, though.
I see that. Yeah.
I'm a lot more intrigued by the ass.
That man does squats. Look at that.
Calves. Wonderful.
Look at that. That's nice. Yeah, they deserved it. I'm glad they won. Like, if Tampa Bay had won, it would have hurt even more. But the fact that the Dodgers won, it was like, yeah, well, we did get beat by the best team in baseball, or at least the team that won the World Series beat us.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way to look at it. You always want the team that beats, or I always want the team that beats my team to go on. Then you can always
But it was a pathetic loss to be up 3-1 and then just lose 3 games in a row.
Would you rather have a championship in the last recently, like in any sport? Does Georgia have a championship? I didn't know, because you know how there's like droughts going on everywhere, like depending on the sport. I didn't, but then there's like huge droughts in certain areas.
Who's the most recent Georgia win?
Is it the Braves? So like the Braves won the World Series in 1995. Okay. University of Georgia, I think, won. Was it like in the 80s? Maybe won like a national title. I could be wrong about that one.
Maybe they won something else, like women's soccer.
Well, we didn't have one of those. We didn't get a soccer team until like 5-6 years ago. Atlanta United is a really good soccer team, but I have no idea where they even play. So yeah, it's been rough. It's been rough all over.
Yeah,
it's been rough all over.
Did I ever tell you guys? You guys know Mad Bum, right?
Nope.
Baseball player? Madison Bumgarner? Really?
You're not knowing baseball. Kyle's the closest to a baseball fan of the three of us.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty far away.
Oh, okay. I went to middle school with him, actually, and we were kind of friends, for what it's worth. And he's like, I'm not really a baseball guy, but I think he's one of the best pitchers. Maybe somebody listening can verify that. Like, best pitchers in the fucking league.
What's his name?
Yeah.
Madison Bumgarner.
Oh, okay.
Arizona
I recognize the name then.
Yeah.
I remember seeing Mark McGwire in person once, and maybe it was because I was like 10, but his forearms were just gnarly.
He's a big dude, yeah.
Yes.
But so big, it was like, I didn't have a concept of what a steroid was, but there was an uncanny valley about the size of his forearms. It looked like you had hot glued and like wax papered 2 large forearms together into his and he's already
I'm looking at his forearms right now.
Yeah,
they're big, dude, yeah.
And BlameTruth, because he was outrageous.
Yeah, just looking at pictures, I mean.
And I remember the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, because like he was a Cardinal and everybody loved him when he was going for the home run record, would print stuff like scurrilous accusations against Big Mac once again.
Against Big Mac. There is in the Got Milk campaign.
Yeah, they probably photoshopped him smaller to make him less suspicious.
Yeah, but they look huge. They look fucking huge.
Yeah.
Can you imagine a guy like, usually players in sports get bigger and bigger and stronger and stronger. Can you imagine a guy like that playing baseball right now? Like, he's bigger than everyone in the league, I would wager, other than like the Bartolo Colognes, who are just fat and good at one thing, which that one thing probably made him like $100 million in his career. So good for him.
They're so fucking big.
I know. Good for him. Yeah, I remember these milk commercials. I was like, damn, I want to be like Big Mac. So I'm going to continue to suck at baseball. Put all my effort into hockey. Yeah. That was neat. I found all the old, I was going through all my, like, the keep safe stuff in my mom's house and everything, going through it all. I found, like, all of the old, like, plastic wrapped papers that my dad saved from the time where it, like, counted down on the Post-Dispatch. It'd be like 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72 with all, like, the. So that was kind of neat. I was like, oh, cool. I think they're all like
whoever caught his ball was going to earn millions of dollars, right? Was it like $3 million or something for catching this final home run ball?
Yeah. There were some fanatics out, like some. Baseball has such an interesting group of people who follow it, where like, I feel like more than other sports, even people who are into baseball appreciate the memorabilia and the stats and like the deep dives into things, because baseball is like, it seems like from the outside perspective, a game of stats. Like, I don't know, I can watch football, basketball, hockey, obviously, and I can put the pieces together. I can go to the box scores. I know what everything means. Baseball, I'm like, what the fuck's happening? Like, this is too many 003s and things in here. How can you do this so badly? And at one time, apparently, in the 10 years he's played, he did it right. Or
has hockey really been hit by the whole moneyball thing? So
what do you? Oh, like going for a bunch of. Well, I can.
So it started in baseball. In baseball, there was this fundamental misunderstanding of where runs come from. Yeah, and they were overvaluing guys who maybe looked athletic or guys who were hitting doubles and triples, when really it's just about getting on base. Get two or three people get on base at a time and a run scores. And you know, they acted like hits were way better than walks or way better than like getting hit with a pitch, when in reality, all those get you on first. The Moneyball era came in and they just looked at analytics. It happened in basketball, and I'll do this one quicker. You know, like it used to be people shot long twos all the time. And then they realized, you know, if you take a step back, even if your shooting percentage goes from like 33 to 30, you know, it's 50% more points. Yeah. So people now take a step back. Hardly anyone shoots a long two anymore. Now it's all about the three. And analytics has just invaded the sports and changed the way that we value players, the way that players play. Has that happened to hockey?
It's happened in hockey. So like a simpler version of that is the Blues won this in 2019 by our GM having like a mentality for the 10 years it took to build the team of like, we're not signing superstars. It's not worth the money. If they have a bad year, you're just kind of shit out of luck. If they have a bad playoffs, you're kind of shit out of luck. We're not signing players above like $9 million a year or whatever, 8.5 even. I think 8.5 million was the highest, and that was for Tarasenko. And that was signed back when that was a lot, like 7 years ago or something. But basically, he made a whole team of people who are way better than average, but there's not one superstar. And there's this new stat, not new, but one they're using more, called Corsi. And it's basically an analytical look at your ability to possess the puck. And so they're like, okay, well, this guy, Ryan O'Reilly, the center that we traded for, he's not a superstar, but he plays a good two-way game. And when he's on the ice, 60% of the time he's on the ice, our team has the puck. You know, oh, this superstar guy, you know, oh, when he's on the ice, only 47% of the time he's on the ice, we have the puck. That's weird. Oh, well, he's taking higher risk scenarios and he's losing the puck. And so kind of that highlight goal is getting lost in the mix, where you remember that, but you don't remember the other stuff. And so basically we had a line of him and Perron and who was it? Someone else. It would shift off, and they were just a whole possession line. And our first line was like that, and our fourth line, where the whole goal was just to possess the puck. And so that's how our fourth line was able to wear down the Bruins' first line, where it was like, yeah, the fourth line probably isn't going to score on the first line of the Bruins. They're probably not. But if they hold the puck 55% of the time they're out there and keep the Bruins players from just having it, that's a net win. What?
We lost the puck, only good things happen.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and so really the way the Blues won that Stanley Cup, other than being very physical, was puck possession. Like, doesn't matter if you have a highlight reel goal. Just keep track of the puck, hold on to the puck, and eventually something will open up. You're all NHL players. You'll notice when something opens up. And then
that's capitalize. In hockey, in basketball, it's kind of the opposite. Like in hockey, you have a great player, a great player, but his impact's kind of limited. You know, he only plays every 3 or 4 lines, and I don't know. Like, one player can only do so much. It's like having a really, really great cornerback. All right, we don't throw to that side. Now, what do you got? Like, now, how good are you? In basketball, on the other hand, the best 2 players on your team really define how good your whole team is. Like, it's 1 or 2 guys is 80% of your team. So,
yeah, it's definitely different. But like the defenseman who plays the absolute most of any, like if a defenseman plays 30 minutes in a game, it'll like be a post on the NHL or hockey Reddits where it's like, good Lord, did you see Pietrangelo played 30 minutes this game? 30 out of 60 minutes. Outrageous. That's not sustainable over the whole season. Like that would be the comment in those threads. It wouldn't be, wow, that's incredible. It would be that, but it'd be like, wait, it's game 40 in the season. They're going to be burnt out by playoffs. He can't play 30 minutes a night. Like, so you're right. It is totally different. I feel like in basketball, someone like LeBron can genuinely play the entire evening if he wants.
I think Jimmy Butler did in a game or 2. He played against LeBron, and I think he had a couple games where he played either every minute or all but like 1 or 2. Like he was out
that's
there.
Outrageous. Oh, another thing they're doing is like the old school hockey thing was like slightly longer shifts. And so that was something that the Blues had over the Bruins last year, is that our coach was very anal about, like, if you're on there for over a minute, you're now wasting energy from the person next to you. Now we're wasting potential energy that you could have for your next shift. You're not playing up to snuff. Get the fuck off. Like, unless it's a real big situation you have, get off the ice. And so you could notice watching the game, the Blues shifted a lot faster than the Bruins. And so the Bruins would rely heavily on, their top line. And then our fourth line, after a minute, they could stay on and keep grinding, but they get off. And now there's a fresh line against the Bruins, but they don't feel comfortable enough in their second and third, lines to drop back, and it put them in a very difficult situation. So, I'm not nearly knowledgeable enough to talk about the advanced stats, but I know that puck possession is a big thing they're looking at now. So,
yeah,
Kyle,
basketball, it's efficiency. So, when you score, how many points do you get out of that? Or when you shoot, how many points do you get out of that on average, right? You'd think it's 2, right? It's not, though. You miss half your shots. So, when you shoot, you're worth like 0.9 points. And then some other guy might shoot 30% from the 3-point line. Well, he's worth the whole point. So they look at efficiency a ton. Anyway, sports talk.
Sports talk. Could you guys have Tyson versus Jones, by the way, when that's happening?
Tyson, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know enough about
Me too.
Jones or what he's been doing for the last 5-10 years.
So Jones retired, I think it's 2 years ago. Here was the deal. Jones, he fought in a bunch of different classes. He was a small heavyweight at the end of his career. He was a heavyweight champion, I think. I hope I have all this right, but if it's not exactly right, it's 90% right. He's a heavyweight champion, but he kind of hit maybe a lull in between great champions. And he became a heavyweight champion. Cool. They say, hey, you want to fight Tyson? And it was like short notice. It was like, whatever it was, 4 weeks-ish. And he's like, yeah, I'm in. I'll fight Tyson on 4 weeks. And his idea was, I fought professionally 2 years ago. 2. Tyson hasn't fought for 25 years. I'm going to guess that I'm closer to fight shape than he is. And since this fight's on 4 weeks, sign me up. Well, then it got delayed again and again. And I think Jones might suspect a little bit of bad faith in there. Like, we were never going to fight in 4 weeks, were we? You did. That was part of your way of getting me to say yes. Well, I can't say no now. I can't be like, I was going to, but now that you're in shape, I don't want any part of you. That's not fighter culture. So now he's going to fight a full camp, fully trained up Mike Tyson. I've always maintained that, don't look at striking and really understand the levels. If I saw Adesanya hit a heavy bag, McGregor and Tyson and, I don't know, Gaethje, they all look really good to me. I don't see that and really see the levels. I can see how well they do against each other, but that's different. So Tyson looks great to me. He looks so good. The way that he moves laterally and hits it. George Foreman, though, was looking at him, and he's like, you notice all these clips are 12 seconds long? He's showing you what he wants to see. Do you notice that he's not pointing his knees or his toes right? He's like, George Foreman's seeing things that I don't see. And he says Tyson is not the Tyson of old, of course, and that he's sort of over-representing himself by cherry-picking his best 8 seconds and putting together a compilation.
Tyson fighting?
Roy Jones Jr.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, I don't know what to expect. I get some, I don't know, thoughts?
I would be much more entertained if Tyson were fighting regular Joes. Like if he was going to fight
just tomato cans, just like
no.
Someone from the
people from the audience. like if Tyson was going to fight 3 dudes from a bar,
three of us.
Sure, one after another, right? Not at the same time at all.
We're fucked otherwise. We're fucked anyway.
I think 3 of us at the same time can take him, but that has nothing to do with Mike Tyson. That has so much more to do with what I think about 3 people against 1 person.
Would I have to play the head tank?
Yeah,
Taylor, you're going in first.
You move forward and take the damage. Now I'm going to be
hurt.
I'm going to be in the back with my bow. We're going to play this just like Vermintide.
Taylor's got a flail.
So you want to see
Woody's down. Get
And a
him
pig
up.
on his head. Yeah, and I'm down, right?
you want to see what was that show where the fucking it's like an MMA fighter just kicked a fucking bully's ass, but it was fake. I think
Bully Beatdown.
Yeah.
The
you want to see Mike Tyson do that, but just with not even bullies, just regular people. Like
how fake was that show? Was it 100% fake? Were there fights?
It had to be fake. I mean,
Diego Sanchez was on it one time.
Really?
Yeah.
You can't effectively kidnap a bully and force them to fight.
That was how I thought. That's why I thought it was fake. It was like, why are these bullies agreeing to fight professional fighters?
Because there was 10,000 on the line, right? 5,000 per round.
If they make it through the rounds, they get $5,000.
So if I recall correctly, in the grappling section, the bully starts with 10 grand. And if he manages to get through the grappling without submitting, he gets to keep 5. For every submission, he loses 1. So if he gets sub like 3 times in 5 minutes, then he keeps 2. We're following. And they almost always got subbed all 5 times. And then in the striking competition, they just had to last, whatever it was, 3 minutes.
So you know far more about jiu-jitsu than any of us. If I just roll into a ball, I mean, if I really curl up, can you still submit me?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, if I'm gonna like interlace my fingers behind my head, curl up, and like tuck my elbows on my knees, and just like no.
Hey, well, riddle me this: what if I'm actively shitting myself?
The Yoel Romero strategy.
What if I actually shat myself 30 minutes before the fight, and I begin smearing it all over myself as soon as the fight begins?
There's a couple ways to.
AIDS.
In grappling rules, there's a couple ways to open guys up from turtle position, which you're talking about. You can usually thread your arm under their neck, and then that's a problem. If their neck is really tight in, I would put my palm under their nose, and that inspires them to lift their chin up a little bit. Otherwise, like you'd want to, right? Yeah, but the turtle is a defensive position, but people crack it open.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
that
you're
would
not
be my
doing anything.
opening move.
You're not doing anything offensive there either, so you're waiting to get opened up, like, or kneed in the fucking spine or something. I mean, assuming it's not a jiu-jitsu tournament, like
It
I
is
just
a
wish they
grappling
had
section.
one where like it turned out that the guy's bully was Brock Lesnar. It's just
Funny.
every
This
day
guy
at work, it's just noogies and Indian burns and
Of course, it's a fake show, but all the people being bullied, like I never looked at them and said that they were pussies. It was always like, yeah, well, what's he going to do against him? That guy is clearly like, if he had no fighting skills at all, he's just jacked, right? Like half the guys look like Derek from More Plates, More Dates. And then the guys getting bullied look like regular people, was
there one episode of that show where the bully beat the shit out of the MMA guy? I want to say there was one where the bully actually won.
I don't remember that.
There's definitely one where
and ended it $15,000 richer than the guy he bullied.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember.
I'm trying to remember the pro guy who lost. It was so
Embarrassing.
I
was trying to find it on YouTube. All I found was this one guy trying to pick on some other dude in like a gym parking lot, and then the guy being picked on beat the shit out of him. So that's not it, because I don't think this show is filmed on an iPhone 5.
No, I've watched him a lot. Thomas Denny had a combined MMA record of 26-18, and he's the only guy that lost. He's the only guy
25 and 16.
28
That's not big.
26 and 18. Maybe I said it wrong, but 26 and 18. But yeah, he was an MMA fighter, and he lost to the bully.
And do you have the video there?
We wouldn't be able to watch it anyway, but I've seen him a bunch of times. But yeah,
I wonder why that didn't work out.
the Mayhem's over there coaching him. Like there are a couple subs that are kind of easy to get off untrained people, like pull his head down and go for the guillotine, but he just wasn't doing it. He was setting up complicated things. He was trying to fucking aerial arm. What is it? Flying armbar and stuff like that. Guy lost.
That's what he gets. Not taking it serious. Not taking this very serious show.
I love that show. There's one. He's like the biggest dick, right? He's not the biggest bully or even the toughest, but he's about Mayhem Miller's size. He's the guy that like does the show. And he had these weird things like, these kids have the poison in them. I try to get the poison out. And he was like sick and wrong, and he was a super dick. And the kids are like, we don't know why he bullies us. You're like, like he's dating my sister. And I'm like, he's fucking your sister?
I fuck you because you're a pussy.
and he just bullied him relentlessly. And I'm probably being fooled by the whole thing, but I just took it as like, wow, this is bad. And Mayhem Miller is like, every once in a while, you run across a bully that you gotta handle yourself. And the guy doesn't even know who his MMA fighter is. That's the way the show's laid out. They're surprised at who they find in the octagon. And Mayhem Miller's there, and he's all dressed in street clothes and shit. And suddenly he wears like gloves all the time. He has like red hair. He's kind of a freaky stylish. And he takes his gloves off, and underneath his hands are wrapped. And you're like, oh, it's him. It's him. We've been watching this for 2 years now. Finally, Mayhem Miller's going to take care of one guy himself. And he just did everything you hoped he would. Also, like in the grappling part, if I recall, he didn't even like get 5 quick subs. He's like, no. We want him to wish that I got 5 quick subs. And he's picking them up and slamming them, which does nothing but discourage him. And, the referee was like, he didn't want to do the striking part. He saw how that was going to go down. And he's like, man, do you really want to quit in front of all these people? Everyone's watching. Are you going to do the striking part? And he's like, yeah. And Mayhem Miller didn't just knock him out. No. He's like chopping down his legs. He's hurting him a lot, but not something you're allowed to quit over. So the guy's out there like hopping on one leg, trying to do his best. And it was great.
Have you guys heard the story?
Show that it also takes place in an octagon, but it's just called resisting arrest. 2 police officers. And you have to see how long you can resist arrest.
I love
this. Is a great show idea.
That's a great show idea.
When you watch resisting, yes, you would, Kyle. You would absolutely watch Resisting Arrest.
We talk about it every week on the show.
Resisting Arrest. That sounds like a terrible
there was a fucking cop show with Butterbean for a while. That was basically that, where he just went around beating people with a stick. I'm pretty sure. Well, he was like
Welcome to Resisting Arrest with Butterbean.
I feel like my technique against Butterbean would be to run backwards at a mild speed. Right?
It's a good idea.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a great idea.
It's a terrible idea.
You would absolutely watch a show called Resisting Arrest where some guy who has to be drunk.
This sounds like something off of Interdimensional Cable from Rick and Morty.
Yeah, it does.
Wasn't that whole episode just them riffing?
That's like the best fucking episode. Yeah, that's the best episode.
Resisting Arrest. That's such a good idea for a reality show.
Would they probably use like tasers and pepper spray?
Well, I mean, you're resisting arrest. As you know, at resisting arrest, all of them have committed a real felony.
But if they're able to resist arrest for 5 minutes, no charges.
Right.
I got you for 5 minutes.
His girlfriend's outside the octagon with 2 black eyes, hoping he gets caught.
Sorry, Stacy. Charges dropped.
He's coming back home tonight. And he looks bad.
It would make it better if the cops weren't real cops, but just like professional wrestlers or something, or MMA guys, or
Yes, they're professional wrestlers, but they're wearing really, really tight cop uniforms, like they're strippers.
No, you're missing the 2 sides of it. The cops that get chosen for this are cops who have committed a malfeasance in the line of duty with resisting arrest, and now they need to demonstrate how long they can try to arrest someone before resorting to those tactics. Okay. And so it's a bit of a cat and mouse situation. They won't go tasers full bore right away because their jobs are on the line. This is a terrible way to run our law enforcement system, but it's you don't think that's a good idea?
I would watch it.
A good reality show in so long. Every now and then, like Naked and Afraid pops on TV, and I'm just like, ugh.
All the ones with Gordon Ramsay are good.
I'm not
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't even know if there's any new episodes of that. Like he does that the last thing I saw him do that was like a new episode was the thing where he shows up for that restaurant to like fix a restaurant, but he's got like a whole like tour bus.
Oh, I don't know about the tour bus one.
Like he fixes it. It's like a 24-hour fix.
No, I haven't seen that show.
It's garbage because you cannot fix a failing restaurant in 24 hours. Like the tour bus or whatever he's got has like a mobile kitchen, like where they like folds out from the side, and he teaches like the chefs to like cook like 2 or 3 dishes in like 2 or 3 hours, and then that's all the training you're gonna get. And then they go in and they remodel the restaurant real quick, and they're like, "All right, try again." And it's like they haven't learned anything.
That's stupid. But Kitchen Nightmares and Hotel Hell are 2 good ones.
Kitchen Nightmares is great.
Yeah,
I like Kitchen Nightmares a lot.
Hotel Hell is the same thing, except it's a whole hotel, and some of the people are a little crazier.
Yeah, I like when he shows up to those places and they serve him that just horrendous food. Like he'll order half the menu and just one thing after another. He just shits on it.
I watched a YouTube video of him. I think it was some fish place, and they immediately brought him out like fake crab.
Yeah,
at a fucking fish restaurant, at a seafood restaurant, and he just tears down every single item, and it's so entertaining. He could like, have you guys seen him on Hot Ones? His Hot Ones episode. Oh, yeah. He's so great on that one. He's just cursing at the fucking dude across from him the whole time.
He's great. I really like Gordon Ramsey.
Amazing, yeah.
Some of the things he says to the chefs are like honestly devastating. Like some guy will be like, "This has been my job for 30 years and I don't even feel proud of it anymore." Like in his little interview, and he'll walk back there and be like, you walk home from here to your wife every night and you tell her you had a good day at work. How do you do that? How do you look her in the face and lie? It's like, how do your children think about you? Like it's really ruthless how he is. I like that. And also, it's
aren't
fun
you done with it though? Like he's obviously
like,
saying it for the camera. It's a stupid thing for the show.
It's like watching a movie. Like you remove yourself from it. There's some stuff that's obviously so unrealistic. It's put on. Like there's no reason for him to show his ass so often. That's clearly him throwing it in there. Has
he been working out? Is that what's going on?
Speedo. That's clearly him. But yeah, I love those shows. I really like it.
It's like watching a Macho Man Randy Savage interview. Like you know what you're gonna get, but it's so damn fucking entertaining. It doesn't matter.
I am the cream.
I was trying to do so. I'll stream Taylor Merck on Twitch. I'll stream like Hoarders. Hoarders was big for a while. People still like Hoarders. Kitchen Nightmares, Hotel Hell, all that shit. And we'd watch some Kitchen Nightmares and Hotel Hell, which is always more upbeat and funny because, every once in a while it'll be a little sad. But there was an episode that A&E put of Hoarders on there where I did a little vote in my chat. I was like, what do we want to do? Another Kitchen Nightmares or Hoarders? People like, Hoarders. So we did a Hoarders. And it was called Tom Has a Collection of Bowling Balls in His House. And they had just uploaded that on A&E. And I was like, oh, a nice lighthearted Hoarders bowling ball. There are 2 stories in most Hoarders. They started with the first one, which was not the bowling ball guy. This woman talked about being gang raped for 12 minutes before all the chat and me was like, this is so sad. Go back to Gordon. Back. And it was. I guess I started collecting things because I felt so ugly after being raped dozens of times that no man would want me. And everybody's just like, this is horrific. Like, this is the saddest fucking shit we could have watched.
Yeah. Did you riff on it? Like, I've got jokes for that, but I don't think I should say them out loud.
Those are YouTube jokes, not Twitch jokes.
Right.
At home jokes. But yeah, it was depressing.
My mom's actually a hoarder, 100%.
Really?
It goes back to the getting diarrhea excuse. Like she would cook with expired ingredients. Like she would never throw anything out.
Okay.
Because she grew up like poor. I actually did a Twitch stream one time where she wasn't at home and my internet was out here. So I'm like, hey mom, can I stream at your place? She thinks I work for fucking Google or something. She doesn't know what that means. So she's like, yeah, bring the Google over and work. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, so she's gone and I go over to her house and the goal of this stream was to find the most expired bit of food in the house just based on, the expiration dates. And it eventually, I lost the clip because I had to delete all my clips due to that Twitch DMCA music thing or whatever. So I just deleted them all. So I lost this one, but I think the item's still there. So I'll just go back and record it someday.
It's even older.
Yeah, it's even older now. But I found most things were expired like 5 years. I found a few things that were about 10 years, actually. Like, no shit. And I found, I swear to God, some sort of canned ham from the expiration date, I believe, was 2002.
Oh, no.
So not only, you got to think, this canned stuff takes a while to expire. So it's probably...
That's from 97.
I was about to say, that fucking pig could vote, at this point. Like, it was rough. I'm going to go and actually record it again, and I'll... next time I come back,
When did it start? Like, were you a kid when she started hoarding, or did this happen later in life for her? Like, what happened?
Oh, dude, it's just, she grew up poor, so I think she just wants to save everything. And
did you grow up in her house, or was she not like a hoarder?
I think she's always been a hoarder to some degree. Yeah, it got really bad when I got older and moved out, because then I wasn't there to throw shit away.
So is it like more and more stuff every time you go back to visit? Like, is it accumulating? Or so does she collect stuff that's not just food? What kind of other stuff does she keep?
It's not even like collection so much. It's just she does this thing. I think she just thinks that she's constantly going to starve to death. So she just buys copious amounts of food and then never throws it away, but then never eats it. You know what I'm saying? 60? Yeah.
That's a common thread, I thought, that I've noticed in hoarders. Like, they assign value to things that have no value. This is expired chicken broth. But you know what? If things get tight, we can still have some value from this. We can still make a go of it. Maybe you boil it and it's not so bad anymore. And it's like they just don't want to throw things away because they're worth something to them.
Yeah. Does she have a problem? Like, I mean, I watched the show, but like, she's not having difficulty maneuvering through her house. There's not
she does
on the floor.
My mom is nice enough to let me have Halloween parties there occasionally, because here I'm in a neighborhood and the police can get called and stuff. So every year she's nice enough to let me have the house for a little bit. And there was one year where we had planned to do something like go up in the attic and use a Ouija board, And I opened that attic door, and I shit you not, it's like the fucking cartoon where you open a door and shit just falls out onto you. The stairs are completely blocked. Like, what she had done is, I think it was getting to the point where she couldn't walk through the house. So she knew people were coming over, so she shoved it all in the attic. So it's like, it gets to that point sometimes.
Is there a smell because of the food and problems with that?
Most of the food is like canned stuff. I guess she assumes it never expires or something.
That's true.
That's not true at all. No,
believe the expiration date. Like,
she doesn't believe it. She doesn't believe it.
Tell you this was bad in 2002 because
I threw away shit from her freezer one day when I was still living there. I think I was 18 at the time. I just graduated, and I was throwing shit out of the freezer because I'm like, man, this is like too much shit and it's old, So I went by, and if it had an old date on it, I threw it out. And she came home and was just like, well, don't throw away that stuff. And I'm like, well, there's no room in the freezer. And she's just like, I got a spare freezer. I didn't even know about it. She's got a spare freezer. And she literally dug through the garbage like Oscar the Grouch and fucking got this shit out and put it in the spare freezer. Right hand to God, she did it.
That is
like Oscar the Grouch.
Like Oscar the fucking Grouch.
Did that make you want to live a lot cleaner when you got out?
I've always been messy and disorganized, but like to a point. And it's not because I don't want it clean. It's just because I'd rather just do something else. You know what I mean? But I'll like once in a while, I'll get the urge just to clean up because I'm like, it's too fucking bad, or whatever.
But you don't do the thing where you assign value to worthless things. I feel like that's
no. I throw shit out. Like if a fucking sauce is like a month out of date, it's going in the trash. Because there's no need to. I'm not poor, and I think she's got this mentality, even though she's far from poor, that she could get poor again or something, like doomsday proclamations and shit. all the time in her head.
She's always prepping.
Always prepping, yeah, just big prepper. Like she preps. So I think that's where that hand came from, was Y2K actually. So
yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't know your mom was a hoarder. Were there ever times where you wanted to have people over as a kid, maybe, where it's like, oh, I could have a hang out with some friends, and it was like, well, no, I can't. I'll have to go to a friend's house because there's not enough room to fuck around. Or was
it's
it
never
not
gotten? It's not quite. It's not quite that bad. She would confine it to like her room or something, you know, like just her bedroom, or if she knew people were coming over, she'd take it and just move it. You know what I mean? Like out of the way. It's not to the point where it's like a health hazard. You know, I'm not gonna.
If she were to watch Hoarders, she would come out of it feeling like a champion because these people shit in bags. There was one guy who was standing in a burned out room, like so dangerous. Like Matt Paxton, one of the main guys on the show, the cleaner, he was like, frankly, I don't like standing here talking to you. We're on the second floor of a burned out building. Do you not realize how everything is charred? Everything is ash. And the guy who's hoarding is like, a little bit of drywall, this will be fine. And he's like, oh, drywall. You can't hold up a structure with drywall. You can't do that. This is collapsing. And then like I think the guy like stepped his foot down and like a whole board like fell out. Like she would feel like this. She's totally under control if she watched this. There was one. So we have dead cat guessing on the stream where, you know, early on we established that there are cats or animals there and everyone will have to hazard a guess. It's not Price is Right rules. It's you either hit it or you miss it. You have to hit it to get it right. So you can't go with silly guesses. And the highest level of dead cats we ever got was there were 13 dead cats found in one woman's house. And that was with 33 living cats. And
I had to ask, that was my next question. Like, how many were alive?
Or no, wait. No, it was 33 total cats, 13 of which were dead.
That's a terrible ratio.
It's a lot of dead cats. And you can tell the real bad ones because they won't even give airtime to dead rats and stuff. They'll just be like, another dried out rat husk. Who cares? That's dead cats here.
That's another question that put on Ask Women is like, why do you hoard cats in your old age?
I think that might get stricken down for bad faith.
Yeah, probably.
Well, have they ever found a dead human?
No, but there was a woman who hoarded until her husband died in the hoard.
It makes it sound like the hoard came alive and killed him.
It crushed her one. It crushed him one day. There was a Reddit article the other day about a woman who was a blind hoarder. She was a blind hoarder. And I guess someone finally
stuff where my shit go.
every day. I have to. All right, let me touch all of my things. So someone finally intervened. You know, it's been going on for a decade and a half, and someone finally comes in and they intervene and they go into what used to be her son's room, and they find his skeleton. She thought her son had moved out because of her hoarding, when in fact he had died in his bedroom and was now surrounded by the hoard.
I can't believe
Jesus Christ.
My God. That's a good one.
How old was the body?
Like, if it's old enough to be a skeleton, you know, like 8 years, 10 years, something like that.
God damn.
There had to be a smell. Was she in denial?
Oh,
there's plenty of other smells.
But what if there's already a lot of smells going on, you know?
I hear you.
An example of the kind of people who do this, one of the ladies got so tired of sitting on the toilet shitting into a bag because her water had been turned off that she just started squatting in her kitchen over hefty bags, shitting into them, and then throwing them up the stairs.
She's in the kitchen. I bet there's a door that leads outside.
It got to the point that like one of the like expert cleaners walked up there and he's like, what in the world? And he like one of them was open and he just goes, it's human shit. And they come back down and they have to tell her like, ma'am, this is like, we need to get the Chernobyl team on this. No way we can do this. And meanwhile, they never show this in the show, but after the houses get condemned, I want to see the neighborhood block party. Yeah. Where it's just like, woo, property values looking good. Like,
you could totally like imagine a scenario in which like you need to sell your home. Like maybe you've gotten a job in another city, another state,
Sure.
but a big part of your savings is tied up in this home, right? Maybe you bought it cash, or maybe it's an inheritance, like you inherited this home.
Can't pay two mortgages at once, new place, old place.
Yeah.
Some people can't, like
Most
maybe
people can't pay two mortgages.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I suppose not. Yeah. And selling this home is like not only time sensitive, but vital to your family's survival. But you can't because there's a hoarder next door with glad bags full of shit like that you can see through the window. You can smell it all the time. The front yard is full of like lawn chairs and lawn mowers that don't work. And you just burn it down one night. You just burn it down. You don't care if they're in there or not. You just burn it down.
Every once in a while you come across a hoarder that's so crazy that like there was one episode I remember watching. Usually they'll get confronted and they'll be so like the best kinds that recover are the kinds that get so embarrassed in front of their family where they're like, oh my God, I can't even show them. Like they have an understanding of the shame it is and they overcome it.
Yes.
One woman, like they're like, so what do you feel like doing if we get rid of your ceramic doll collection, just the ones that are broken? And this fat old lady is like, I'm just gonna get 8 feet of rope.
God damn.
And it was like she threatened to hang herself half a dozen times over the course of the episode. What are we gonna do if we get rid of this play school set? I'm gonna go in my bathroom and kill myself. Because she kept taking it to Atomic, they had to be like, all right, well, let her keep the fucking.
Oh, dude. That reminds me. Did I talk about that secret horror channel I had? One podcast we did. I think I did. Maybe a couple ago. But for a lot of that, I just go and film shit out of my mom's fucking like storage buildings. Like a lot of the creepy shit. Like there's just broken dolls and shit laying around that she has. It's like she has storage buildings packed full of just shit. And
how many storage units does she have?
3 that I know of.
You have no idea how much Taylor is chomping at the bit right now to do a Hoarders episode with your mother.
It would be fun.
I will 100%. I will 100% ask. I'll make up something and say my internet's out. Can I use your internet one night when you're not home? And I'll go and just record everything I find. When she dies, it's gonna be fucking hell. Because she's got so much shit. Like, what am I going to do with it? So,
to sift through it all.
Yikes. Yeah. That's weird when people pass and you've got things left there that have no value, but there's a little bit of emotional value. But it's like, how much emotional value am I gonna need to be keeping? Like 8 storage units of emotional value. Is that what I'm gonna keep? Like, what am I gonna come here like once a year and tour my storage units full of emotional memories? Like,
I don't even want one storage unit full of that. Like I took stuff from my mom's house, moved it into my basement, and even now, like I've got a pretty big unfinished basement area, and there's like little tubs there of like stuff she used to use to decorate around her house. That I'm just like, do I need these candlesticks? Really? Like, am I looking at these and being like, oh, the memory of mom? It's like,
but it feels weird to throw them away.
Yeah.
But like, I've also got a million fucking photo albums down there. Like, I'm going to keep all that. I don't really care about the decorations.
But like when my grandmother died, and I think one of the things that has cured me of that syndrome, that like clinging on to things syndrome, was watching the in-laws fight over my grandmother's possessions like rabid dogs, and just being disgusted by that, and just so gross, just so gross.
Of one thing that I will always keep that my mom gave me, and it has to do with this show. Funny enough, she knew about the joke of everybody calling me an owl, and I've said this before, and she got me like this wire owl thing, looks like an owl, and it's got like potpourri in it. And she got it as like a little additional gift on like a Christmas. And she was like, get it? Because of your show? Because you look like an owl and they say you look like an owl. I was like, I get it, Mom. I get it. And that was one thing that like after she passed away, like I was like in my basement and I was like, oh, that owl thing. Fuck, I hope I didn't get rid of that owl thing. I was like actually like frantically looking around for it and I found it. And like now it's on my like mantle, like up there. Like it's all, I'll remember it. And that's like a thing that I'll always remember and be like, that's a fun little memory. Like my mom joking about that.
And me, and I'll be tied to it because I was the one that called you the owl.
Yeah, a lot of other
Just,
people.
when you look at it, I'm sure that's you think, Kyle.
Yes. Like, oh.
A single tear, just
a single tear for my living friend.
Exactly.
Yeah, basically that's one that I really do want to keep. But, you're right. A bunch of that stuff, you're just like, is this? Do I need this?
It makes me think now, does my mom have an emotional attachment to this fucking 22-year-old ham or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know where she got it. Did she get it as a gift or something?
I would with the key to open it, where you break it off and like use the key to pry it open.
Yeah.
Oh man, that is old as shit.
She's probably just like, hey, Y2K's coming. I'm scared, and hams keep for 35 years.
I would watch a channel. I would watch a channel where you just ate some of those things.
Like shoe nice, just fucking.
Yeah, like if
she's safer than what he does. Yeah.
I don't know. Like so the ham is iffy, but like if you had like a can of like beans, I've read that those expiration dates mean little to nothing. Like that they keep for 100 years. Like if you
the
got, like,
MRE guy said that. He was like, I watched a video about spam that the MRE guy was talking about, and he was like, I always talk about expiration dates. They do not apply to spam. Like, spam, as long as it is not punctured, this will be edible. And I was surprised by that. I didn't know. And if that guy, I'm basing all this on that guy's take, but if that guy has that much faith in spam to last until it's punctured or swollen, yeah, I believe him.
That guy ate hardtack from the Civil War.
Yeah, that guy's awesome.
I like his channel. I think you make an interesting guest. He's an odd guy.
I think my mom watches him, obviously. So, Jesus, dude, she's got so much. See, I hear that. I hear like expiration dates don't mean anything in regards to a lot of canned stuff, but just the idea of eating like a fucking 20-year-old pig that's been dead for 20. You know what I mean? It's just the idea of it that's fucking nasty. Even if it tastes fine, it's just gross. I don't know.
It is a little gross, yeah.
As long as like you can tell the canned food people who are in denial, or like it'll be a can of chowder from 30 years ago, and it will be almost a pop. Oh, what a cute pup! How old is he or she?
Buddy is 9 years old now. He's getting up there.
Wow. So we were talking about van life last show.
Oh no!
I have these two friends who aspire to do van life once he's finished his tour in the Army. I'd mentioned that. He took his van to get the oil changed, and they took the oil out, but they didn't put any new oil in, and they gave him the van back.
That's the most important part.
Yeah.
It is important to put new oil in. So now what happened is he drove it for like 2 minutes. Maybe an idiot light went off or something and gave it back. And they're like, yeah, I guess they use like a digital trigger or something when they put the oil in, and it acted like it was putting oil in, but no oil actually entered the car. So they did it old school with like bottles in a funnel. And they said, hey, your van's fine. And he's like, man, it's ticking. It's ticking in a way that it didn't used to do. What do you do from here? I mean, it runs. They're claiming it to be fine, but he feels like it's not fine, like there's permanent damage. And he wants it to be his home.
There could be permanent damage. Like if you have metal on metal, there's almost certainly some sort of damage that was done. Whether or not it's going to like have an impact in the next 30,000, 40,000, or 50,000 miles is, I don't know. But I know running a car without fucking oil in it is like insanity mode. Like you can't do that.
What would you do if you were giving your car back and it had no oil and you're like, well, now it's been run 2 minutes with no oil. It seems to be okay, but to my ear, there's a louder tick.
I'd contact a lawyer.
Yeah, I would sue 100%.
I'd contact a lawyer and see what they said. Like, hey, these guys did this, and that. What do you think? Oh, we got a case, or we don't have a case. You're gonna get one.
Do you have any recourse other than that? Other than
here's my thoughts.
Paying
sell
again
the
at a new
car.
place?
I don't know.
I would be like, hey, dealership, I want a new engine. Look, that's that. If they're willing to swap, it was a dealership, by the way, so it wasn't like a tiny, poor corner mechanic. It was a dealership. And if they're willing to swap the motor because I'm unhappy, we're cool. If they're not, I want a warranty. Give me a 2-year warranty or something like that.
They will not do that.
Then I guess I go attorney.
Yeah.
Those are my thoughts. I was wondering if you guys, I was hoping you'd have like,
what the
gem.
real blessing in disguise is that now hopefully he sees how ridiculous van life.
Yeah.
Hopefully this saves him the trouble and effort of being a van man for the next couple of years until he is indistinguishable from a homeless.
I'm not on that team. I think van life is fun.
Second best thing that could have happened to him. The first best being that someone would steal his van.
Wait, Kyle, hold on. Woody says he still disagrees. We've got a fourth party. What are your thoughts on living in a van?
Are you familiar with van life? Is this a new thing?
Positive or negative?
Yeah, I watch Foresty Forest on YouTube.
Okay.
You guys know who that is? Yeah.
Nope,
He
but
lives
I'm
in a van.
already encouraged.
I'm guessing he's a homeless man.
A homeless man that lives in a van. Yeah, I mean, I've toyed with the idea eventually, just like a Subaru instead of a van.
Yeah, but then you sober up.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think it's cool.
Wait, you were gonna van
It's
life
good.
in a Subaru?
Yeah, I got an Outback. It's big. You can sleep in it. Yeah.
Yeah, we were looking at a setup like that last week. Kyle wasn't impressed.
No.
Yeah, because I want to be a fucking hobo.
It's
This
good.
is like
Love
that scene
sleeping
from
in a
Pulp
bed.
Fiction where he's like, yeah, I'm just going to wander the earth like Kane from Kung Fu. And he's like, you have decided to be a bum.
It's what makes it enticing is like the challenge of it. It's like a personal challenge. Like, can I live like this? Will it be fun? You know what I mean? Even when it's not fun, it's like, can I do this? And if you're making YouTube content with it or Twitch streaming it or whatever, it's like another means to want to keep doing it.
A personal challenge
So-
is like handcuffing yourself and seeing if you can get over to the key and get yourself out. Living in a van is deciding to be a bum.
Why not go whole hog and just do shopping cart life? Wow.
Yeah.
Ooh, can I do it? I don't know.
Unless I get those carts, there's no fucking way I can pay for my shit.
I think you guys just launched my new YouTube channel. I'm gonna
Shopping
try
cart
that.
life.
Yeah, shopping cart.
Should just be a parody channel.
You're wearing green t-shirts and just being a dick. to
Have
the
you
homeless.
discussed van life with Jackie?
No. Well, I mean, I think I've told. Maybe I have. I mean, not as this thing that we would do together. That's not her thing. Like, Jackie's wonderful in a lot of ways. Camping's not one of them.
This is one of them.
Oh yeah.
this
Hey,
one.
run this by her. We're gonna sell everything. All right, back to square one, and I'm gonna buy us the most pimp Sprinter van you've ever seen. You're gonna love it. All right, we're gonna be so much closer.
Yeah.
So,
the
Jack,
four of
see it
us.
like this. It's kind of like I already beat the game of life, but how about a new game?
New character.
Yeah,
We're gonna start
Jackie,
over.
prestige mode, right? We're gonna get rid of everything. We're gonna start over for some fucking reason with nothing and see how that goes.
And within 2 minutes, you're gonna be like, I missed my red tiger camo. I should have kept 3 times frag.
Oh my god. It teach their own. It is. I can get on board with the paramotor thing. I can. I bet it's fun. I could see it being fun. I don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze for me personally because it seems like a lot of work. And for me personally, like I think a small plane, obviously, like 5 times as expensive, right? But like that would intrigue me. But I do get the paramotor thing for sure. I get the hiking. I get the camping. I get the adventures where you've really got to earn the experience. When you were talking about walking Yosemite or hiking through Yosemite, that makes a lot of sense to me. Like instead of being the guy in the polo that just drove up to the tourist attraction, having been the guy who hiked for a week with your whole life on your back with your friend, I get that. Living in a van is hobo life. That is not fun. It is not gonna be fun. It sounds insane to me.
All right, guys, doing hard mode of life. Hepatitis.
By the way, this family, I don't even know how many homes they own. Like they're already building their real estate empire. I would guess 4. So they're. I just want to put that out there as they're an alternative hobo. That's for sure,
dude. It's totally a challenge thing. It's like you have.
I think it's an
you know what I mean. You
thing
get
for them. I think they're like so. Yeah. You don't know. He's in the active army right now, and when you're in the army, even your time off isn't that time offy. Like a lot of times, but you have to stay 90 minutes from the base. Your weekend is off, but you're not that off. You don't have any freedom, and he's just. They're going to Colorado. You can imagine. They're going to buy a van. They're going to have no strings tied on him. He's going to grow facial hair. Like that's, he's just going to sort of experience some freedom that he doesn't have now, a little elbow room.
So let me run this past you because now that you say that, and so he's a man of means. So are you. Why not a motorhome?
That's a good question. A motorhome comes with certain, cool things aren't accessible. Remember the guy with the keyboard on the lake?
Yes.
And you guys didn't find that attractive at all, but people do. You don't do that with a 42-foot long motorhome or whatever it is. I think it's Class A, the really big one.
But you can park close enough to walk to the beautiful sights and then come back.
If that's the case, then you're not by yourself. You're in a parking lot. You're probably plugging in somewhere. These guys I think there's a term for it. It's not boondogling. But anyway, it's when they're living off the grid, right? They've got the van power and some solar, and that's it. And they're living by a lake in a place that's not settled right now.
Okay.
That's different than like an RV parking lot with some dude who has a generator and tents and grills and things. Like it's a different thing. And then tomorrow you get a whole new place, and there's just no strings on them. They'd like to give.
What might make a good van life vehicle is a deuce and a half.
I don't know what that is.
It's one of those old army trucks. They're really cheap. Like you can get one for like 10 or 15,000. They're huge. See, that's what
oh wow.
So it sounds like what do you need? You need off-road capability for this. So that does it. So the interesting thing about this truck. You can get it for like $10,000, $15,000. I don't know why. I saw one time in I was halfway across the country. I was in Texas or Kentucky or somewhere, and it was $10,000, and it was in good condition.
Maximum cruising speed is 48 miles an hour.
I think it's too big. I just think it's too big. Like
you would convert that entire back area into a living quarter.
Yeah, but at that point, just get a fucking bus. It's like an old school bus.
You can get a school, but they're more expensive. Like the thing about the deuce and a half, that engine will run on anything from diesel fuel to lighter fluid to I think they'll run on fry oil.
Yeah, it'll be more reliable probably.
Yeah, going 48 miles an hour across the country.
You're not in a hurry. Dude, if you're into van life, you are not in a hurry.
This thing looks cool, right?
Is this from Borderlands?
This looks like it's from a dystopian South African future.
An online friend of mine.
Lady comes out who
is that literally the Australian flag on it?
This one I just Googled. It's Overlander or something, but an online friend of mine is doing this. He's a man of means. He lives in the UK. I think he's a surgeon by profession. And he's building his own van life type thing. You know what he's going to do? He's going to go to less third world places and help them with their medical needs.
That's good.
Yeah, my plan is to drive right into Kenya and just start popping in needles everywhere. He's not Australian, but I do think
I've seen
British is close enough.
Yeah. I've seen people do this. I watch a few people on YouTube that will do the van life thing, but they'll do it in even smaller vehicles. There's a guy that does it in an old Jeep Wrangler. Like a two-door fucking Jeep Wrangler.
How does he sleep in it?
Not easily. I think he took the passenger seat out and just.
This
no need for that.
This guy, the guy, one I'm talking about, before he met his wife, I've known him for a couple of years. He was the most single person I ever met, and people are like, "How is someone more single?" Right? It's a binary thing. And it was like he took the passenger seat out of his truck to make room for his paramotor. That's really single.
Yeah.
That is.
Isn't there something kind of sad about not even needing a passenger seat in your car?
I was going to say
it is. Yeah.
There's not even a possibility of sharing lunch with someone. Any kind of human interaction.
Like I've always thought there's like even buying Oh, God damn it, Woody. You did make me feel bad. Oh.
Is it a problem
Well,
with
that's
the
awfully sad.
system? Is it a
Yeah,
problem
he's
with
a super guy.
system in the van?
I want to make a joke, but I won't. I'm just going to stop. I'm just going to stop now. God damn it.
I appreciate it. Yeah, super guy, my friend.
The joke's too mean to even type.
Okay, maybe that's for
Fuck
the
it.
best.
God damn it.
No, delete it so we can print it. It doesn't have.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that stinks. Either way, I don't want to live in a fucking van. That's the end of it. The end of the van thing. I'm not living in a van. My favorite thing about my house is I don't live in a Walmart parking lot with people knocking on the window. I live in a suburb, nice safe suburb area.
The dude I watched on YouTube just stayed overnight in a Walmart parking lot during like a blizzard, and he's just like, he's really Canadian, you know, so he's just like, oh, the thing about staying in a parking lot, you know, is they clear off the snow with the leaf blowers all night, and you can't get any sleep. And I'm like, man, that sounds fucking terrible. And then like it cuts, and he's just like, yeah, I got like 2 hours of sleep. Let's go hike this mountain now, yeah. And it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, but every once in a while they forget to blow it out of here, and then you get a nice morning skating. You know, it's pretty cool. I'm very depressed. If the Leafs aren't going to win, I'm just going to fucking end it.
I see the adventure in it. I see the no strings on me thing in it. I wouldn't trade it. I don't want that life, but I think I might want it for a week. You know, I dabble in it. Like that's what the trailer is for, I guess.
Yeah. Noose around your neck. The car in neutral, pulling you into the abyss.
It's really fun to watch and see where they go and how they do it. It's like watching a playthrough of a really hard game that I don't want to fucking play because it's too hard. You know?
Yeah.
Sometimes they're into an interesting hobby. Like there's a lot of mountain bikers who like it, a lot of mountain climbers who like it, and then what's the one you just mentioned? Hikers.
He hikes and bikes, actually.
Maybe if you're like into rafting and you need to like get up to like the mouth of a river or something. I don't know.
Paramotor guys like it.
Yeah,
that makes sense. I bet like not freebasers. Freebasers like it too.
Base jumpers. I think you're
base jumpers and
yeah.
freebasers.
Freebasers do the shopping cart challenge.
It's almost required if you're a freebaser to live in a van. Oh shit! God damn. I would just feel so uncomfortable all the time. Like if I'm like away from whatever my home base is, not necessarily home, but like where I live. You know what I mean? Like I'm not one of those people who's like, oh yeah, home is where the heart is. Like wherever I'm living is where the heart is, or whatever. Like it could be this. I felt that way about all the places I've ever lived.
Home is where the Wi-Fi connects automatically.
That's true. I like that even more. But like if I've been away from my house for, a week, 2 weeks, or even a month at times, when I finally get back, there's something very relaxing about like having all of your own stuff right where you put it, and like being able to sit on your own couch and the quiet of it all, and like the air conditioning is how you like it, and like that's your toilet and that's your shower with the kind of soap that you like, and all your shit's there.
Yeah.
There's this like sigh of relief that's like a full body experience when you finally get back home. And I cannot imagine ever having that again if I lived in a van.
So when I sleep in my trailer, I miss the security of it. Like,
yeah,
I mean, it's locked. I guess it's secure. I just in a foreign place, and you hear things from outside, and it doesn't feel as secure as my home does. When I sleep in a hotel, I wish I'm really considerate noise wise, I do, but I even like to shower, like outside shower times. Cause it's annoying. You can hear the other guy's bathroom and shower running and everything. So I try to do it quickly if I have to shower at night or something, and just really aware like how loud my TV is and like that. If I'm at home, this is my house. I'll ring the gong if I want to. Like, like it's different. And
I stayed in a hotel recently, and they were having a wedding there. And as soon as I get to my room, it's one of those rooms where there's like a door separating your room from the one right next to you, and I can hear like, I guess it's the fucking lady, like the bride and maybe all of her bridesmaids are in there just fucking jibber jabbering. I I like get near the door and it's just like I can hear their full conversation without even putting. I mean, I did put my ear on the door and listen for a while, an hour or 3, but you could hear every word they were saying, and I was just like, "Annoy me now. I'm going to be annoying you all night. This is going to get rough for you because I got nowhere to. Because my lady friend will be here any minute now, and I just woke up. I brought all the toys.
It is 1 a.m. and I'm ready to party.
Yeah, we started our party at around midnight, and it didn't end. I mean, I just drove home when we got done at like 7 a.m. or something like that. And I know whoever was over there couldn't have gotten very much sleep because the TV was up really loud to kind of muffle some of the noises, but it was loud in there.
Yeah,
there was devices.
Mm-hmm.
I had the Hitachi. It's
the Sawzall.
And like, I don't know if you've ever like taken the like a Hitachi wand and without turning it off, put it on a coffee table or something.
Oh, yeah.
It sounds like you ran over a fucking baseball with a lawnmower.
It sounds like a literal jackhammer. Yeah.
I mean, it'll fall off in 2 seconds. It's okay.
It did a little dance first. Yeah. Yeah, fuck those people. Yeah, I don't like inconsiderate people at hotels either. That's why I almost always get Airbnbs. They like you can often find Airbnbs for like $80 and you'll have like a whole place to yourself. That's so nice. That place that we got Taylor that time when it was like me, you, and Chiz and my girlfriend, that was like $250 a night or something.
Yeah,
like,
for 4 people to have.
Yeah, for 4. And I don't mean like $250 each, like $250 for everyone. And it was like 3 bedrooms and like a full like game room and full kitchen. It was a big house with a backyard and everything.
What about the other fees? Like sometimes you're like, it's $250 a night. It was great. Oh yeah. And then we had it for 3 nights and there was a $200 cleanup fee. And
no, that's everything included. Like that's after like tax, tag, and title and everything. It ended up being that.
It was a self-imposed fee, but the weed fee and the Magic the Gathering card fee was immense.
Yeah.
I rented a car from Toro, and I was pretty happy with it. I liked the experience. Like, there's no rental counter where the lines can be so long. The car was right there. I returned it dirty, but not like scummy or anything. The inside was completely clean. It was fine, but the tires had run through like puddles and had like that sort of streaks of dirt next to the, behind the tires, like on the side of the doors and stuff. And he charged a good amount, like $40 cleaning fee or something.
Really? Like a detailing fee? That's surprising.
I could have just run it through like a gas station car wash probably and avoided it. But, like
Well, Turo rents the nice cars. That might be different. I remember I worked at a rental car place and they'd be like, yeah, get it as dirty as you want. And I'd be like, you fucking asshole manager. You're not going to have to clean that. I'll probably have to. And some piece of shit people would take that literally. And like there would be folded up baby diapers in the back seat, like all sorts of trash in there. I remember I returned a car for this one guy. He was in a Nissan Cube and there were so many holes all over the car that he apparently never got through a cigarette. He would just drop it on his seat and let it burn.
That's how he extinguished them.
I might on my phone still have these photos from like 2013 or 20 whatever it was, where I returned it and it was so outrageous. I was taking photos and it was like just half a dozen holes just burned all over the seats. And I like returned. I'm like, dude, we got to charge you for a detail because you clearly smoked in the car. And like as he's lighting, I was like, no, I didn't. And then all you have to do, like, you just open up first of all, I was like, well, I know there weren't this many cigarette burn seats when you took it out because they wouldn't have rented it to you if there were a bunch of cigarette burn seats. And then also, like, if someone has smoked a little bit in the car, you can check the door behind the driver's seat and you'll see ash there in that lower area. It looked like a cremated body. It's absurd. This guy was spitefully smoking in the car.
He had 2 of these double fisted over there.
It was awful. Those were the worst fucking things because you don't want to have a conflict with someone like the airport.
Yeah, no, not at all. I remember returning a car once, and I was in Texas. And it was one of those instances where I hadn't timed my drive perfectly to correspond with my flight. And because, I'm in another state. It was like a 3-hour drive to the airport, maybe more. It was more. It was 3 or 4 hours. And I was just running out of time. And I had already stopped for gas once, but it wasn't full. And I'm like 10 miles from the airport. And I'm like, it's almost full. It's almost full. Like they'll probably just, a couple gallons. How much could it cost?
At $7 a gallon, a lot.
Oh, so I would have loved it if they'd only charged me $7 a gallon, Taylor.
What company were you using?
I have no idea. Maybe Enterprise. It was a lot, though. I remember it being like, it actually probably ended up being like 5 gallons, and I think it was like $80.
See, that's the thing.
It was something ridiculous.
You're supposed to return it full, but we all know if you return it like 2 gallons not full, that's full, right? The thing that the little gauge is still touching the F, and like you're cool, everything's fine.
Yeah.
But if they have to fill it, then they fill it to where you didn't, where you never would have.
Yeah.
Dude, returning people's cars who were like, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't have time to fill up the last quarter tank. How much is that going to run us? I remember on the little handheld thing, like scanning it and punching it in and being like, that's going to be $50. But that, man, in my last like few months there when I was like, fucking, I don't care. I would be like, that is outrageous, close enough. And I would just delete all the fuel charges. Cause it would honestly be, someone would show up with 3/4 of a tank and they'd want you to charge like an extra, like Kyle said, like $60 or something that's like gonna cause an issue. And when there's 100 people behind them waiting to be checked in, I would just, at that point in my little car rental career, I was like, I don't fucking care. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're not paying for gas. 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 We're getting this done. We're getting it out of here, folks. And it was, you just needed to find me on my last bit there, because you could have drove it. I remember we were supposed to do this thing with like, and so every time you return a car, you have to do this 1-minute evaluation of the car, make sure everything's okay. And, it's real good to do. Not once did I ever do that. I would walk around and just kind of give it the, like, it looks fine. And I remember one time, it wasn't even me. It was this other guy who I think he was like baked as shit at work. He returned a car and didn't charge someone for an entirely shattered windshield to the point that like there was a hole in it. Like you can't even fix that. And so this guy invented this huge lie that when he was driving through the cleaning bay, that a mechanical part fell off and hit it. And like made up this lie, and immediately like all the assistant managers at the branch were like, that didn't happen. Like,
if you buy the insurance, can you do anything? Like, so I watched
you can't intentionally harm the car. Yeah.
Who's the guy with the really deep voice who's been on our show a couple times, like
I don't know.
car salesman,
Wiki?
Yeah, Vin Wiki said it might have been him or his friend Rabbit or something. They were telling about they bought the car insurance, and they were like off-roading Ford Mustangs to where like the tie rod got ripped off the bottom or something insane like that. And they bought the insurance, and they're like, "Yeah, well, that was a good call, good, no problem."
So if you admit to having off-roaded, that would void it. But I doubt they admitted to off-roading when they returned it. So they could have said they just hit a dust storm. Or I don't know. You can't off-road it. That's the big thing I remember is not off-roading, and you can't let somebody who's not on the contract drive. Because if you rent someone else is on the contract and they're driving and you're a retard and you're like, yeah, well, it was Susan driving, even though it's Brad with the contract, then the rental car company can be like, well, you're on the hook for 100% of it.
What if you rent like a Jeep Wrangler? You can't take it off road?
No,
really?
You can't take anything off road unless you specifically rent it for that.
But it's trail rated. There's a sticker on the side. It says trail rated.
It is, but it's a liability thing from the company's standpoint. Like I know you are. It's like, we're prime off-roading vehicle. No off-roading.
Well, Woody, I didn't realize there was a sticker. The corporate policy was wrong.
I am so glad to not be doing that anymore.
So
what?
Yeah.
When you didn't care about the job, did you have another one, or you just didn't care about work?
It got to the point that like like I was really good at a few things. I was really good at fleet management. So like if they put me in charge of that, I was really good at predicting like what the workload would be like for that day. And so it'd be like early in the morning, like, all right, pull X amount from here. No, not that many aren't going to show up. That's a waste of money. Don't send that many drivers. Like that kind of shit. Like I was pretty good at. I was good at the customer service thing too. I've told you guys about pretend manager, where I would be pretend manager for difficult situations, and I just got a kick out of it. It was so much fun. But yeah, as far as sales was concerned, by the end, I was like writing, because it would have a little chart in the back where it's like everybody's name, and it'd be like number of tickets written. Like a ticket is just someone you're writing out for a thing. I was leading the pack in tickets every month, trailing tremendously in every aspect of sales, because they would like give you this like 12-point thing to ask people that was outrageous. And it got to the point where it was like, this line is taking forever. People are hating us. I would just be like, you got insurance? Yeah. Boom. You're good, hon.
Did you get paid for it?
Right. No, you don't get. See,
so I used to work customer service, and there were 4 bonuses we got. And those bonuses did so much to drive the way that we did. I was on the phone, like, solving software problems. And we got a bonus for like if you solved 2/3 of the calls the first time they called, there was a bonus for that. So you knew that. And maybe the call's going on like 7 minutes, and this might be a situation you're getting borderline on like, hey, I'll call you. Let me research this and call you back. Or, let me look at this. Like, hang on a second. Maybe I could find this answer in a few minutes and answer it right now for you. That second one became way more attractive because there's a bonus on the line. What happened is the managers at this call place figured out that what you bonus for is the behavior that you get. So, like, that's one example. You bonus for solving calls on the first try. People start solving calls on the first try. You bonus for, there's like an interaction with the knowledge base, right? Mm-hmm. So if I got a call that came in, I had to either use the knowledge base and link that call to it, or I had to enhance the knowledge base so that the next guy that comes along will have this answer for him. And they bonus how often you improve the knowledge base or use it. People use it every fucking call because there was money in it for us. Yeah. So if you were paid for insurance sales, you would have sold. I'm sure of it.
I'm sure. Like the little benefits they would give you were so outrageous as far as money that my manager at the airport started outrageous? like outrageous as in like you would have to sell so much to get a pittance, nothing, like an impossible amount to get an impossibly small bonus.
That's dumb. Like
if
they gave you a third of the insurance, they'd make more money.
Oh, they would make fucking bank if they did that. But like they make pretty much every rental car company makes the bulk of their money in those insurance packages. And so I remember there would be times where like I wouldn't sell for 3 days in a row where my manager would be like, he just liked me for some reason. And he'd be like, hey, Taylor, you haven't sold anything in like 2.5 days. And I was like, yeah, I mean, but look at how many tickets I've written. How good is our customer service because of how much I'm pumping people out of here. And he'd be like, all right, well, and then he would set things like, first person to sell 10 of the collision protection insurance goes home the second that they've put the last one. And he was like a didn't really fucking care manager. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'll just punch you out whenever. And so the second he would give those challenges, I would go sales mode and always get out of work. Like it would be like I remember one time I was on a 6 to 6 shift and he gave that challenge at 8 a.m. At 8:30, I left.
30 minutes.
Like, and the way I would get people into that is I would be like, all right, collision protection, that's the only thing that you need. These other 3 insurances, ridiculous. It's supplemental to everything you already have. This one, you're only here for a day, $20 for the day. You're like that kind of shit. Like that was easy as pie. If it was someone who showed up for like 10 days, I'd be like, all right, let me just get you done really quick because there's no reason for you to spend $210 insuring something you already have insured. Get the hell out of here. And so I would just find like 10 people with 1 day rentals and be like, this is what you need. And be like, all right, whatever, $20, and then zoot the fuck out of there. That was my main incentive, was get out of the Boise airport. This sucks.
So when you find yourself leading people or people on the call, like you get the behavior that you pay for. And that matters.
And I didn't even mislead people about it. Like there was this, I've talked about this one cunt who I worked with that would just throw contracts onto forest forest registry people. And so it'd be like, all right, we're renting a Yukon for 3 months. And she would just throw literally $30,000 of insurance, knowing that the firemen don't give a shit. They're going to sign for whatever. And so then she would get off for forever and get a bonus. And by the time they returned it, and I had to delete all of it, like nothing happened. She fucking sucked. I hope life's going poorly.
I hope she's itchy right now.
She's probably living in a van moderating the r/AskWomen subreddit.
She's living in a van moderating Ask Women. That would be the ultimate justice.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, don't believe anything those rental people tell you. They're all told to be sneaky.
Woody, I tried to watch that show that you told me was bad for some reason. I don't know. I was like, maybe he's wrong. That Barbarians.
Oh, yes.
Dude, it's so bad. It was awful. First of all, it's dubbed.
Is that the one that's supposed to be funny?
I don't know what the original language was, but it's not even close to English. There's like 8 more syllables in every sentence than they're supposed to be.
Is that the one that's supposed to be a comedy, though?
No.
Taylor, can you say those words again?
I didn't know if that was the comedy one.
Oh, no. I know they're thinking of Norseman, maybe.
Oh, okay.
This one is about, I don't know, some chick starts off young, becomes like a warrior, gets mad at the Romans and resists. She's a barbarian. I didn't get very far. It's like it's Germanic tribesmen banding together to fight the Romans, and it's just like I don't know how far I made it in, but not very far at all. You know, it's not bad. Queen's Gambit. Have you seen that yet?
The cute female chess player.
Yes. Yeah. She starts off as a little girl, orphan, and you don't know her whole backstory, so I won't tell it. You learn it over the course of the season. And she becomes a chess player and then quite a good chess player. And she also like a bit of a coming of age there where she becomes like a sexual woman and a drug user. And it's not as, look, they could have shown more sex. It's pretty weak in that regard. But it is, you get to see a girl grow into a woman and face the world. And it was pretty good. By the end of it, I was heavily invested in her and her success and liked it.
Okay.
I just started Barry. You guys seen Barry?
I love Barry.
I've only seen the first 3 episodes, I think, but it's really, really good.
It's really good. The second season wasn't quite as good, but I liked the first season a ton. I just started watching Justified. It's a show that was on FX with Timothy Oliphant.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually pretty good. He's like a deputy U.S. Marshal. It's a good show. I like it.
I've heard good things about it. Yeah, never checked it out though. I do this thing where I add like 50 shows to lists, and then I never fucking watch them. So
one of my wife's techniques is she looks at a show, and if it has more than like 4 or 5 seasons, it's probably good. That's one of her like markers.
So this is a guy from that show, and I was clicking on him, the photos of him, thinking that he was going to be significantly younger than me. This guy's 30 years old.
He looks 15.
How old is he in this picture?
30.
Jesus.
He's 30 years old.
He looks 15.
Is he the gay guy from Glee? Because he could be.
I've never seen Glee, but does he have a disease?
Oh, Mr. Harrow.
Does he have a disease?
Some people have those diseases where they look a different age. Like, I haven't looked that young in 20 years. And he's a year older than me.
I think he's just not like...
He's just got good genes.
I guess. Yeah, I think he just doesn't look old. He looks almost too young, though. I get what you're saying. It's almost like the Andy Milonakis thing,
I wouldn't serve him beer if I were a bartender.
It's cool that he looks so young at 30, but he also looks a little beta, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'd take a little, I don't know. He just... That guy can beat up 15% of men.
Yeah, but he looks like he could be rich.
Yeah, but most of those men are in like cancer wards, and
right?
Funeral homes.
And you say he looks like he's rich, but like I think a lot of women, I'll put him back on screen, look at him and say, I like a little more man to my men.
Yeah.
I bet there's some lesbians though who look at him and they're like, "Hey, not too far off."
He looks like he's dressing up like an adult.
Dressing up helps. Yeah.
Dressing up like an adult.
Like he looks like
I'm wearing daddy's pants.
He's got size 12 shoes on.
Parent-teacher conference to save his grades or something.
Yeah, he does. He does look like he's graduating middle school or something. Yeah.
That's insane. This guy's 30.
30. Yeah.
God, I look awful. How old are you, BlameTruth? 31?
31. Yeah.
Taylor,
You also look older than this guy.
Are you 30 yet, Taylor?
No, 29. Holding on. Six more months of 20s.
Math checks
Kyle
out.
seems to be handling it okay, so I'll take his lead and gracefully become a 35-year-old felon.
There you go. Yeah, you never know. I never thought I'd be a 35-year-old felon, but I'm almost there.
With the
it just
mail.
shows that with hard work, dedication, and some real bad luck, you can achieve anything.
Biden wants to clean your record. I think there's a
Bullshit.
1% chance.
None of them are.
Biden wants to fuck children. Biden, I find it.
Kyle, in fairness, all of them want to fuck children.
If I had to bet on whether it's more likely that Biden gets literally caught fucking a child during his presidency, or whether Biden clears my record during his presidency, I think it's 50-50.
You know, maybe not. I don't know if Biden can get it up.
Touche.
I mean, maybe he goes Bill Clinton, uses some sort of cigar.
Surfaces of him fucking a child from when he was a virile man. Maybe that's more likely.
Yeah.
But
your record? I don't know, because there is no fucking way that any of these candidates are going to clear your record. There's no way.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
Bernie would try.
No, Bernie
I don't know what he gets past, but Bernie wants that to happen. It's not lip service. That if he were king, it would happen.
I mean, if he were king,
Bernie.
it would happen. He endorses people who don't want to do it. You know?
Can you say it over again?
He endorses parties that don't want to do it. Like, there's nothing that says Kamala wants to do this. Like, Biden is just doing campaign shit. Like, it's not going to happen. There's no way. They all companies.
Taylor, if you trying to get me to believe that these politicians aren't going to fulfill all their campaign promises?
They won't fulfill any. Isn't it funny? Every 3 years, it's like, we're the middle right. Oh, we're the middle left. And then every election year, it's like, no, we're way over here now. And then as soon as the election, now we're back to debating how many troops to send somewhere. Oh, you don't want to send troops? No, it's a foregone conclusion. We will send troops. The Republicans want to send 10,000, but we, the Democrats, we want to send 7,000. What a debate!
Taylor, I think that one of your criticisms of Trump is that he's not anti-war enough, but that's one of my praises of him. He's the most anti-war I can recall.
He's genuinely anti-war. He's like Kyle pointed something out. I don't recall the numbers, but he's the first president in whoever knows how long to not start a new conflict somewhere. Yep. That's what I want. That's great. I love seeing us not involved in more ridiculous wars that do nothing but siphon from the middle class and serve that money to Raytheon, Halliburton, Lockheed Martin, and Boeing, and a couple others. That's great. That's probably the best thing Trump's done, is not starting new wars, not getting us embroiled in that. As I'm afraid that as soon as we get another establishment person in, whether it's Republican or Democrat, because they both love war,
we're gonna mix it up a little. I mean, we've been training Taylor.
We do that. We don't.
Taylor, you don't want to get rusty at war.
Rusty at war.
Enough is enough. We shouldn't be in these places. We have no business. Silliness.
Taylor, we're down to 2 wars. If you think that's enough, you're not patriotic like me.
I want a new war. I'm so tired of the old wars. Why can't we fight somewhere green again?
Yes, because all our camo and stuff is out of. It feels dated now, right?
Yeah.
No, even green is old hack. If there was a nice
space
war in
a gray one,
Arctic, where they got really nice.
Ooh, Arctic warfare.
Arctic war. Yeah.
Cool.
You know what?
There's some snow people we could fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Even
wanna get
Russians don't hang out in
overconfident.
that area of their country. We can't even fight them. We have to pick someone.
I bet there's some Eskimos up there getting rowdy. They could use a fucking bombing. I'd love
Yeah.
to see that.
I don't
There's
think they
oil
know.
up there. There's oil in these cold
Oh,
places.
shit.
They need some freedom.
I wish we'd find some primitive people to kill. Like get a win. Just get back in the win column.
We should get who was the tribe
couple slops.
that like stabbed the guy with spears when they went to visit them?
Oh yeah, that island. It's like Citizen Island or
Yeah, Senegal,
Something-
maybe.
yeah, it's Sentinel. Sentinel. That's it. Yeah.
Sentinel, right? Biden should take office and just get really, really like indignant about those people and how
They haven't
mocked
responded to any of our radio communications.
You know, I think Biden's going
Clock's
to win.
ticking, Sentinel Island. It's right here. Clock's ticking. They don't know what Arabic
Call
numerals
me.
are.
Yeah.
I hope that
We only
Biden.
accept 5G.
I'll be waiting by the
I'm
phone,
sorry,
Sentinel
Taylor.
Island. If it doesn't ring by midnight tonight, Navy SEALs are coming. We're coming.
Damn Blazarian
I want to see
volunteers.
Joe Biden not hand over the reins to Kamala immediately and like indignantly insist that he is the guy making the calls. And then we get to watch him get crazier and crazier as he makes these traits or these
Yeah.
calls. That's a good, I mean, it wouldn't really be a season finale, I guess. I guess it would be the
Season 2.
finale.
I
the
still
beginning.
want that season finale I predicted where Biden wins but then dies and Trump stays in power.
Dude, you know what's crazy? The election is 5 days away and either candidate could drop dead unsuspiciously.
They are old as fuck. I mean, they're pretty fucking old.
I feel
Yeah.
like they've moved the bar for what's acceptable old, right? Like
Yeah.
it used to be 40s was kind of young. 50s was kind of where you wanted your guy to be, and 60s was kind of old. Now we're mid 70s. Is Biden 78? How old is Biden? Is he late
I think he's
70s?
78, 79.
Yeah.
Like
It's too old.
60s was old. He's threatening 80s?
Yeah.
The oldest looking president that I'm like, all right, this guy's with it, but he looks old. And this is just talking about looks, not as the guy, would be like Mike Pence. He looks old, but he also looks young enough that I'm like, this guy's not going to drop dead. He's
looks-
got the gray hair.
looks
He looks
virile.
old.
He doesn't
Yeah.
look old to me. How old is Pence?
So- I think he's 60.
60 something.
Mike
yeah.
Pence looks like he could be the star of a church softball team.
Yeah, he does.
Yes. Mike
That's as high
Pence,
as the
dude.
old spectrum.
Hollywood has like forced shitty action heroes on us than Mike Pence. Mike Pence
Yes.
would be an upgrade from a handful
Liam
of
Neeson.
Sure. Great example.
Yes. Who wins in a fight, Liam Neeson or Mike Pence?
Pence.
I think Pence. Doesn't he have military service?
He looks like it. He's got the
Yeah,
haircut.
he looks like it. Looks like he's got the cut.
It's Hollywood. What else do you need? He looks like he has military service.
That
Yeah,
would be the
fucking
funniest
Liam
thing. Is
Neeson's
like,
a
he
fucking
claims military
Shakespearean trained actor. That pussy can't fight. They need 18 cuts to make him climb a fence these days.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's true, but I'm buying it.
You haven't seen the edits that they use to like he's climbing a fence and like Taken 3 or something like that, and it's one of those chase scenes, you know, one guy chasing another through backyards, and traditionally the guy will like hurdle the fence, he'll like put two hands on it and throw his legs over and be over it. Well, he goes to do that number, and it's like cut, and then you're on the other side of the fence, seeing him like coming down, cut.
Dude.
Like at no point do you see any sort of fluid movement. You see him like jog, cut, hands on the fence, cut, legs going up, cut, legs going over, cut, legs coming back down, cut, landing, cut.
Are they
up.
Steven Seagaling him?
Yeah,
Yes.
they are.
That's
He's no
sucks. I'm
no
really
Tom Cruise.
I'm really sensitive to that too. I usually call out girls for it, you know, who need like all those cuts and shaky cameras not to look ridiculous, but old men
Yeah.
too.
You
Old
know
men
what's
and-
really
yeah.
cool about Liam Neeson is he apparently just pisses his pants.
Wait, what?
Did you
Here
make
you
that
go.
up?
No, that sounds like something I'd make up though, so I don't judge
Look,
you. Look at the photos here. Just 3 pictures of Liam Neeson casually pissing his pants.
Okay, I thought you were joking.
And that's only one of the photos. Qui-Gon Jinn from the Jedi
Star Wars.
Master. He just pisses himself, and he
Wow.
doesn't care.
So
He doesn't give a shit.
And
so
you know what?
may
He
think
always hangs left.
you may think I was exaggerating
I mean-
about how many cuts it takes for him to climb a fence. Obviously,
wanna
can't
see-
share this, but
I wanna
there's a
see
7-second video called "Brian Mills Jumps a Fence." and it's him jumping a fence. It's what cut.
Oh, there's a lot of cuts. Holy shit!
Oh my goodness!
It's literally as many as I said.
Oh
yeah, and I mean maybe it's because he's pissing so much.
And maybe he's pissing himself as he's climbing.
Or maybe it's because he's a man nearing his 70s.
9, 10,
he's pretty
11,
old. Yeah.
12.
See,
there were
I watched
12
the
cuts
new-
in a 6-second video.
I watched the new Rambo: Last Blood, and Stallone still fucking got it. Yeah,
Stallone's
it's called Last
jacked.
Blood. Yeah,
Stallone's fucking jacked. He's on that TRT. He is fucking huge.
Yeah. I saw a guy was doing a particular kind of pull-up. It's not even a pull-up really, but like I think he had his chin above the bar and then he went back and forward on it. Stallone was doing it in his 70s and he looked good. His form was 90% perfect. Like,
and it was like a thing he just had seen on the internet and then went to do. Like he already had that strength to do that.
I think his technique improved over like some small amount of time, half a week.
Yeah,
he's always been.
I got one rogue eyebrow here. Can you
Ooh, that's a winner. Colin would not stand for that. That thing could be plucked right now if Colin was in the room.
Kyle, get rid of that.
If Colin was in the room, he'd be like, "Ooh, flaw."
That's a big one.
Oh crikey, that's a big one there.
It's literally that. Yeah, it's that long. It's ridiculous.
That's like hair.
You know what? It was
Should
good.
have had it transplanted.
You know, I have this weird like hair that grows not on my head. It's like down here.
Oh.
But it's so fucking small that I can't ever see it. But I feel it sometimes.
Norwood zero hair growing
it's like,
from down here.
It's like on my forehead, but I can't see it until I feel it. You know what I mean? And then I can pull it out. It's very strange. Very, very strange.
I can't show my hair. I've gotten a bit sweaty under here.
Oh,
maybe you want to see it more.
Not really. I'm actually not that sweaty given this. It's because it's got like nice thin arms, unlike my owl costume, which was thick all the way around. So these aren't. This isn't too.
My hair doesn't match my mustache.
It really doesn't.
You look like a guy that ran out of Just for Men.
I just had like another ounce.
Dude, my Twitch chat constantly accuses me of dyeing my hair and putting like a paint in it that thickens it. And I take it as a compliment. My hair's not dyed. It's really silver. Like you can see it's not. And I don't know. I think it or when they think it's thin. I don't know.
When you get older, if you start getting accused of stuff and you're not doing it, it's a compliment.
It's 100%. Like if you were playing a game and they accused you of having an aimbot and you know you didn't.
Ultimate compliment, yeah.
Right?
Ultimate compliment.
I think that's where it is.
Woody is 18 years older than me, and I guarantee I've outgrade him on the side.
I don't know. I've got some on the side. You can see it.
Like I can see it in the. Like my dad has Mike Pence style hair.
Oh, okay.
Like he's in his mid 50s and he has been silver gray for 5 years. Like that look, just 100% silver. So that's where I'm headed. Thankfully, his head of hair is very thick, and so hopefully, as long as I have hair, I don't care. I don't care what color it is. You know, nice gray hair. Who gives a fuck? It's still there. You know.
Yeah. Pence looks good.
Quickly. There's less gray in the beard by a lot.
Ooh, I'm the inverse.
In my head.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure. Well, you've seen my beard from time to time. It's way grayer.
I'll catch up.
I'm actually excited to get a little gray because I feel like as a man, you're just changing your look. You're not necessarily getting older per se. Like you're not looking worse. You're just changing.
There's a lot of girls with daddy issues.
Yeah.
When I got a little gray in my beard, I thought it was a good look. I've overdone it at this point. It looks a little hobo.
I feel like you think Kyle and I are joking when we say that your beard looks really good. It genuinely looks really good. Jackie is silly for not saying.
Who am I? Dagger? Is that his Dangle? Lieutenant Dangle? He is clean shaven, so I clean shaved just before the show. Part of the costume.
Yeah. I just bought a squirrel costume. And
does he shave his legs? I wish I knew. I might have pulled the trigger on that.
I think he does shave his legs.
It just occurred to me now. Well, I got out of that easy.
Yeah.
That's canon. He does shave his legs.
Have you?
Also, don't know how much of that show. Have you watched a lot of Reno 911, Woody?
I've seen a bunch. Yeah.
A bunch. Okay, that show cracks me up still. I remember when that was the main show they would show on Comedy Central late at night, and without fail, it would crack me up. I love that show. You don't like it?
No, I do like it. The first episode or two, like I was on the edge of trying to figure out if it was another Cops or because it's filmed like it's Cops, right?
Yeah.
It's filmed like it's Cops.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous. And like if you just watch the interactions with the police and the people, it's ridiculous, but hey, cops do ridiculous shit. And,
Yeah. I've tried to convince people that Trailer Park Boys is a documentary before. and they'll stick with it. If you show them the right episode, they'll be on board for like an entire episode, but then like you inevitably end up in some crazy shit. Like they're, I don't know, Ricky, we can't rob a bank. And it's like, wait a minute, they're robbing a bank?
Yeah. It's fun.
Jesus fuck, Rick, this is kind of risky.
Yeah,
There's
that.
Bubbles in the shopping carts is great.
If I can't get my fucking carts, there's no fucking way. Yeah, I fucking love Trailer Park Boys. I can't do anyone's voice even halfway well other than Bubbles rather on that.
Are there any outros, Taylor?
No, we are solid.
Ooh, BlameTruth, anything you want to pimp?
Sorry,
Not really. I'm good. You guys know how to find me. Just fucking Google me. Hopefully good
BlameTruth?
stuff pops up. Yeah.
There'll be some links in the description.
Well, thanks for coming on. As
Yeah.
always,
Thanks,
we enjoyed
thanks for having me. Always a
BlameTruth
pleasure.
OG on Twitch.
OC.
OC.
Yeah.
On Twitch.
All right.
I can change it to OG if you want. You don't have to.
No,
edit that out.
I was.
Gonna have to now.
Well, no,
PKA
always a pleasure. Always fun.
Yeah, thanks, man.
515.